Chapter 854. LV Hushan felt that something was wrong with this matter, but he couldn't figure out what was wrong. Yuan Weiqing had explained everything clearly. For example, the problem with the root was because he drank too much and told others his root. Also, why did Yuan Weiqing's cousin know the details of the sneak attack? It was also because he drank too much and told Yuan Weiqing these details. Yuan Weiqing told his cousin these things, so his cousin knew these details. And most importantly, if the person he met on the Black Mountain was really Old Eight's brother, then this matter was indeed possible. Because Old Eight's brother wanted to take revenge on him, after inquiring about his detailed route, he began to set up an ambush on the path he had to pass and then took the opportunity to sneak attack him. Thinking that Old Eight would sneak attack him, LV Hushan couldn't help but frown. Thinking of Old Eight's appearance, his heart suddenly moved. He hurriedly looked up at Yuan Weiqing and sneered. Yuan Weiqing, you are too cunning. It seems that I was deceived by you again. If I wasn't careful, I would have been fooled by you again. After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing was taken aback, but there was no change on his face. He asked with a smile, LV Hushan, why are you still saying that? Didn't I explain it clearly enough? Speaking of this, Yuan Weiqing's tone paused. Without waiting for LV Hushan to answer his words, he continued. But it doesn't matter. LV Hushan, as long as you have any questions, you can ask me together. I will answer them for you one by one. I must let you solve this misunderstanding and no longer doubt me. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan snorted coldly. Yuan Weiqing, stop dreaming. You did this. No matter how you explain, I won't believe it. Yuan Weiqing frowned. LV Hushan, you are a bit unreasonable. There is no evidence. Why do you keep saying that I did it? Isn't this unfair? If Yuan Weiqing's arm wasn't injured, he would have already beaten LV Hushan up. Why would he still talk nonsense with him here? LV Hushan sneered. Yuan Weiqing, you think you are very careful, but you forgot one thing. Yuan Weiqing frowned and asked doubtfully, LV Hushan, what did I forget? LV Hushan gritted his teeth. Yuan Weiqing, you said that it was eighth brother who did this. Because of his brother, he hated me. When he knew my route, he immediately ambushed me on the path I had to pass, right? After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing nodded. If I'm not wrong, this should be the truth of the matter. If you don't believe me, as long as you go back and ask around, you will naturally know that the person who was killed because of you on Black Mountain was Old Eight's brother, Old Six. If this point is correct, I believe that the rest of the deductions are absolutely correct as well, don't you think so? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan frowned and fiercely glared at Yuan Weiqing. He suddenly sneered and slowly said, Yuan Weiqing, although what you said makes sense, you forgot one thing. Because of that, there was a flaw in your lie. It also let me know who the real person who attacked me was. After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing was surprised and hurriedly asked, LV Hushan, what did you find? Height. LV Hushan gritted his teeth and said, Yuan Weiqing, it's the height problem. Hearing this question, Yuan Weiqing obviously relaxed and said with a smile, LV Hushan, I thought it was a big deal. Did you forget the experiment we just did? If two people don't stand together, you can't tell who is taller and who is shorter. If you want to use this to judge a person, I'm afraid it won't work. Don't you think so? LV Hushan shook his head and said with a sneer, Yuan Weiqing, I believe you have seen eighth brother. If you have seen him, why did you say it won't work? After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing was about to speak, but suddenly his face changed and his forehead immediately exuded a cold sweat. Only then did he remember that LV Hushan was right. If he had seen eighth brother, he would understand what he meant. Yuan Weiqing's figure was medium, neither fat nor thin. He was a very ordinary person. However, eighth brother's figure was different. Although eighth brother's height was about the same as Yuan Weiqing's, he was very fat. Although he was not very fat, as long as you stood there, anyone's first impression would be that he was fat. Compared to Yuan Weiqing's figure, it was obvious that he was different. LV Hushan saw Yuan Weiqing lowering his head and sneered, Yuan Weiqing, no matter how much you quibble, This time, you can't defend yourself, right? Speaking of this, LV Hushan's tone paused, but then, without waiting for Yuan Weiqing to answer his words, he continued to speak. Yuan Weiqing, eighth brother is fatter than you. You should not deny this. Even if I can't tell your height, can't I tell the difference between fat and thin? I advise you to admit it quickly so that you don't annoy me and make me use some tricks on you. After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing was shocked and hurriedly waved his hand. LV Hushan, why don't you believe me? I really didn't do this. I hope you don't misunderstand. How could I do such a thing? LV Hushan sneered and nodded. Yuan Weiqing, since you don't want me to misunderstand you, then tell me, how did eighth brother do it? How could I not tell the difference between fat and thin? After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing's brows furrowed. He quickly thought about how to explain this problem. However, as LV Hushan said, height could not be distinguished, but fat and thin could be distinguished at a glance. How could he refute this? Gradually, Yuan Weiqing's forehead exuded cold sweat because he found that no matter how many reasons he had, there seemed to be no way to explain this matter. LV Hushan snorted coldly. Yuan Weiqing, don't tell me that when eighth brother was about to sneak attack me, he suddenly lost weight and became as fat and thin as you, and then sneak attacked me? Speaking of this, LV Hushan paused for a moment, but then he continued without waiting for Yuan Weiqing to answer his question. Yuan Weiqing, if eighth brother wasn't a member of the secret Thunder sect in South County, he might have done that. But don't forget that when I came back and saw him again, he was still so fat and showed no signs of losing weight. Do you want to say that after he lost weight, he became fat again? After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing hurriedly waved his hand and said with a forced smile, LV Hushan, how is this possible? How can a person become fat and thin so easily? There must be other reasons. LV Hushan sighed and said slowly, Yuan Weiqing, I also believe that there must be other reasons, but can you tell me? Hearing LV Hushan's question, Yuan Weiqing was stunned. He opened his mouth but couldn't speak. It was impossible to make someone suddenly lose weight and then suddenly become fat. No matter who it was impossible. But if eighth brother couldn't do such a thing, then he naturally couldn't let LV Hushan mistake him. How should he explain? Seeing that Yuan Weiqing still didn't answer his question, LV Hushan sighed. Yuan Weiqing, now that the evidence is conclusive, why are you still unwilling to admit it? Do you really want me to use some tricks to make you admit it? Yuan Weiqing hurriedly waved his hand and said with a wry smile, LV Hushan, there must be a reason. Why did eighth brother suddenly lose weight and suddenly become fat? There must be a reason. Let me think about it. There must be a reason. LV Hushan sneered. Yuan Weiqing, I advise you not to think about it. It's useless. I won't believe you. No matter what you say, eighth brother can't suddenly lose weight and then suddenly become fat. You should obediently admit it. For the sake of friends, I won't do anything to you. After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing sneered in his heart. You want me to admit it? Dream on. The most important thing was that although LV Hushan said it very nicely and wouldn't do anything to me, Yuan Weiqing was sure that if he really dared to admit it, LV Hushan would immediately kill me. So, I can't admit it. But, how can a person suddenly lose weight and then suddenly become fat? After thinking for a long time, Yuan Weiqing couldn't think of any way to solve this problem. He could only sigh in his heart. Unless he changed the person, otherwise, it was impossible. Change the person? Thinking of this, Yuan Weiqing's eyes suddenly lit up. He hurriedly raised his head to look at LV Hushan and said with a smile, LV Hushan, I understand why eighth brother suddenly lost weight and then suddenly became fat. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan was stunned and then asked with some doubts, Yuan Weiqing, what's the reason? Tell me quickly. Yuan Weiqing nodded and said slowly, LV Hushan, because the person you saw wasn't eighth brother, he wasn't so fat. What? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan was suddenly shocked. Yuan Weiqing, what did you say? You said that the person wasn't eighth brother? Speaking of this, LV Hushan's tone paused, but then, without waiting for Yuan Weiqing to answer his words, he continued. Yuan Weiqing, then tell me, who is that person? Yuan Weiqing sighed and said slowly, LV Hushan, do you know why eighth brother is called eighth brother? LV Hushan frowned and said impatiently, Yuan Weiqing, hurry up and get down to business. I don't want to listen to that nonsense. Yuan Weiqing shook his head, LV Hushan, this is not nonsense. This is the real business. Speaking of this, Yuan Weiqing's tone paused. Without waiting for LV Hushan to answer his words, he continued. LV Hushan, the reason why eighth brother is called eighth brother is that he is ranked eighth in the family. This also means that there are 7 elder brothers or sisters above him. The person you met on the Black Mountain was his 6th brother, who was the 6th brother of the Black Mountain. Since this is the case, then we all understand. The person you mistook must be 8th brother's other elder brothers, or 8th brother's younger brother. Don't you think so? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan frowned, Yuan Weiqing, you are talking nonsense. Are 8th brother's elder brothers necessarily very thin? Speaking of this, LV Hushan's tone paused for a moment, but then, without waiting for Yuan Weiqing to answer his words, he continued. Yuan Weiqing, I don't think so. Maybe 8th brother's elder brother is also fat. Then how are you going to explain it? Yuan Weiqing shook his head, LV Hushan, this is not necessarily true. Now think about it. You met 8th brother's elder brother, 6th brother on the Black Mountain. Is he as fat as 8th brother? Hearing this sentence, LV Hushan was stunned for a moment, then sneered, Yuan Weiqing, this matter has nothing to do with what you said. Why should I answer you? Yuan Weiqing shook his head, LV Hushan, because you have to answer me. This is very important. If 8th brother's elder brother, 6th brother, is thin, it proves that I am right. The person who attacked you has something to do with 8th brother. Because he and his elder brother cooperated to do this. You should understand now, right? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan frowned. His heart moved, and he suddenly sneered. Yuan Weiqing, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. Because, the person I met on the Black Mountain, unfortunately, he was also a fatty. This time, you have nothing to say, right? Fat. Hearing LV Hushan's answer, Yuan Weiqing was stunned for a moment, then he waved his hand and said with a sneer, LV Hushan, do you think that I don't know 8th brother, so you lied to me like this? LV Hushan gritted his teeth and said, Yuan Weiqing, I didn't. Why would I lie to you? The person I met on the Black Mountain was a fat man. There is absolutely no mistake. After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing sighed and said slowly, LV Hushan, do you know why I know about 8th brother? Speaking of this, Yuan Weiqing's tone paused. Without waiting for LV Hushan to answer his words, he continued. LV Hushan, it is because 8th brother and I are friends, so he told me about this matter. As for his brother's fat and thin problem, do you think I don't know? LV Hushan, we are investigating the truth of the matter, but you always hide it. How can we continue to investigate? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan frowned. He knew that Yuan Weiqing was not so easy to fool, so he could only grit his teeth and said, Yuan Weiqing, yes, the person I met on the Black Mountain was not fat, but can this prove that 8th brother's brothers are all thin? Yuan Weiqing shook his head, LV Hushan, although it can't prove that 8th brother's brothers are all thin, at least it can prove that not all of his brothers are as fat as him. There are people who have a similar figure to me, don't you think so? Chapter 855. Yuan Weiqing turned his head and looked at LV Hushan. He sighed and said slowly, LV Hushan, there are only 2 people who attacked you. As long as one of 8th brother's brothers is thin, this problem can be solved. Don't you think so? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan frowned. Yuan Weiqing, are you sure that 8th brother's brother did this? Yuan Weiqing nodded without hesitation. Of course. Apart from them, who else has such a big grudge against you that they would chase after you for thousands of miles? This grudge is definitely not small. Except for the time when you set up Old 8's elder brother, Old 6, unless you have something else to hide, this matter is definitely done by Old 8's elder brother. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan was stunned for a moment and had some doubts in his heart. What's going on? Is it really done by 8th brother's brother? Yuan Weiqing was right. On the Black Mountain, if he didn't run, 8th brother's brother, 6th brother, would be fine. It was all because of him that 8th brother's brother, 6th brother, was killed by the monster on the Black Mountain. This grudge, not to mention 8th brother, even if it was him, he wouldn't forget it. Could it be that this matter really had nothing to do with Yuan Weiqing? The people who really chased him were actually 8th brother and his brother. Thinking of this, LV Hushan remembered what Yuan Weiqing said. Unless there was something more serious than this matter. Could it be that matter? Could it be that they are all in the human world? No, they should be no longer in the human world. How could they still come to me for revenge? Thinking of this, LV Hushan suddenly felt a chill all over his body and couldn't help but shiver. Yuan Weiqing saw LV Hushan's strange expression and couldn't help but ask, LV Hushan, what's wrong? Did you offend others and they came to you for revenge? Hearing Yuan Weiqing's question, LV Hushan hurriedly waved his hand. Yuan Weiqing, what nonsense are you talking about? How could such a thing happen? Yuan Weiqing shook his head. LV Hushan, no, you must be hiding something from me. LV Hushan sneered, Yuan Weiqing, don't talk nonsense. You must have done this. Even if you quibble, it's useless. I won't believe you. Yuan Weiqing shook his head. LV Hushan, what do you want? I'm starting to wonder. Do you want to know who set you up, or do you want to frame me? Speaking of this, Yuan Weiqing's tone paused, and without waiting for LV Hushan to answer his question, he continued to speak. LV Hushan, I have nothing to say if you want to frame me, because no matter how I explain or what evidence I take out, you won't believe me. However, if you want to find out the truth, I hope you can tell me what you're hiding. Maybe I can find something that you haven't noticed. If we can find the truth, you will naturally know who set you up, and I will get rid of this suspicion. Isn't that good? LV Hushan gritted his teeth and said with a sneer, Yuan Weiqing, no matter how you quibble, I won't believe you. Because, even if the person on the Black Mountain was Old Eight's brother, Old Six, I want to ask, Old Six was killed by the monster on the Black Mountain. How did Old Eight know that it was because of me that he was killed? Speaking of this, LV Hushan's tone paused for a moment, but then, without waiting for Yuan Weiqing to answer his question, he continued. Yuan Weiqing, under normal circumstances, even if Old Eight knew that his brother Old Six was killed by the monster on the Black Mountain, he could only know that his brother Old Six was killed by the monster on the Black Mountain. It was absolutely impossible for him to know anything else. Yuan Weiqing, no one knows what happened on the Black Mountain. Except for me and Old Eight's brother Old Six, no one saw it. In this case, how could Old Eight know about me? If you can explain this matter clearly, I can believe you, but if you can't explain it clearly, all of this is just your quibbling. It's not true. The person who really chased me is definitely you. It can't be Old Eight's brother. After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing frowned. He just remembered that there was still a very important question that he hadn't thought of. Yes, LV Hushan was right. No one saw what happened on the Black Mountain except LV Hushan and Old Eight's brother Old Six. Since no one saw it, naturally no one knew what happened on the Black Mountain. Since no one knew, how did Old Eight know? What LV Hushan said was right. Even if Old Eight knew that his brother Old Six was killed by a monster on the Black Mountain, he would only know this little bit. It was absolutely impossible for him to know that his brother Old Six was killed by a monster on the Black Mountain because of LV Hushan. Since Old Eight didn't know the truth of the matter, then he really had no reason to take revenge. Old Eight's brother was killed by the monster on the Black Mountain. Naturally, he had no enemies. Why would he want to take revenge? Thinking of this, Yuan Weiqing's forehead gradually exuded cold sweat, and his heartbeat gradually accelerated. He suddenly realized that no matter how he wanted to explain this problem, there was no way to explain it clearly. Old Six had been killed by the monster on the Black Mountain. Naturally, he couldn't say this matter. However, only Old Six and LV Hushan knew the truth. Old Six had been killed. Naturally, he couldn't say it. LV Hushan had a guilty conscience. Naturally, he wouldn't say this matter. So, how did Old Eight know that his brother was killed by the monster on the Black Mountain because of LV Hushan? Seeing Yuan Weiqing lowering his head and not saying anything, LV Hushan suddenly sneered, Yuan Weiqing, you have nothing to say, right? I advise you to admit it quickly. Otherwise, don't blame me for using a little trick on you. After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing hurriedly took a step back and waved his hand vigorously. LV Hushan, how can this be? Old Six was indeed killed by the monster on the Black Mountain because of you. This is a fact no matter how you deny it. However, I only know that Old Eight knows about this matter. As for how he knows, I don't know. However, you can't think that I did this just because I don't know how Old Eight knew about this matter. LV Hushan, this is very unfair to me. Do you understand? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan shook his head and said with a sneer, what's the use of quibbling now? Old Eight can't know what happened on the Black Mountain, so he doesn't know that his brother was killed by the monster on the Black Mountain because of me. Since he doesn't know, how can he come to me for revenge? This is clearly your sophistry. Yuan Weiqing, I advise you not to delay any longer. Just admit it quickly. Don't you think so? Yuan Weiqing hurriedly waved his hand. LV Hushan, how is this possible? Old Eight's brother, Old Six, was killed by the monster on the Black Mountain. How can Old Eight not find the reason? Speaking of this, Yuan Weiqing's tone paused. Without waiting for LV Hushan to answer his words, he continued to speak. LV Hushan, you have been to the Black Mountain. You should be very clear that the monster on the Black Mountain is not very fast. Moreover, as long as you put some distance between you and him, the monster on the Black Mountain will basically not chase you. I believe that Old Eight's brother, Old Six, is not a fool. Even if he went to the Black Mountain, as long as he saw the monster on the Black Mountain from a distance and immediately avoided it, there would be no danger. However, why did he rush up when he saw the monster on the Black Mountain? LV Hushan, everyone knows the reason why I raised him, right? If Old Eight's brother, Old Six, didn't see an acquaintance being attacked by the monster on the Black Mountain, how could he provoke the monster on the Black Mountain? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan gritted his teeth and sneered, Yuan Weiqing, it's useless no matter what you say. Even if Old Six did it to save an acquaintance, is I the only acquaintance of Old Six? Speaking of this, LV Hushan's tone paused for a moment, but then, without waiting for Yuan Weiqing to answer his words, he continued to speak. Yuan Weiqing, I'm afraid this is impossible. How can Old Eight be sure that the person Old Six went to save must be me? So I'm telling you, you'd better not quibble anymore because it's useless. Do you understand? After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing frowned, sighed, and said slowly, LV Hushan, when you say this, I understand why Old Eight knows that you did this. Speaking of this, Yuan Weiqing's tone paused. Without waiting for LV Hushan to answer his words, he continued to speak. LV Hushan, when you went to the Black Mountain to do a mission, many people knew about it. I think it shouldn't be strange that Old Eight knew about it, right? At the same time, Old Eight's brother, Old Six, also went to the Black Mountain. You also went to the Black Mountain. The Black Mountain is not a scenic spot, and there are powerful monsters. How could so many people go there? The people who went there probably had a mission, so they took the risk to go to the Black Mountain. You and Old Eight's brother, Old Six, went to the Black Mountain together. Then something happened to Old Eight's brother, Old Six, in the Black Mountain. Do you think Old Eight would not suspect you? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan shook his head. Yuan Weiqing, even if Old Eight suspects me, he is absolutely not sure that this matter has something to do with me. How could they dare to rashly attack me? Yuan Weiqing sighed. It seems that Old Eight has received accurate information. He knows that the reason why his brother was killed by the monsters on the Black Mountain is definitely related to you. That's why he attacked you, right? LV Hushan gritted his teeth. Yuan Weiqing, you are talking nonsense. Do you think Old Eight would sneak attack me from afar just based on a guess? Yuan Weiqing, don't lie to me. Do you think I will believe you? Yuan Weiqing frowned. LV Hushan, you think that Old Eight won't do it just based on a guess, but have you ever thought that your suspicion of me is actually just a guess? Didn't you also act rashly? Otherwise, why did you catch my cousin and use a little trick on him? Aren't you afraid of catching the wrong person and suspecting the wrong person? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan was stunned for a moment before he sneered and said, Yuan Weiqing, this is not the same. I am suspicious of you because this matter was done by you. It is different from Old Eight's matter. I suspect you because I have enough evidence. But what about Eighth Brother? He doesn't have anything. Would he suspect me? Yuan Weiqing nodded. LV Hushan, sometimes hatred makes people lose their minds, just like you. Just because you have a little doubt about me, you immediately attacked me. Isn't this the same logic? LV Hushan waved his hand. Yuan Weiqing, I have already said that this matter was done by you. This is no longer a matter of suspicion. Although you are now quibbling and denying it, this will definitely not affect my suspicion of you. Do you understand? After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing spread his hands and said with a smile, LV Hushan, you see, isn't this the case? You have doubts about me, so you believe that I did this matter. But have you ever thought that your suspicion is wrong? Also, if your suspicion is wrong, then what you did to me, are you worthy of me? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan was stunned, then he reacted and sneered, Yuan Weiqing, you are really good at talking. However, no matter what method you use to quibble, I will never believe you. You said that this matter was done by Old Eight, but let me tell you, no matter what means Old Eight uses, he absolutely can't know what happened on Black Mountain. Yuan Weiqing, as long as he doesn't know what happened on Black Mountain, how can he come to me for revenge? So, Yuan Weiqing, you don't have to talk nonsense anymore. This is what you did. After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing waved his hand and suddenly sneered, LV Hushan, are you saying that Old Eight has no way to know about this matter? LV Hushan nodded, Yuan Weiqing, to tell you the truth, I have never told Old Eight about this matter. How can he know? Moreover, even if he suspects, he can't be sure. Do you think that he will definitely come to me for revenge? Chumph, Yuan Weiqing, I don't think so. If Old Eight is not sure that I did it, he will definitely come to me to investigate. Only when the investigation is clear, he can make a move on me. But he didn't do anything. I have never seen him investigate this matter, so I am sure that Old Eight doesn't know what happened on Black Mountain. After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing shook his head and sighed, LV Hushan, you are wrong. It is not that Old Eight didn't ask you to investigate, but when he investigated you, you didn't know about it, so you thought that Old Eight didn't investigate this matter. Speaking of this, Yuan Weiqing's tone paused. Without waiting for LV Hushan to answer his words, he continued. Maybe Eighth Brother has already investigated this matter thoroughly without you knowing. Chapter 856. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan frowned. Yuan Weiqing, do you think that Eighth Brother already knows about this matter? Yuan Weiqing hesitated for a moment before nodding. LV Hushan, if you have other enemies, then it must be Eighth Brother. Since he can do such a thing, he must have known what happened. Otherwise, he wouldn't have done it to you. Hearing this, LV Hushan suddenly sneered, Yuan Weiqing, you are really ridiculous. Do you think that I will tell others about this kind of thing? Yuan Weiqing shook his head, of course not. As long as you are not a fool, no one will tell others about this kind of thing that is not beneficial to them. LV Hushan nodded, Yuan Weiqing, since I won't tell others, then tell me, how did Eighth Brother know about this? Yuan Weiqing sighed, LV Hushan, do you still need to ask? Of course, you accidentally told others when you were drunk. Drunk? LV Hushan was stunned for a moment and gritted his teeth. Yuan Weiqing, do you think that even if I am drunk, I will tell others about this kind of thing that is not beneficial to me? Yuan Weiqing shook his head with a wry smile. LV Hushan, when you are drunk, you still know what is beneficial to you. As long as you are happy, you will say anything. LV Hushan shook his head. Yuan Weiqing, you are lying. I definitely didn't say anything. Even if I am drunk, I can guarantee that I will not tell others about this kind of thing. After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing sighed and said slowly, LV Hushan, your guarantee is useless. Have you forgotten how I know the details of what happened to you in the East County? Speaking of this, Yuan Weiqing paused for a moment, but then, without waiting for LV Hushan to answer his question, he continued. LV Hushan, When you are drunk, as long as you are asked, you will say anything in order to show that you know more than others. Believe me, I am not lying to you. Otherwise, I wouldn't know so many things. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan was stunned. He subconsciously reached out to hold his chin and frowned. Could it be that this was the reason why eighth brother knew about this? When he was drunk, his eighth brother had asked him these questions. That was how he knew what had happened on the Black Mountain. Thinking of this, LV Hushan had some regrets in his heart. Why did he have to drink? If he didn't drink, naturally, there wouldn't be these things. No, that's not right. LV Hushan thought about it again. It doesn't make sense. If Old Eight knew about this matter, no matter how well he hid it, he would be able to see through it. However, he had never seen anything strange from Old Eight. LV Hushan didn't believe that Old Eight was good at hiding because so many years had passed. No matter how good Old Eight was at hiding, there were still times when he made a mistake. However, he had never seen it before. Could it be that eighth brother had hidden it so well? No, that was absolutely impossible. Yuan Weiqing had hidden it well enough. However, LV Hushan could still see something strange about him under normal circumstances. But eighth brother could not see anything. Could it be that eighth brother hid it better than Yuan Weiqing? Thinking of this, LV Hushan couldn't help but shake his head. Impossible. Eighth brother couldn't hide it better than Yuan Weiqing. It could only be said that eighth brother really didn't know about this matter, so he couldn't see anything strange. When Yuan Weiqing saw that LV Hushan didn't answer his question, he sighed and said slowly, LV Hushan, although wine is good, drinking too much is not good at all. Just like you, as long as you drink too much, you will talk nonsense. No matter what, you will dare to say it. Just like sixth brother's matter, I'm afraid that eighth brother just casually asked, and you immediately told him about it. That's why eighth brother knew about it. Speaking of which, you should blame yourself for being too talkative when you went to the East County. That's why eighth brother knew about it and got into big trouble. Speaking of this, Yuan Weiqing paused for a moment, but then he continued without waiting for LV Hushan to answer his question. LV Hushan, you have to remember that you must drink less in the future. Otherwise, you may say something that will cause more trouble. Shut up. Before Yuan Weiqing could finish his words, he was interrupted by LV Hushan. Yuan Weiqing, don't talk nonsense. I know I drank a little too much, but I can guarantee that eighth brother knows about this matter. It's definitely not because I drank too much and told others. Yuan Weiqing frowned. LV Hushan, then tell me, how did eighth brother know about this matter? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan shook his head and suddenly sneered. Yuan Weiqing, let me tell you, eighth brother doesn't know about this matter. This is all nonsense. The person who attacked me on the road in the East County is actually Ni. It can't be anyone else. After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing frowned. LV Hushan, what do you mean by this? I have already explained it very clearly. This matter was done by eighth brother. What does it have to do with me? LV Hushan shook his head. Yuan Weiqing, eighth brother doesn't know about this matter. If he knew, I should be able to see it. But I didn't see anything, which means that he doesn't know. Yuan Weiqing, since eighth brother doesn't know about this matter, how can he take revenge on me? So, it can only be you who did this, and it can't be anyone else. Yuan Weiqing shook his head. LV Hushan, why are you so stubborn? I have already told you. When you were drinking, you told eighth brother about this matter. Think about it. Even if it's you, after knowing about this matter, won't you find a way to take revenge? LV Hushan shook his head. Yuan Weiqing, don't lie. Eighth brother can't know about this. Are you talking nonsense? Yuan Weiqing sighed and said slowly, LV Hushan, do you think that eighth brother won't take revenge on you because of the deep hatred between you and him? LV Hushan sneered. Yuan Weiqing, if he knows, of course he will take revenge on me. But if he doesn't know, how can he take revenge on me? Yuan Weiqing shook his head. LV Hushan, you drank so much. How can eighth brother not know? LV Hushan suddenly reached out and grabbed Yuan Weiqing. He sneered and said, Yuan Weiqing, don't lie to me. You are talking nonsense. Yuan Weiqing was startled by LV Hushan's action and hurriedly waved his hand. LV Hushan, I'm not talking nonsense. What I said is true. This matter has nothing to do with me. The reason why I said this is that I want to help you find out who wanted to sneak attack you. Speaking of this, Yuan Weiqing paused for a moment. But then, without waiting for LV Hushan to answer his words, he continued. LV Hushan, if you don't find this person, in the future, this person will still take revenge on you. Wouldn't that be worse? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan frowned and slowly let go of his hand. He sneered and said, Yuan Weiqing, let me tell you. This matter is definitely not done by Eighth Brother. Because Eighth Brother's martial arts are not as good as mine. Even if he sneak attacked me, he is definitely not my opponent. So, I dare to conclude that this matter has nothing to do with Eighth Brother. Yuan Weiqing shook his head. LV Hushan, Eighth Brother may not be your opponent, but don't forget that he still has his brother. Is his brother not your opponent? Speaking of this, Yuan Weiqing paused for a moment. But then, without waiting for LV Hushan to answer his words, he continued. By the way, didn't you say that you don't know the martial arts used by the person who sneak attacked you? Isn't this reasonable? You may not have seen Eighth Brother's brother, so naturally, you don't know the martial arts he uses. Isn't this the same as what you said just now? LV Hushan, believe me, this matter has nothing to do with me. The person who sneak attacked you is definitely Eighth Brother. There is no mistake. LV Hushan turned his head to look at Yuan Weiqing. He gritted his teeth and asked, Yuan Weiqing, why did your cousin say that you did it? After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing suddenly sighed. LV Hushan, why did my cousin say that? Even if I explain, you may not believe it. Let me give you an example. For example, you are caught by me and I say that you harmed my cousin, but you don't admit it. Then, I use a little trick on you. The most important thing is that I ask you a question. LV Hushan, tell me, are you the one who harmed my cousin? Then, you say, no. Since you don't admit it, I will continue to use a little trick on you. Then, I will ask you again. LV Hushan, are you the one who froze my cousin? Speaking until here, Yuan Weiqing turned his head to look at LV Hushan and sighed. LV Hushan, you see, after using 2 or 3 little tricks, you have to admit that you harmed my cousin. But this is not the end. Because your martial arts are not as good as my cousin, you can't harm him. So, I will continue to ask. I ask, LV Hushan, did your brother also harm my cousin? Then, after a few more little tricks, you can't take it anymore. Since you don't know who did it, you can only follow my words and say that it was your brother who did it. LV Hushan, you see, this is so simple. You said everything. The most important thing is, if you don't follow my words, I will continue to use a little trick to deal with you. I believe that even if this matter is not like this, under my little tricks, you will still say what I think. Do you understand? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan's face changed and he recalled what happened at that time. After a while, LV Hushan's face became more and more ugly. He suddenly realized that when he asked, it was like what Yuan Weiqing said just now. LV Hushan still remembered very clearly that he asked the most questions. Tell me, was it Yuan Weiqing who did this? No, I don't know. Little tricks. Tell me, was it Yuan Weiqing who did this? Yes. Say, why did Yuan Weiqing do this? Is he trying to set me up so that he can make you a protector? No, I don't know either. Little tricks. Say, why did Yuan Weiqing do this? Is he trying to set me up so that he can make you a protector? Yes. Say, were the 2 of you the ones who attacked me? No. Little tricks. Thinking of the way he asked the question, LV Hushan frowned even more. Yuan Weiqing was right. That was how he asked. Could it be that Yuan Weiqing's cousin really followed his words because he had no choice but to use his little tricks? But if that was the case, didn't it mean that he had really misunderstood Yuan Weiqing? No, how could he have misunderstood Yuan Weiqing? He must have done this. Perhaps he had enemies, but after so many years, none of these enemies came to take revenge on him. Only Yuan Weiqing could do this. It must be so. If Yuan Weiqing wanted his cousin to take the position of the protector of the secret thunder sect in the South County, he could only get rid of him. Therefore, this matter must have been done by Yuan Weiqing and his cousin. It could not be wrong. Thinking of this, LV Hushan suddenly raised his head and looked at Yuan Weiqing. He sneered and said, "Yuan Weiqing, do you think I will really believe your sophistry?" Hearing that LV Hushan still did not believe his words, Yuan Weiqing hurriedly waved his hand. "LV Hushan, I have already said that when you went to the East County to do the mission, I also went to do the mission. Moreover, the two of us did the mission at different places. How could I do it? If the person who did it was me, I would not have been able to complete my mission. But you also know that I have completed the mission on time. This also means that I did not have time to sneak attack you. Why are you still doubting me?" After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan was stunned and puzzled. When he went out to do the mission, he knew that Yuan Weiqing also went out to do the mission at the same time. Yuan Weiqing was right. How could he sneak an attack on him while doing the mission? Seeing that LV Hushan did not ask anymore, Yuan Weiqing hurriedly said, "LV Hushan, you have to believe me. I would never do that kind of thing. Besides, even if I wanted to do it, would it delay my mission? You have to know that this is impossible. If the mission is delayed, it will definitely not be a small matter. Once someone investigates, it will be terrible. So I promise you that when you were attacked in the East County, I was doing the mission in the Black Mountain. Otherwise, my mission would definitely not have been completed. Do you understand?" Speaking of this, Yuan Weiqing's tone paused for a moment, but then, without waiting for LV Hushan to answer his words, he continued. "LV Hushan, in fact, now the matter is very clear. This matter is most likely caused by you in the Black Mountain, so Eighth Brother came to take revenge on you. I think you have wronged Eighth Brother first. Although Eighth Brother sneaked an attack on you, he did not succeed. I think we should forget about this matter. Both sides can be considered reconciled, don't you think so?" Hearing these words, LV Hushan was stunned and then sneered. Chapter 857. LV Hushan gritted his teeth. "Yuan Weiqing, why are you so sure that old Eight did this?" Speaking of this, LV Hushan paused for a moment, but then, without waiting for Yuan Weiqing to answer his question, he sneered and continued. "Yuan Weiqing, I think it should be you who did it, right?" After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing hurriedly waved his hand and said with a wry smile, "LV Hushan, why do you always misunderstand me? Didn't I already say that old Eight did this? The reason is naturally because you killed his brother. Isn't this obvious enough? Why do you still suspect me?" LV Hushan shook his head, gritted his teeth, and said, "Yuan Weiqing, let me tell you, although old Eight's brother was killed by the monsters on the Black Mountain, what does it have to do with me? If you didn't ask me to go to the Black Mountain alone to do the mission, old Eight's brother wouldn't have been killed by the monsters on the Black Mountain. Speaking of which, this should all be your fault, not mine." After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing was stunned and frowned. "LV Hushan, don't you know the reason why you went to the Black Mountain alone to complete the mission?" Speaking of this, Yuan Weiqing paused for a moment, but then, without waiting for LV Hushan to answer his question, he continued. "LV Hushan, you don't get along well with your teammates. They don't want to go with you. What can I do? Can I force them to go?" Hearing these words, LV Hushan suddenly turned his head to look at Yuan Weiqing, gritted his teeth, and said, "Yuan Weiqing, even if they don't want to come with me, can't you come with me?" Yuan Weiqing pointed his finger at his nose. "LV Hushan, you asked me to go with you, how is this possible?" LV Hushan sneered. "Why is it impossible? Since you can do the mission with others, why can't you do the mission with me?" Speaking of this, LV Hushan paused for a moment, but then, without waiting for Yuan Weiqing to answer his question, he snorted coldly and continued. "Yuan Weiqing, in fact, I know even if you don't say it. Other teammates don't want to come with me. This is probably what you want to see, and you don't want to come with me. You clearly want to see me killed by the monsters on the Black Mountain, right?" After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing was taken aback and hurriedly waved his hand. "LV Hushan, how is this possible? You being killed by the monsters on the Black Mountain, what good is it good for me? To be honest, at that time, Yuan Weiqing really didn't have these thoughts. At that time, LV Hushan's words, he was, and the relationship wasn't as bad as it was later. What Yuan Weiqing said was not a lie. Indeed, no one was willing to do the mission with LV Hushan, and he couldn't force others to do it. Most importantly, even he himself was not willing to do the mission with LV Hushan, so he let LV Hushan go alone. Thinking of this, Yuan Weiqing frowned. LV Hushan, you absolutely can't blame me for this matter. Have you forgotten that I once told you that if you can't complete it, I hope you don't go. It's better to let someone else do it. However, you didn't agree. You insisted on going. What can I do? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan sneered. Yuan Weiqing, don't talk nonsense. Let me ask you, if I said I wouldn't go, how could I continue to stay in the secret Thunder sect in the South County? At this point, LV Hushan paused for a moment, but then, without waiting for Yuan Weiqing to answer his question, he continued. Yuan Weiqing, no matter how dangerous the secret Thunder sect in the South County is, I must go. Do you understand? But you knew that the Black Mountain was very dangerous, but you didn't help me. Let me ask you, what are your intentions? Do you really think I don't know? Yuan Weiqing gritted his teeth and looked at LV Hushan. There was an inexplicable anger in his heart. That's right, he was indeed angry at that time. Since he didn't go with LV Hushan to do the mission, Yuan Weiqing had already advised him that the monsters on the Black Mountain were very powerful and it was impossible for him to complete the mission alone. Therefore, Yuan Weiqing advised him not to go and let someone else go. However, LV Hushan didn't listen and insisted on going. In the end, he even quarreled with Yuan Weiqing. The two of them quarreled for a long time before Yuan Weiqing finally got angry and let him go alone. However, after LV Hushan left, Yuan Weiqing really regretted it because he knew that the monsters on the Black Mountain were very powerful. Not to mention LV Hushan, even he was definitely not a match for the monsters on the Black Mountain. During the period when LV Hushan left, Yuan Weiqing's heart was really tormented. If LV Hushan was killed by the monsters on the Black Mountain because of his anger, then he would really feel guilty. However, not long after, LV Hushan returned safely. There was not even a single injury on his body. It was precisely because LV Hushan returned so calmly that Yuan Weiqing was a little suspicious. How did LV Hushan complete this mission? With doubts in his heart, Yuan Weiqing began to inquire about this matter. However, LV Hushan did not say anything and did not get any information from him. Later on, since he could not get any information and LV Hushan returned safely, Yuan Weiqing gradually forgot about this matter. However, by chance, he heard about Old Eight's matter, and he immediately recalled this matter. Therefore, he went to drink with Old Eight and asked him what was going on at the wine table. Old Eight had nothing to hide about this matter. In addition, Old Eight really did not know what happened on the Black Mountain. He also wanted to find someone to discuss it with, so he told Yuan Weiqing about this matter. Hearing the news from Old Eight, Yuan Weiqing was even more suspicious. Then, he carefully asked about the time and why Old Eight's brother, Old Six, went to the Black Mountain. In the end, Yuan Weiqing combined the two sides and suddenly realized that LV Hushan and Old Eight's brother, Old Six, went to the Black Mountain on the same day and the location was similar. LV Hushan returned safely, but Old Eight's brother, Old Six, was killed by the monsters on the Black Mountain. Most importantly, Old Eight's brother, Old Six, did not have the chance to provoke the monsters on the Black Mountain. The problem was, since Old Eight's brother, Old Six, could not provoke the monsters on the Black Mountain, why was he killed by the monsters on the Black Mountain? Yuan Weiqing asked Old Eight about this matter, but Old Eight was also at a loss. He did not know why his brother would take the initiative to provoke the monsters on the Black Mountain. Although Yuan Weiqing was suspicious at the time, he did not have an accurate answer. Because at the scene, no one knew what happened, so naturally, there was no accurate answer. Therefore, Yuan Weiqing only had doubts in his heart and gradually did not continue to investigate. However, after hearing LV Hushan's words today, he immediately understood that the person LV Hushan met on the Black Mountain was Old Eight's brother, Old Six. In the past, Yuan Weiqing did not know the accurate answer because he did not know why Old 8's brother, Old 6, would provoke the monsters on the Black Mountain. Now, he understood everything. Old 8's brother, Old 6, came to help because he had seen LV Hushan before. Unfortunately, he only came to replace LV Hushan. He didn't expect that LV Hushan would actually run away, causing him to be killed by the monsters on the Black Mountain. It was precisely because Yuan Weiqing knew about Old 8's matter that he used this matter to justify himself. Seeing that Yuan Weiqing lowered his head and did not speak, LV Hushan sneered, "Yuan Weiqing, in fact, what you said is all sophistry. I will not believe it. Even if the person we met on the Black Mountain was Old 8's brother, Old 8 would never know what happened on the Black Mountain at that time. Also, you said that I drank too much and told 8th brother about it. Let me tell you, that's impossible. Because when 8th brother and I drink, it's never just the two of us drinking together. There are at least 3 or 4 other people." Speaking of this, LV Hushan's tone paused, but then, he did not wait for Yuan Weiqing to answer his words and continued. "Yuan Weiqing, there is one more thing that you may not know. When I heard about Old 8's matter, in fact, I was also suspicious. Do you understand? So, I will never talk about this matter. In order to be safe, every time I drink with Old 8, when I wake up the next day, I will find the people we drink with and ask them what I said last night. Yuan Weiqing, Old 8 has a grudge against me, but other people have no grudge against me. It is not strange for me to ask them these things, and they will tell me honestly. But they didn't tell me anything. Even if they did tell me something, it was nothing important. 8th brother couldn't have known about it when I was drunk. Do you understand? You said so much just to make me believe that it was Old 8 who did this, not you. Yuan Weiqing, do you think I will believe your words? I advise you not to quibble anymore. It's useless because 8th brother can't possibly know about this matter. Naturally, he won't seek revenge from me. Don't you think so?" After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing was stunned for a moment, and gradually frowned. If LV Hushan could really do what he said, then Old 8 really had no chance to know this news. However, Yuan Weiqing did not want to see this result. Old 8 must know this news. Otherwise, how could he have a reason to make a move? If it was not Old 8 who did it, then it must be him who did it. Therefore, Old 8 must know about the matter on the Black Mountain, but the problem was that LV Hushan would not say it himself. How could Old 8 know? However, 8th brother had to know. How could he get this information? Seeing that Yuan Weiqing still did not answer his words, LV Hushan was a little annoyed. Yuan Weiqing, I advise you not to think of any bad ideas. Even if you defend yourself, will I believe it? I advise you to admit it quickly. While I am in a good mood now, I will not do anything to you. But if you still don't admit it, I will not be polite to you. After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing was suddenly shocked. He hurriedly waved his hand and said with a wry smile, LV Hushan, I am thinking. How did Old 8 know about this? Speaking of this, Yuan Weiqing's tone paused for a moment, but then, he did not wait for LV Hushan to answer his words and continued to speak. LV Hushan, I have thought about it. If Old 8 wants to know about this matter, he must listen to you first. Only then he may know about this matter. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan sneered, Yuan Weiqing, but I didn't say it. How could he know? I advise you not to think about it. It is useless. I can assure you that I have never told Old 8 about this matter, even when I was drunk. Yuan Weiqing hurriedly shook his head, LV Hushan, you may not have said it, but don't forget. Can't others say it? LV Hushan turned his head to look at Yuan Weiqing and sneered, Yuan Weiqing, I have already said that I have never told anyone. How could they know? How could they tell Old 8? Yuan Weiqing frowned. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he asked with a smile, LV Hushan, I understand. I understand why Old 8 knows about this matter. LV Hushan's eyes suddenly widened. Yuan Weiqing, I advise you not to play any tricks. It's impossible. I've already told Old 8 about this. He definitely won't know. Yuan Weiqing shook his head, LV Hushan, you are wrong. You may not have told Old 8, But can you guarantee that others have not told old 8? Others? Hearing this, LV Hushan suddenly sneered. Yuan Weiqing, do you think I will tell others about this matter? What a joke. Why should I tell others? Do you think I am stupid? Yuan Weiqing shook his head and said with a smile, LV Hushan, don't forget that you are a person who likes to drink, and there are many people who have drunk with you. If you accidentally tell them about this when you drink too much, the person who knows old 8 will have a good relationship with old 8. The person who heard the news happened to have a good relationship with old 8. Maybe he didn't want to tell old 8, but he drank too much and accidentally told old 8 the news. LV Hushan, if this is the case, old 8 will know the truth of this matter. Don't you think so? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan was stunned for a moment, then he waved his hand and said with a sneer, Yuan Weiqing, what nonsense are you talking about? Do you think I will talk about this matter? At this point, LV Hushan paused for a moment, but he didn't wait for Yuan Weiqing to answer his question and continued to speak. Yuan Weiqing, I will tell you. I will not tell anyone about this matter, so no one will know. Do you understand? After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing shook his head and sighed. LV Hushan, this matter has been going on for almost 8 years. LV Hushan, do you know how many days are 8 years and how many times you have drunk? How can you guarantee that? Chapter 858. Yuan Weiqing continued, LV Hushan, you drank so many times. Can you guarantee that you didn't mention this matter once? Hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan was stunned for a moment, then he sneered and said, Yuan Weiqing, don't talk nonsense. I might have said it, but I can guarantee that I definitely didn't tell 8th brother about this matter. Speaking of this, LV Hushan paused for a moment, but then, without waiting for Yuan Weiqing to answer his words, he sneered and continued. Yuan Weiqing, to tell you the truth, do you think you're the only one who knows about 8th brother? Let me tell you, I know about it too, and I also suspect that the person I met on Black Mountain is 8th brother's brother, 6th brother. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, why would I tell 8th brother about this matter? Hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing was shocked. LV Hushan, did you already know about this matter? LV Hushan nodded. Yuan Weiqing, is this strange? Don't forget, I'm the protector of the secret thunder sect in the South County. Is there anything wrong with knowing about this matter? Hearing LV Hushan's answer, Yuan Weiqing sighed and said slowly, LV Hushan, since you already know about 8th brother, I'm afraid you already know that what happened on Black Mountain is definitely related to 8th brother, right? LV Hushan shook his head. Yuan Weiqing, although I'm not sure, I have some suspicions. So, I can guarantee that even if I drink too much, I will never tell 8th brother about what happened on the Black Mountain. Do you understand? After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing frowned and suddenly said, LV Hushan, maybe you really didn't tell 8th brother about what happened on Black Mountain, but don't forget, you might have told someone else. LV Hushan shook his head. Yuan Weiqing, what do you mean by this? Do you mean that someone else told 8th brother about this matter? Yuan Weiqing nodded and said slowly, LV Hushan, if you didn't say it, of course, someone else would. So I suspect that among the people who drank with you, someone knew about it when you were drunk, so he told 8th brother about it. After 8th brother heard about this, he decided to take revenge on you, but he didn't have the chance. He only started when you were preparing to go to the East County to do a mission. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan frowned and suddenly sneered, Yuan Weiqing, do you think I will believe your words? Let me tell you, not only have I not said these words to 8th brother, I have not told anyone else. You did this. I advise you not to quibble, because it's useless. I won't believe you. Yuan Weiqing hurriedly waved his hand. LV Hushan, how is this possible? I have already said that I didn't do it. Why are you still suspecting me? LV Hushan shook his head. Yuan Weiqing, it's not that I'm suspicious. I have thought about this matter for a long time, but after thinking about it, I finally feel that the person most likely to do it is you. Speaking of this, LV Hushan paused, but then he continued without waiting for Yuan Weiqing to answer his words. Yuan Weiqing, some people do hate me, but their martial arts are not as good as mine. It is impossible for them to sneak attack me and chase me so far away. Some people's martial arts are indeed better than mine, but their hatred for me is not so great. They just hate me, but they will never chase me for thousands of miles. Among all these people, you are the most likely because your martial arts are better than mine. Moreover, your hatred for me should not be small. Otherwise, you would not have attracted the bees on the Green Mountain and wanted them to kill me. So I am sure that the person who chased me must be you. It can't be anyone else. After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing frowned. LV Hushan, I've said it before. If I'm the one who did this, tell me, how can I chase after you and complete my mission at the same time? Speaking of this, Yuan Weiqing paused for a moment, but then he continued without waiting for LV Hushan to answer his question. LV Hushan, don't think too much. This is impossible, so the person who chased you for thousands of miles must be someone else. It can't be me. LV Hushan shook his head. Yuan Weiqing, I have already said that the person who hates me either has lower martial arts than me, so he can't do this kind of thing, or his martial arts is better than me, but his hatred for me is not so strong. To be honest, I have thought for a long time, and in the end, I feel that you are the most likely. I can't be wrong. After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing hurriedly waved his hand. LV Hushan, have you forgotten the bandit leader, Boss Lu? Is his hatred for you not strong enough, or his martial arts are not as good as yours? Let me tell you, if it is him, it is absolutely possible to do this. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan shook his head. Yuan Weiqing, don't talk nonsense. I have already said that although the bandit leader Boss Lu hates me, his martial arts are not as good as mine. In addition, he doesn't know my schedule. How can he find me? So you don't have to quibble anymore. The person who did this must be you, no one else. After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing frowned. LV Hushan, do you think that I am more suspicious than the bandit leader Boss Lu? LV Hushan sneered, of course. Although the bandit leader Boss Lu hates me very much, as I said just now, he doesn't know my schedule. Even if he wants to chase me for thousands of miles, it is impossible for him to do it, right? On the contrary, you are very consistent with these 2 points. Your martial arts are better than mine. You won't deny this, right? Also, you know my schedule. You won't deny this, right? If you want to do this, wouldn't it be easier than others? After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing frowned and sighed. LV Hushan, you've always thought that I was the one who did it, so you've been thinking about my reasons. But have you ever thought that I'm not the only one with high martial arts skills? And I'm not the only one who knows about your schedule. There are so many people who have these 2 points, so why don't you go back to them? Why do you have to suspect me? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan sneered and shook his head. Yuan Weiqing, the reason why I don't suspect them is because it is impossible for them to do this, and I suspect you because it is possible for you to do this. Yuan Weiqing shook his head. LV Hushan, just like what I just said about the bandit leader Boss Lu, do you think he doesn't want to do anything to you? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan shook his head. Yuan Weiqing, I know that the bandit leader Boss Lu hates me, but he doesn't know my schedule. Even if he hates me, he can't do this. Schedule? After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing suddenly sneered. LV Hushan, do you think your schedule is hidden? LV Hushan frowned. Yuan Weiqing, no matter what, only the 4 of us know my schedule. I'm afraid it is impossible for the bandit leader Boss Lu to get this information from the 4 of us, right? Speaking of this, LV Hushan paused for a moment, but then he continued without waiting for Yuan Weiqing to answer his question. Yuan Weiqing, among the 4 of us, it is impossible for the 2 hall masters to do this, and it is even more impossible for me to find trouble for myself and tell the bandit leader Boss Lu about this. Since it is impossible for the 3 of us, then you are the only one left. After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing hurriedly waved his hand. LV Hushan, what do you mean? Do you think that I will tell this matter to the bandit leader, Boss LV? Speaking of this, Yuan Weiqing paused for a moment, but then he continued without waiting for LV Hushan to answer his question. LV Hushan, don't joke around. When we destroyed their mountain stronghold, the 2 of us went together. The bandit leader Boss Lu hates you, and he probably hates me too, so how can I tell him about this? Hearing Yuan Weiqing's answer, LV Hushan nodded and said with a sneer, Yuan Weiqing, you are right. There is also a grudge between the two of you, so it is impossible for you to tell him about this. In that case, the possibility of this matter being known by outsiders is basically zero, right? Speaking of this, LV Hushan paused for a moment, but then he didn't wait for Yuan Weiqing to answer his question, snorted coldly, and continued. Since it is impossible for outsiders to know about this, then it can only be done by one of the four of us. The two hall masters can't do this, and I can't do it myself. Then, the only one left is you. Yuan Weiqing, what else do you have to quibble about? After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing hurriedly waved his hand and said with a wry smile, LV Hushan, you think that only the four of us know about this matter, right? LV Hushan nodded. Of course, when this decision was made, it was the four of us. There was absolutely no fifth person present. Yuan Weiqing sighed and said slowly to LV Hushan, the night before you set off, I remember that you drank with a lot of people, and I also remember that you seemed to have drunk a lot that night. In the end, you were carried back, right? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan's face changed, and he sneered, Yuan Weiqing, yes, they carried me back, but so what? I know what is good for me and what is bad for me. Even if I drank too much, it is impossible for me to tell this matter, right? So you can rest assured that this matter is definitely not me, but you did it. You don't have to quibble anymore. Yuan Weiqing shook his head, LV Hushan, think about it carefully. Who were the people who were drinking with you at that time? At this point, Yuan Weiqing's tone paused for a moment, but then, without waiting for LV Hushan to answer his question, he continued. And I also heard that you didn't treat when you drank that night, but someone else treated you to a drink, right? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan frowned. Yuan Weiqing, what are you trying to say? Yuan Weiqing sighed, LV Hushan, what I want to say is that all of this was premeditated. LV Hushan, after your meeting, someone treated you to a drink and a meal. Did you feel very happy? But have you ever thought that their real intention of treating you to a drink and a meal was to inquire about your schedule so that they could tell the bandit leader, Boss Lu, and use him to deal with you? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan's face changed, and he frowned. He began to recall in his heart. Who was the one who treated that time? As these memories slowly came to his mind, LV Hushan suddenly realized that what Yuan Weiqing said seemed to be true. After the meeting that day, someone treated him to a meal and a drink. Could it really be like what Yuan Weiqing said, that the people who treated him to a meal and a drink were premeditated? They just wanted to know his schedule so that they could take revenge? Slowly, LV Hushan remembered the person who treated him to a meal and a drink that day. He was even more shocked because the person who treated him to a drink that day was Old Eight. Could it really be like what Yuan Weiqing said, that Old Eight already knew about the incident on the Black Mountain, so he wanted to inquire about his schedule to take revenge for his brother? Yuan Weiqing looked at LV Hushan, who was silent there. He sighed and said slowly, LV Hushan, although this incident happened a long time ago, I believe you should be able to remember it. When we came out of the meeting, it didn't take long for someone to treat you to a meal. I believe you should remember this person now. He is Old Eight, right? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan's face changed, and then he sneered and said, Yuan Weiqing, even if Old Eight treated me to a drink, so what? Is there anything strange about him treating me to a drink? Yuan Weiqing shook his head. LV Hushan, there is really nothing strange about it. That day, Old Eight treated you to a drink. The people who accompanied you to drink should also be Old Eight's friends, right? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan was shocked because Yuan Weiqing was right. The people who drank that day were indeed Old Eight's friends. Yuan Weiqing didn't wait for LV Hushan to answer his words and continued, LV Hushan, you should be very clear. In fact, Old Eight treated you to a drink and a meal because he wanted to know your schedule. As for the person who chased you for thousands of miles, I can't guarantee it, but in any case, this matter is definitely related to him. Chapter 859. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan gradually frowned. He began to have some doubts in his heart. Could it be that what Yuan Weiqing said was true? Otherwise, How could there be so many coincidences? I just came out of the meeting, and old 8 came to invite me for a drink. LV Hushan remembered very clearly that his boss had never invited him for a drink before. So, why did he invite me for a drink this time? Yuan Weiqing was also right about one thing. The few people who were drinking that day were indeed old 8's friends. Could it be that old 8 really had this intention, so he invited me for a drink? If old 8 really had this purpose, then everything that Yuan Weiqing said might be true. He just wanted to inquire about my itinerary so that he could ambush me on the way. Yuan Weiqing saw that LV Hushan lowered his head and didn't speak. He sighed and said slowly, LV Hushan, now you understand. The person who wants to harm you must be old 8. This is definitely not wrong. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan frowned, but he didn't speak because he suddenly realized that what Yuan Weiqing said was true. Could it be that I really misunderstood Yuan Weiqing and thought that he was ambushing me, but it was actually someone else? Thinking of this, LV Hushan frowned. No, this matter couldn't be done by old 8. It must be Yuan Weiqing. Although old 8 hated me, he should know about his brother's matter. The problem was, did Dad really know what happened on the Black Mountain? Impossible. Only I and old 6 knew about this matter. How could old 8 know? Although Yuan Weiqing said that he said it when he was drunk, LV Hushan couldn't remember saying such a thing. LV Hushan also heard about old 8's matter from others. He could naturally associate it with what happened on the Black Mountain. How could he tell others? Since he wouldn't say it, LV Hushan was sure that there wouldn't be a third person who knew. Therefore, Yuan Weiqing must be lying about this matter. In fact, he was just quibbling. Thinking of this, LV Hushan raised his head and looked at Yuan Weiqing. He sneered, Yuan Weiqing, do you think that I will believe you? LV Hushan paused for a moment before he continued without waiting for Yuan Weigo's reply. Yuan Weiqing, let me tell you, no one knows about this, not even old 8. Since he doesn't know, how can he talk about the reward? After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing frowned. LV Hushan, didn't I tell you? You said it when you were drunk. Why don't you understand? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan sneered, Yuan Weiqing, I've already told you. I didn't say it even when I was drunk. Don't lie to me. You did this. You'd better admit it. Yuan Weiqing hurriedly waved his hand and said with a wry smile, LV Hushan, do you remember what you said when you were drunk? If you can remember, then you didn't drink too much. Let me tell you, you won't remember what you said when you were drunk. Unless someone tells you the next day, you might not know what you said. Speaking of this, Yuan Weiqing paused for a moment, but then he continued without waiting for LV Hushan to answer his question. LV Hushan, I'm guessing that you must have mentioned it before. However, no one has told you about it, so you've always thought that you've never mentioned it. But in fact, you said it before. Maybe you said it more than once. Think about it. How could 8th brother not know? LV Hushan sneered, Yuan Weiqing, don't tell me that no one will tell me. After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing sighed and said slowly, LV Hushan, every time old 8 drinks with you, he brings his friends. Don't you understand his intentions? Speaking of this, Yuan Weiqing paused for a moment, but then he continued without waiting for LV Hushan to answer his question. LV Hushan, it's because his friends won't tell you these things, so old 8 will bring his friends every time he drinks. Do you understand? LV Hushan frowned, Yuan Weiqing, are you sure that old 8 did this? After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing was stunned for a moment, then he shook his head, LV Hushan, I'm not sure, because I don't know whether it was old 8 or the bandit leader Boslu who did this. But I think when you went to the East County, you were attacked. These two people definitely couldn't have escaped. Otherwise, why would they do this if they didn't have such a great hatred? Hearing this, LV Hushan sneered, Yuan Weiqing, why not? And you, don't you also want to do this? Yuan Weiqing shook his head, LV Hushan, this is impossible. I just said that when you went to do the task, I also went to the Green Mountain to do the task. How could I split myself to attack you? So don't doubt me. I definitely didn't do this. Why don't you understand? LV Hushan sighed. Yuan Weiqing, you said that old 8 or the bandit leader boss Lu did this, but have you ever thought that these two people's martial arts are not as good as mine? Also, they don't know my itinerary. How could they do this? Speaking of this, LV Hushan paused for a moment, but then he continued without waiting for Yuan Weiqing to answer his question. Yuan Weiqing, maybe it's just as you said. Eighth brother might have probed me when I was drunk. But how did the bandit leader, boss Lu, know about this? Yuan Weiqing sighed and said slowly, LV Hushan, have you ever thought that the two of them did it together? Together. Hearing this, LV Hushan suddenly sneered, Yuan Weiqing, don't lie to me. The two of them don't know each other. How could they work together? I can believe it if you say that you worked together. Yuan Weiqing hurriedly waved his hand, LV Hushan, how is this possible? The bandit leader boss Lu has a grudge against me. How could he work with me? And old 8, he is your subordinate. How could he work with an outsider like me? LV Hushan, you'd better not have such thoughts. This matter was not done by me. No matter what you say, you should be clear that even if there is a bit of estrangement between us, it is not enough for me to sneak attack you, right? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan suddenly sighed and said slowly, Yuan Weiqing, you are wrong. It is not a small gap between us. It is that you want to harm me and let your cousin become the protector of the secret thunder sect in the South County, right? Yuan Weiqing sighed, LV Hushan, I just want my cousin to become the protector of the secret thunder sect in the South County, and I attack you. Isn't this a little too ridiculous? LV Hushan shook his head, Yuan Weiqing, others may find it ridiculous, but I don't find it funny at all to you. I only find it terrifying. Because, can you really do such a thing? Speaking of this, LV Hushan paused for a moment, but then, without waiting for Yuan Weiqing to answer his question, he sneered and continued to speak. No, I was wrong. It is not that you can do such a thing, but you have already done such a thing. Yuan Weiqing hurriedly waved his hand, LV Hushan, I have already explained the matter so clearly. Why are you still doubting me? LV Hushan sighed and said slowly, Yuan Weiqing, it is not that I am doubting you, but you did this. Speaking of this, LV Hushan paused for a moment, but then, without waiting for Yuan Weiqing to answer his question, he continued to speak. Yuan Weiqing, have you forgotten what happened on Green Mountain? You gave me that pill. Didn't you want those bees to kill me so that your cousin can become the protector of the secret thunder sect in the South County? Am I wrong? Hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing hurriedly waved his hand. LV Hushan, I've already said that what happened on the Green Mountain was purely a misunderstanding. I had good intentions but ended up doing the wrong thing. I thought that pill was a good medicine for treating injuries, but who would have thought that it would attract bees? If I had known this, I would never have given you the pill. LV Hushan shook his head and said with a sneer, Yuan Weiqing, if you were a fool, I might have believed your words. But you are not. You are very smart. You know that the medicine can attract the bees, and those bees will kill me. How can a person who can devise such a plan be a fool? Yuan Weiqing, don't you think so? Yuan Weiqing sighed, LV Hushan, I have already said that I really didn't know that the pill would attract bees. How do you want me to explain it to you so that you will believe me? LV Hushan shook his head, Yuan Weiqing, I will not believe you no matter how you explain it, because this is your intention. You want to use those bees to kill me. Even if you want to explain it, you can't change this fact. Yuan Weiqing gritted his teeth, LV Hushan, let's not talk about the bees on Green Mountain first. Let me ask you, why did you give me the feces of the wild bear? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan's expression froze. He then waved his hand, sighed, and said slowly, Yuan Weiqing, I have already explained this matter to you, and I also admit that I did let you eat the feces of the wild bear. However, I have already apologized to you. What else do you want? Apologize. After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing sneered, LV Hushan, do you think an apology is useful? If I didn't discover it early, by now, I'm afraid we would have drunk the wine 50 times. Then, wouldn't I be a useless person now? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan sneered, Yuan Weiqing, this matter was indeed done by me, and I have already apologized to you. No matter what, this matter has not reached the worst point. But you clearly did it, but you don't dare to admit it. What is this about? I'm afraid it's not as good as me admitting it. After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing suddenly became angry. LV Hushan, do you know that I have diligently practiced martial arts for 30 years, and was almost ruined by you drinking 50 times? Do you think I can forgive you with just an apology? LV Hushan frowned. Yuan Weiqing, if you don't want to forgive me, that's your own business. What else do you want me to do? Besides, you drank the feces of the wild bear, did you think I didn't? At this point, LV Hushan's tone paused for a moment, but then, without waiting for Yuan Weiqing to answer his words, he continued to speak. Yuan Weiqing, to tell you the truth, if you didn't make a move on me first and wanted the bees on the Green Mountain to kill me, I wouldn't have let you eat the feces of the wild bear. Speaking of which, this is all your fault. If you didn't make a move on me, I wouldn't have made a move on you. After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing suddenly became angry. He gritted his teeth and said, LV Hushan, you said that I made a move on you, and you blame me. Let me ask you, every day you spread rumors about me behind my back, how are you going to explain this? LV Hushan was suddenly stunned when he heard this, and then he smiled and waved his hand. Yuan Weiqing, it's only a few words. Why take it seriously? Besides, could it be that you can't even take a joke? Yuan Weiqing sighed. LV Hushan, you're no longer joking. The people of the secret Thunder sect in the South region know about the rumors you made, and you still say that it's a joke. If I also made such a joke to you, would you be very happy? LV Hushan frowned. Yuan Weiqing, to tell you the truth, I did say those words, but what I said was what you did. How is this a rumor? After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing sighed. You told others that since the first day you came to the secret Thunder sect in the South region, I've been bullying you and even wanted to harm you. LV Hushan, let me ask you, is this true? Have I ever harmed you? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan sneered and said, Yuan Weiqing, do you have any? Look at the missions you've arranged for me. What kind of people are they? I'm afraid they are the most dangerous missions. Also, you even asked me to go on those trivial tasks. What are you thinking? Do you think I don't know? Hihi, Yuan Weiqing, if it weren't for my good temper, I would have settled accounts with you long ago. Why would I wait until now? Isn't this bullying me? After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing sighed and said slowly, LV Hushan, since the first day you came to the secret Thunder sect in the South region, I have always wanted to treat you well, so I arranged for you to be in the logistics department. However, not only are you not grateful to me, but you even hate me. You hate me for letting you do the logistics work, and you have offended all your colleagues. What can I do? Chapter 860. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan suddenly sneered. Yuan Weiqing, is this how you treat me? Don't talk nonsense. You arranged for me to work in the logistics department. Are you trying to trick me? Yuan Weiqing, let me tell you, if you didn't arrange for me to work in the logistics department, how could I have offended all my colleagues? In the end, this is all because of your bad intentions. If it wasn't for you, how could this happen? After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing frowned. LV Hushan, you offended all your colleagues. Are you blaming me for this? LV Hushan gritted his teeth. Yuan Weiqing, if you didn't arrange for me to work in the logistics department, how could this happen? Tell me, how can I not blame you? Yuan Weiqing sighed. LV Hushan, tell me, is it wrong for me to arrange for you to work in the logistics department? LV Hushan sneered. Of course it's wrong. If you didn't trick me, how could you arrange for me to work in the logistics department? Yuan Weiqing sighed in his heart and said slowly, LV Hushan, well, even if you're right, it's wrong for me to arrange for you to work in the logistics department. However, this can't be considered as tricking you, right? Speaking of this, Yuan Weiqing paused for a moment, but then he continued without waiting for LV Hushan to answer his question. LV Hushan, you have to know that there were many people who wanted to do this work at that time. Almost everyone in the team wanted to do this work. However, I saw that you had just arrived and I was afraid that you were not familiar with the terrain, so I let you do this work. Tell me honestly, Is this tricking you? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan clenched his teeth and sneered, Yuan Weiqing, if you said these words to me before, I might have believed you. But now, it's impossible. What you did was clearly against me. From the beginning when I came to the secret thunder sect in the south region, you began to target me and make things difficult for me. Do you think I don't know? After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing hurriedly waved his hand and asked with a bitter smile, LV Hushan, I don't agree with you. After you came to the squad, you did work in the logistics department for a period of time, but it was only for a month or two. After these 2 months, you'll start doing quests. We won't be able to see each other much. Tell me, how am I going to set you up? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan sneered, Yuan Weiqing, you're right. We don't see each other often because you keep making me do missions. How can we meet each other? LV Hushan paused for a moment before he continued without waiting for Yuan Weigo's reply. Yuan Weiqing, everyone in the team is very free, but I'm the only one who's very busy. Don't tell me that you're not targeting me. After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing was stunned for a moment, then he sighed and said slowly. LV Hushan, let me tell you, I'm also a human. I'm kind to you, but not only do you not appreciate it, you even hate me. How can I not be angry? At this point, Yuan Weiqing paused for a moment, but then he continued without waiting for LV Hushan to answer him. Yes, you're right. At the beginning, I did want to give you more quests to ease the anger in my heart. But after a long time, my anger naturally dissipated. Speaking of this, Yuan Weiqing suddenly turned his head to look at LV Hushan, gritted his teeth, and said, but from then on, you began to speak ill of me. The problem is that you told everyone, whether it's the people in the secret thunder sect in the south region or outsiders, that I'm not good to you and that I want to set you up. LV Hushan, I don't understand. I just asked you to do a few more quests. Is it that I'm setting you up? Do you know how many people laughed at me after you stopped doing quests? They said that I'm good to you, but you're not grateful to me. Some people even said that I'm blind. Do you know how hard it is for me? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan shook his head. Yuan Weiqing, these are your own words. Let me tell you, I will never believe it. As for the fact that I don't do logistics work, someone is laughing at you. Let me say it, I'm afraid that you're the one laughing at yourself. You didn't succeed in your plot against me. Are you laughing at yourself for being too weak and regretting it secretly? Yuan Weiqing shook his head, sighed, and said slowly, LV Hushan, do you know how much damage you've done to me by saying those bad things about me? Speaking of this, Yuan Weiqing paused for a moment, but then, without waiting for LV Hushan to answer his words, he snorted coldly and continued. LV Hushan, before you came to the secret thunder sect in the south region, when everyone saw me, they would greet me and talk to each other. However, after you badmouthed me, everyone looks at me differently. In their eyes, I'm afraid I've already become the bad guy you spoke of. LV Hushan, think about it. Who dares to approach a bad guy like me? Even these people who don't know me have started to speak ill of me. Do you know how I feel? You only feel that you're happy to say it, but have you ever thought about how uncomfortable it is for the people you're talking about? LV Hushan, to be honest, from that time on, I wanted to teach you a lesson. However, when I saw your appearance, I couldn't bear to do it. I can tell you clearly that with your martial arts, if I use my full strength, I'm afraid you won't even be able to take 20 moves and will be defeated by me. The gap between our strength is so big, but you still keep speaking ill of me. I really don't know what you're thinking. Aren't you afraid that I'll be angered by you and really do something to you? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan sneered, Yuan Weiqing, how about it? You're finally willing to tell the truth. You've wanted to do something to me for a long time, but you didn't have the chance. It wasn't easy to wait for the opportunity on the mountain, but my luck was too good, and you didn't succeed. So, you ambushed me on the way to the East County, ready to kill me completely. Yuan Weiqing, you didn't expect that my luck was so good. Even if I fell from the cliff, I was fine. Although I was a little injured, I came back after recuperating for a while. Seeing me come back, Yuan Weiqing, are you disappointed? Why didn't I die? After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing was shocked. He knew that he had said too much, so he quickly waved his hand. LV Hushan, although I hate you for speaking ill of me behind my back, I'm just angry. I definitely didn't do anything. Please believe me on this. As for the sneak attack you said, it has nothing to do with me. Do you understand? LV Hushan shook his head. Yuan Weiqing, this is impossible. All of this is definitely done by you. I'm sure that my guess is definitely not wrong. Yuan Weiqing frowned. LV Hushan, I've already said that this matter is likely to be done by eighth brother and the bandit leader boss LV. Why don't you believe me? Hearing this, LV Hushan turned to look at Yuan Weiqing and asked with a sneer, Yuan Weiqing, since you said that it was done by the two of them, then let me ask you. How did they know my route of action? Don't tell me that I said it when I was drunk. Let me tell you, even if you say so, I will never believe it. I advise you to save your energy and don't talk nonsense like this. After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing was stunned. He secretly muttered in his heart, if I don't say this, then what should I say? The best way is of course to say that LV Hushan said his route of action when he was drunk. However, now it seems that he doesn't believe these words. What should I do? Yuan Weiqing frowned slightly. He kept thinking in his heart. Under what kind of situation would LV Hushan say this? However, after thinking for a long time, Yuan Weiqing suddenly realized that it seemed impossible for LV Hushan to say this matter except when he was drunk. This was because even LV Hushan himself knew that this matter was very important to him. If outsiders knew about it, it would definitely not be good for him, so he would never say it himself. Then, how would Old 8 and the bandit leader, Boss LV, know about this matter? Seeing Yuan Weiqing lowering his head and thinking hard, LV Hushan suddenly sneered, Yuan Weiqing, I advise you not to waste your energy. It's useless. Because, no matter what the situation is, I can't tell these things to others. Since I don't say it, how can others get any information from me? Only the four of us know about this matter. If I don't say it, Vice Hall Master Zhong doesn't say it, and Hall Master Shui doesn't say it, then there's only you. Yuan Weiqing, among the four of us, you know my route of action, and your martial arts are higher than mine. You have a reason to attack me. Tell me, why don't I suspect you? After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing hurriedly waved his hand. LV Hushan, you're right. In our Nanjun Tanlei sect, only the four of us know about this news. You won't say it, and I won't say it, so there are only two people left. One of them is Hall Master Shui, and the other is Vice Hall Master Zhong. Who do you think will tell this matter to others? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan shook his head. Yuan Weiqing, neither of them will tell others about this matter. Only you can tell others. I advise you to admit it quickly. No matter how you quibble, I won't believe it. Yuan Weiqing shook his head. LV Hushan, I didn't do this. Why should I admit it? What's more, it's obvious that I didn't do it. Why do you always suspect me? LV Hushan gritted his teeth. Yuan Weiqing, it's not that I suspect you. It's because you did it. You just don't want to admit it. Yuan Weiqing turned his head to look at LV Hushan. He sighed and asked slowly, LV Hushan, does eighth brother have a grudge against you? LV Hushan was stunned and then sneered, eighth brother has a grudge against me, but he doesn't know, so he won't take revenge on me. Yuan Weiqing frowned. LV Hushan, don't you have a grudge against Boss Lu? LV Hushan nodded. Boss Lu does have a grudge against me, but he doesn't know my route of action. Even if he wants to take revenge on me, he can't do anything about it. Hearing LV Hushan's answer, Yuan Weiqing sighed and said slowly, LV Hushan, both of them have a grudge against you. You don't suspect them, but you always suspect me. I really don't understand. What are you thinking? LV Hushan gritted his teeth and said, Yuan Weiqing, I've said it before. Even if they have a grudge against me, they don't know my route of action. Based on this point alone, I'm sure that it wasn't them who attacked me this time. Yuan Weiqing shook his head. LV Hushan, let me ask you. If you have a grudge against others, will you try to find out about them? I think that no matter what it is, as long as someone is willing to inquire about it, they will definitely be able to find out. Just like when you went to the East County to do this mission. Although only the 4 of us in the secret Thunder sect in the South County know about it, have you forgotten that the people you're doing the mission with might also know about it? If the head of the bandits, Boss Lu, happened to know about this and launched a sneak attack on you, do you think it's strange? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan was stunned and frowned. Yuan Weiqing, do you mean that the other party told me about my route of action? Yuan Weiqing nodded. LV Hushan, if there's no problem on our side, then there must be a problem on the other side. Maybe Boss Lu really got the news from there. Boss Lu has a deep grudge against you. How could he let go of this opportunity when he heard the news? That's why I've always thought that this matter was definitely done by Boss Lu or Old 8. It can't be wrong. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan sighed. Yuan Weiqing, even if you quibble, it's useless because what you said is impossible. Speaking of this, LV Hushan paused for a moment, but then he continued without waiting for Yuan Weiqing to answer him. Yuan Weiqing, the other party only knows that I'm going to the East County, but they don't know the specific route I'm taking. You said that Boss Lu got the news from the other party. Since the other party doesn't know, how can Boss Lu get accurate information? LV Hushan turned his head to look at Yuan Weiqing and gritted his teeth. Yuan Weiqing, are you still unwilling to admit it this time? After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing was stunned. His heart suddenly moved, and he hurriedly said, LV Hushan, I finally understand. You're right. Even the other party doesn't know your route of action. Chapter 861. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan was stunned. He frowned and asked, Yuan Weiqing, what do you mean? What do you understand? Why don't I understand? Yuan Weiqing sighed and said slowly, LV Hushan, think about it carefully. How many people in the secret Thunder sect in the South County know that you went to the East County this time? LV Hushan frowned. Of course, only the 4 of us know about it. Yuan Weiqing nodded. LV Hushan, I'm asking you, among the 4 of us, who knows your specific route? Speaking of this, Yuan Weiqing paused for a moment, but then, without waiting for LV Hushan to answer his question, he continued. LV Hushan, if I remember correctly, the route was arranged by you. The 3 of us only know that you went to the East County, but we didn't know which route you were going to take. Of course, the reason why we didn't study your route was that we felt that it was unnecessary, so we let you make your own decision. In this way, the only person who knows your route is actually you. LV Hushan, am I right? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan was taken aback. He gradually frowned and carefully recalled the situation at that time. After a while, LV Hushan finally realized that Yuan Weiqing was right. He did not arrange any route when he went to the East County. As for how he went, it was his own choice. Thinking of this, LV Hushan frowned even more. If this was the case, then, didn't it mean that no one knew his route? Yuan Weiqing saw that LV Hushan was silent, so he sighed and said slowly, LV Hushan, do you understand now? No one knows your route, only you know it. In this case, if I want to sneak attack you, but I don't know your route, how can I sneak attack you? Hearing this, LV Hushan frowned and suddenly sneered, Yuan Weiqing, I didn't expect that you could even find out about the route that only I know. You're really amazing. Speaking of this, LV Hushan paused for a moment, but then, without waiting for Yuan Weiqing to answer his question, he snorted and continued. Yuan Weiqing, I really can't figure out how you did it. I think you should tell me yourself and let me know what the problem is. Yuan Weiqing shook his head. LV Hushan, I have already said that this matter has nothing to do with me. Why do you always think I did it? LV Hushan gritted his teeth and said, Yuan Weiqing, because you hate me the most, and you even attacked me. How can I not suspect you? Yuan Weiqing sighed and asked slowly, LV Hushan, if that's the case, then tell me, how did I know your route? Me? LV Hushan was stunned for a moment, then he sneered, Yuan Weiqing, how would I know? Why don't you tell me? Yuan Weiqing shook his head and said with a wry smile, I don't know. Why don't you tell me? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, a cold light suddenly flashed in LV Hushan's eyes. He took a step forward and grabbed Yuan Weiqing, shouting in a low voice, Yuan Weiqing, I advise you to be honest and quickly tell me your secret. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Yuan Weiqing tried to take a step back. LV Hushan, how do I know? This is your secret. How do I know who you will tell it to? LV Hushan stared at Yuan Weiqing fiercely, gritting his teeth and saying, Yuan Weiqing, I tell you, you are the only one I have told my secret to. So, you are the one who harmed me. On the way to the East County, you were the one who sneak attacked me. Yuan Weiqing shook his head. LV Hushan, it's useless to imagine. I just want to ask you, if you say that I sneak attacked you, but I don't know your route, then how do I know your route? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan gritted his teeth. Yuan Weiqing, you must have tested me when I was drunk and knew my route, right? Hearing LV Hushan's answer, Yuan Weiqing laughed in his heart and shook his head. LV Hushan, didn't you just say that even if you were drunk, you would never tell this secret? So, it's impossible for me to know this when you were drunk. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan was stunned. Only then did he remember that he had indeed said this. He could not help but frown. When he said this, he did not want Yuan Weiqing to ask about his eighth brother. But now, he was the one who asked him this question. LV Hushan waved his hand. Yuan Weiqing, no, you must have asked me these questions when I was drunk. That's why you know my route. That's absolutely right. Yuan Weiqing shook his head. LV Hushan, you said it yourself. Even if you were drunk, you knew very well that this matter was very important and you would never tell anyone. Why did you change your mind now? LV Hushan shook his head. Yuan Weiqing, that was just then. Now is now. When I said this, I said that I would not tell this secret to eighth brother because the one who was killed in Black Mountain was eighth brother's brother, sixth brother. So, in any case, I could not tell this secret to eighth brother when I was drunk. Speaking of this, LV Hushan turned his head to look at Yuan Weiqing and said with a sneer, Yuan Weiqing, but you are different. Even if I was drunk, I would never guard against you. So, it must be you who asked this matter when I was drunk. There is absolutely no mistake. After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing frowned. LV Hushan, you mean that when you were drunk, you would not tell this matter to eighth brother, but you could tell this matter to me, right? LV Hushan hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said with a sneer, yes, I would tell this secret to you, but I would never tell eighth brother because his brother, sixth brother, had an accident on Black Mountain. If he knew, wouldn't it be terrible? So, I would never tell him this matter. After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing frowned. LV Hushan, but just now you said that the bees on Green Mountain were attracted by my medicine. Since I have already done this, then why do you believe me and not eighth brother? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan sneered. Yuan Weiqing, it's because you're smarter than eighth brother. Otherwise, how could I be fooled by you so many times without knowing it? Yuan Weiqing shook his head. LV Hushan, you are wrong. I am not as smart as eighth brother. You see, this matter was obviously done by him, but you do not suspect him, but only me who did not do it. Tell me, is it because eighth brother is smarter than me? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan gritted his teeth. Yuan Weiqing, this is not because eighth brother is smarter than you, but because you have gone too far. You have tried to kill me time and time again. If it were not for my good luck, I am afraid I would have been killed by you. How could I still be standing here talking to you? After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing waved his hand. LV Hushan, to be honest, your martial arts are not as good as mine. If I really had such a great hatred for you and wanted to kill you, do you think you can still stand here and talk to me? LV Hushan sneered. Yuan Weiqing, the reason why I can still stand here and talk to you is not because of you, but because my luck is too good. That is why I can hold on until now. Let me tell you, I will never forget the things you have done to me. That is why I fed you the wild bear's feces to let you taste the pain. When he heard this, Yuan Weiqing felt a little nauseous and hurriedly waved his hand. LV Hushan, don't talk about that thing anymore. It is really disgusting. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan suddenly sneered. Yuan Weiqing, you feel disgusted now, but when you were eating it, I saw that you were very happy. Yuan Weiqing gritted his teeth. LV Hushan, I didn't know at that time, so I was deceived by you. LV Hushan shook his head. Yuan Weiqing, But when you found out later, why did you still eat it so happily? Yuan Weiqing sighed. LV Hushan, to be honest, I wanted you to take the initiative to admit it, so as to avoid hurting the friendship between the two of us. That is why I accompanied you to eat that kind of thing. LV Hushan frowned. Yuan Weiqing, since you think so, I will not say anything else. You are the one who tried to kill me, right? Speaking of this, LV Hushan's tone paused for a moment, but then, without waiting for Yuan Weiqing to answer his words, he continued to speak. Yuan Weiqing, I promise you that even if you admit it, I will not pursue it. Because, since you don't want to hurt our friendship, I don't want to hurt our friendship either. So, even if you admit it, it doesn't matter. Just let me know, okay? After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing hurriedly waved his hand and said with a wry smile, LV Hushan, I have already said that I really didn't do those things you said. If I did, I would have admitted it long ago. How could I not say it until now? Hearing Yuan Weiqing's answer, LV Hushan suddenly reached out and grabbed Yuan Weiqing. Yuan Weiqing, why don't you say it? Do you really want me to use tricks on you? Yuan Weiqing hurriedly waved his hand. LV Hushan, let go of me. Let's talk about it. If I did it, I will admit it. But if I didn't do it, why should I admit it? Yuan Weiqing took a step back and said hurriedly, LV Hushan, think about it. I have made it very clear just now. Only you know your route. I don't know it. The people who drank with you that day were Old Eight and the others, not me. The most important thing is that after you drank the night before, you set off the next day. LV Hushan, think about it carefully. I didn't get close to you that night. How could I know your route? Speaking of this, Yuan Weiqing paused for a moment, but then, without waiting for LV Hushan to answer his question, he continued. LV Hushan, don't always doubt me. Think about it carefully. Is what I said reasonable? After our meeting, you started drinking with eighth brother not long after. I heard that you drank until midnight before you went back to your place. Then, when you woke up, you set off for the East County. Think about it carefully. During this process, did I have time to get close to you? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan was stunned. He gradually frowned and thought carefully about what happened that night. After a while, LV Hushan's frown deepened. He suddenly found that Yuan Weiqing was indeed not with him that night. After the meeting that day, it didn't take long for Old Eight to invite him to drink with a few people. LV Hushan remembered very clearly that he didn't want to go that day because he wanted to go back to prepare for his departure the next day. However, Old Eight didn't agree, so LV Hushan had no choice but to attend Old Eight's banquet. In the end, the two of them got along well and drank until late at night. As for the specific time, LV Hushan didn't know because he was sent back home that night. He was already drunk, so how could he know the time? Yuan Weiqing was right. I wasn't with him that night, but I was drinking with Old Eight. The problem was, since I wasn't with Yuan Weiqing, how did he know my route? Now, LV Hushan had completely thought it through. He was the only one who knew about his course of action. Even the other three people in the meeting didn't study his course of action. Since others didn't know, did I really reveal it? However, the biggest suspect, Yuan Weiqing, didn't have contact with me that night, and Old Eight, who was drinking with me, had a grudge against me because of his brother, Old Six. Could it be that Old Eight really took the opportunity to inquire about this news, and then after knowing my route, he began to retaliate? Thinking of this, LV Hushan suddenly found that Yuan Weiqing, who he had always suspected, didn't seem to be a suspect at all. Because Yuan Weiqing didn't know my route, he naturally couldn't sneak an attack on me. Did I really misunderstand Yuan Weiqing? In fact, he didn't do this thing. Logically speaking, he had been drinking with eighth brother that night. They had been drinking until very late. The next day, he had set off for the East County. The only person who could inquire about my route should be Old Eight. Yuan Weiqing didn't contact me, so he naturally couldn't inquire about the news. Could it be that eighth brother was the one behind this? Because he had harmed sixth brother on the Black Mountain, eighth brother held a grudge against him. Then, eighth brother found out about his route and ambushed him on the way. Chapter 862. Yuan Weiqing saw that LV Hushan lowered his head and didn't speak. He sighed and said slowly, LV Hushan, I really didn't do this. Please believe me. It has nothing to do with me. LV Hushan frowned. All the evidence of this matter showed that it had nothing to do with Yuan Weiqing. However, he always felt that although the evidence didn't point to Yuan Weiqing, it should be Yuan Weiqing who did it. Old 8 might hate him after knowing about this, but he knew too well what kind of person Old 8 was. Since he knew that Old 8 was Old 6's younger brother, he had been observing Old 8. As a result, he found that Old 8 was just a reckless person, so he didn't take it to heart. On the contrary, Yuan Weiqing was cunning. No matter how he thought about it, this matter should be done by Yuan Weiqing. However, why was there no evidence to prove that Yuan Weiqing did it? No, there was also the testimony of Yuan Weiqing's cousin, which could prove that Yuan Weiqing did it. Thinking of this, LV Hushan looked up at Yuan Weiqing and sighed. Yuan Weiqing, maybe what you said makes sense, but why don't I believe it? After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing couldn't help but frown. LV Hushan, why don't you believe me? I've already said that I didn't do this. You also said that after you finished the meeting, you only came into contact with 8th brother. No one else could have known your route. How could they have ambushed you on your way back? I think you are too suspicious. How could I do this? What reason do I have to do it? Even if I had a reason to do it, I didn't have the time to do it. LV Hushan, don't think about it anymore. This matter really has nothing to do with me. You are too suspicious. LV Hushan frowned tightly. He thought quickly in his heart. Where is the problem? Why is there no evidence to prove that this matter was done by Yuan Weiqing? No, when I came out, I felt that the evidence was almost there. Why did I seem to be in the wrong after his quibbling? Was I really wrong? Seeing that LV Hushan still didn't believe him, Yuan Weiqing frowned and said with a sneer, LV Hushan, since you don't believe me, let me ask you. After the meeting that day, you really only contacted 8th brother, right? Hearing Yuan Weiqing's question, LV Hushan hesitated for a moment before nodding. Yes, I'm indeed only with Old 8 and the others. Yuan Weiqing sighed, LV Hushan, let me ask you, did I lie under your window and eavesdrop? Hearing this, LV Hushan's eyes suddenly lit up. He grabbed Yuan Weiqing and said with a sneer, Yuan Weiqing, I understand. I finally understand. Although I wasn't with you that day, you could have eavesdropped. LV Hushan paused for a moment before he continued without waiting for Yuan Weigo's reply. Yuan Weiqing, all you need to do is to hide under the window of our house and eavesdrop on our conversation. I think that maybe I really told someone about it that night, and you happened to hear it. As a result, you ambushed me on my way to the East County the next day and prepared to attack me. Yuan Weiqing, I'm right. I finally found the reason. After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing blinked. He didn't understand. He just wanted to prove that he was innocent, but LV Hushan happened to have something on him. Seeing that Yuan Weiqing didn't answer his question immediately, LV Hushan sneered, Yuan Weiqing, this time you have nothing to say. That's what happened. You eavesdropped on our conversation and then secretly attacked me. You are really cruel. Yuan Weiqing hurriedly waved his hand and said with a wry smile, LV Hushan, what are you talking about? Why don't I understand? You said that I was eavesdropping under your window. Let me ask you, do you have any evidence to prove this? Evidence? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan was stunned and then sneered, Yuan Weiqing, you attacked me the next day. This is the best evidence. Don't you want to admit it? Yuan Weiqing frowned. LV Hushan, what kind of evidence is this? It's just your side of the story. I've already said that I wasn't the one who attacked you. Why don't you believe me? LV Hushan shook his head. Yuan Weiqing, when I was drinking with 8th brother that night, you were hiding outside my window. Maybe I told you my plan when I was drunk and you heard it. That's the truth. Don't you want to admit it? LV Hushan shook his head. After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing shook his head. LV Hushan, have you ever thought that you were drinking with Old 8 at that time? Even if I was hiding outside the window, after you said this, Old 8 would have heard it. Speaking of this, Yuan Weiqing's tone paused, but then, without waiting for LV Hushan to answer his words, he continued. LV Hushan, since old 8 can also hear it, why do you only suspect me and not old 8? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan sneered and shook his head. Yuan Weiqing, I just said that old 8 is not as cunning as you. Even if he wanted to do it, he would never be able to do it. Yuan Weiqing waved his hand. LV Hushan, maybe old 8 can't do this, but don't forget that there is still a bandit leader, Boss Lu. The bandit leader, Boss Lu, has been running the mountain for many years. I believe you shouldn't doubt his experience, right? If the two of them join forces, they can definitely do this. Do you believe it? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan shook his head. Yuan Weiqing, I don't believe it. The two of them don't know each other. How can they join forces? Yuan Weiqing shook his head. LV Hushan, the two of us didn't know each other before, but now we know each other. It's not a complicated matter to get to know someone, so we don't need to consider this point. We only need to consider if old 8 and the bandit leader, Boss Lu, can we do it? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan frowned. Maybe, but I'm sure that this is not done by the two of them. It must be you. Yuan Weiqing shook his head. LV Hushan, I already said that I didn't do it. Why don't you believe me? LV Hushan shook his head. Yuan Weiqing, you are wrong. You did this. You hid under the window. After eavesdropping on this news, you immediately began to implement your plan. It can't be wrong. Yuan Weiqing shook his head. LV Hushan, first of all, let me tell you. I, Yuan Weiqing, will never hide under your window. In addition, you said that it is impossible for old 8 to do this. Then tell me, why can't old 8 do this, but only I can do it? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan suddenly sneered. Yuan Weiqing, because this is not the first time you have done this kind of thing, and old 8 has never done it. Why should I doubt him? Yuan Weiqing frowned and said slowly. LV Hushan, since you don't believe me, then let me ask you. Even if I hid under your window that night, how could I know your route? Speaking of this, Yuan Weiqing's tone paused, but then, without waiting for LV Hushan to answer his question, he continued. LV Hushan, don't tell me. LV Hushan, don't tell me. LV Hushan, you will only tell me if I ask you. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan shook his head. Yuan Weiqing, of course you are not that stupid. You don't have to do anything. You just have to sit under the window obediently. You will know what you want to know in the end. After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing was stunned for a moment, then asked with a wry smile. LV Hushan, if you don't say it, I can't ask you. How can I guarantee that you will say it? Speaking of this, Yuan Weiqing's tone paused for a moment, but then, without waiting for LV Hushan to answer his question, he continued. LV Hushan, if you don't say it, then wouldn't I wait in vain? I won't get any news. Am I such a stupid person? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan was stunned, then he sneered and waved his hand. Yuan Weiqing, you don't have to ask because old 8 will ask clearly for you. You just have to listen under the window. After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing nodded. LV Hushan, even if you're right, it was old 8 who asked about your route, so I heard it from outside the window. Is that what you're trying to say? LV Hushan nodded. Yes, you see, this is so convenient. You don't even have to ask and you know my route of action. Speaking of this, LV Hushan's tone paused for a moment, but then, without waiting for Yuan Weiqing to answer his question, he sneered and continued. Yuan Weiqing, after you know my route of action, you can implement your plan, right? After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing sighed and asked slowly. LV Hushan, since this is the case, then let me ask you, why did old 8 ask you this? Speaking of this, Yuan Weiqing's tone paused for a moment, but then, without waiting for LV Hushan to answer his question, he continued. LV Hushan, think about it carefully. What is old 8's intention for asking you this? I think if it's just drinking, everyone can just casually talk about happy things. Why did he ask about your route of action? The most important thing is that you don't remember this at all. This means that old 8 asked about it when you were drunk. Think about it carefully. Why did he ask these questions when you were drunk? LV Hushan, this is the key to the problem. Don't you understand? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan was stunned. Gradually, his face became ugly. Yuan Weiqing is right. If my guess is true, why did old 8 ask these questions? LV Hushan doesn't remember saying these words, which means that Yuan Weiqing is right. I did say it when I was drunk. However, why did old 8 ask these questions when I was drunk? Is it really like what Yuan Weiqing said? Does old 8 have other intentions? Does old 8 know what happened on the Black Mountain? Does he know that his brother, old 6, was killed by the monster on the Black Mountain because of me? If old 8 knows what happened on the Black Mountain, then all of this has a reasonable explanation. The reason why old 8 asked about my route of action when I was drunk was to take revenge, but he didn't want me to know about it, so he asked about it when I was drunk. Is this the truth of the matter? Yuan Weiqing saw that LV Hushan lowered his head and didn't speak. He couldn't help but sigh and said slowly, LV Hushan, now you are clear. If old 8 doesn't know what happened on the Black Mountain, how could he ask about your route of action? Moreover, he asked about it when you were drunk. LV Hushan, don't lie to yourself anymore. Old 8's intention is very clear. He just doesn't want you to know that he has inquired about this matter, so he asked when you were drunk. Because old 8 also knows that when you are drunk, you can't remember anything. No matter what you said, you won't know. So, I am sure that all of this was done by old 8. Because all of this evidence shows that old 8 must have something to do with this matter. LV Hushan, don't you think so? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan frowned and asked slowly, Yuan Weiqing, you mean that old 8 knows what happened on the Black Mountain, and also knows how his brother was killed, right? Yuan Weiqing nodded. Of course, if old 8 doesn't know what happened on the Black Mountain, then why did he ask about your route of action? LV Hushan shook his head. Yuan Weiqing, if old 8 asked this inadvertently, then this matter can also not be done by him. Don't you think so? After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing shook his head. LV Hushan, you are wrong. How can this kind of thing be asked inadvertently? I am sure that if old 8 asked, it must have been premeditated. It is absolutely impossible for him to ask inadvertently. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan suddenly sneered. Yuan Weiqing, you've said so much, but you're always suspecting old 8. Let me ask you, if old 8 didn't ask about these things, can it prove that he didn't do it? Hearing this, Yuan Weiqing frowned and sighed. He said slowly, LV Hushan, if old 8 didn't ask this question, even if I hid under your window, then how would I know your route of action? What? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan was dumbfounded. After a while, he reacted and sneered. Chapter 863. LV Hushan sneered and said, Yuan Weiqing, you are cunning. Of course, you have a way to know my route. After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing frowned and asked with a bitter smile, LV Hushan, we just said that I was hiding under the window while you were drinking with old 8 and the others in the room. However, if you didn't talk about this in the room, even if I was hiding there, I wouldn't have known. LV Hushan, why are you still doubting me when things have reached this point? Well, since you said that I have a way, then I want to hear how I knew your route. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan frowned and thought quickly in his heart. How did Yuan Weiqing know my route? The person who ambushed him must be Yuan Weiqing, there was no doubt about it. But the problem was, since Yuan Weiqing didn't know his route, how could he seize the initiative so that he couldn't hide and couldn't hide? How did he do it? LV Hushan raised his head and looked at Yuan Weiqing. His eyes were full of doubts. Yuan Weiqing, can you tell me how you knew my route? I am really curious. In this situation, you can still know my route. You are really amazing. After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing was stunned. Then, he waved his hand and said, LV Hushan, what are you talking about? How could I know your route? After the 4 of us had a meeting, you immediately went to drink with old 8. You weren't with me. How could I know that? LV Hushan, don't doubt me anymore. I really didn't do this. If I guessed correctly, it must be old 8 or the bandit leader, Boss Lu. In short, it must be the 2 of them. LV Hushan stared at Yuan Weiqing. Yuan Weiqing, then let me ask you. How did the bandit leader, Boss Lu, know my route? Yuan Weiqing hurriedly waved his hand and said with a bitter smile, LV Hushan, I haven't seen the bandit leader, Boss Lu. How can I know? Speaking of this, Yuan Weiqing's tone paused, but then, without waiting for LV Hushan to answer his question, he continued. Although I've never met the bandit leader, Boss Lu, I'm guessing that eighth brother must have told him. Think about it. The person who drank with you was eighth brother. It can be said that only eighth brother knows your route. If it wasn't him, who else could it be? Don't you think so? And you? LV Hushan fiercely glared at Yuan Weiqing and said with a sneer, Yuan Weiqing, if old eight knows my route, then you, who is hiding under the window, should also know. If this wasn't done by eighth brother, then maybe it was done by you. Or maybe it wasn't convenient for you to do it, so you told the bandit leader, Boss Lu, and let him ambush me, right? Yuan Weiqing frowned. LV Hushan, I'm really suspicious. Eighth brother is sitting opposite you. Why don't you suspect him? Why do you suspect an outsider like me? Also, let me tell you, when I said that I was hiding under the window, I just wanted to say that even if I was hiding under the window, I definitely wouldn't know your route. Of course, in fact, I wasn't hiding under the window. This is just your imagination. Do you understand? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan shook his head. Yuan Weiqing, no, this matter must be done by you. Eighth brother didn't ask me about this matter. Yuan Weiqing sighed. LV Hushan, eighth brother, and you have such a deep hatred. You don't suspect him, but you always suspect me. I really don't understand. What are you thinking? LV Hushan shook his head and said with a sneer, Yuan Weiqing, do you know why I don't suspect eighth brother? Yuan Weiqing shook his head and said with a wry smile, how would I know? I just feel strange. You drank with eighth brother. Even if your route is known, only he can know this news. Why do you always suspect me? LV Hushan turned his head to look at Yuan Weiqing and sneered. Yuan Weiqing, do you know that when we were drinking that night, I kept looking at eighth brother? You should also know that eighth brother's alcohol tolerance is not very good. I remember very clearly that eighth brother drank faster than me, so he was the first to drink faster than me. Speaking of this, LV Hushan's tone paused, but then, without waiting for Yuan Weiqing to answer his words, he sneered and continued. Yuan Weiqing, let me ask you. Since he was drunk before me, how could he have time to inquire about my route? At that time, after he was drunk, he was lying on the opposite side of the table, snoring loudly. Tell me, under such circumstances, how did he manage to find out my movements? Don't tell me that eighth brother inquired about my news in his dream. After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing was stunned and asked tentatively, LV Hushan, you mean eighth brother drank too much that day? LV Hushan nodded. Yes, Yuan Weiqing, are you disappointed? Let me tell you, eighth brother was lying opposite me. I saw it clearly. It is absolutely not wrong. Hearing this, Yuan Weiqing's brows furrowed. Since eighth brother was drunk, he naturally had no way to inquire about this news. However, he had to know this news. Otherwise, how could he explain it? Yuan Weiqing frowned and lowered his head to think carefully. How could eighth brother know this news when he was drunk? However, after thinking for a long time, Yuan Weiqing couldn't think of any reason. No matter who it was, as long as they drank too much, the first thing they would do would be to sleep. The second thing would be to feel uncomfortable. No matter what the reason was, they wouldn't have time to inquire about other people's secrets. LV Hushan saw eighth brother sleeping opposite him. This meant that, at least in a short period of time, eighth brother couldn't inquire about the news. What should I do? Eighth brother drank too much. How could he inquire about the news? LV Hushan saw that Yuan Weiqing's forehead was gradually oozing cold sweat. He sighed and said slowly, Yuan Weiqing, now you understand why I don't suspect eighth brother, right? We are all people who drink. Naturally, we know that after drinking too much, there is no way to inquire about other people's news. In this case, eighth brother definitely has no way to inquire about my news. Then let me ask you. How did he know my route of action? Speaking of this, LV Hushan's tone paused, but then, without waiting for Yuan Weiqing to answer his question, he continued to speak. Yuan Weiqing, it can't be helped. I advise you not to think about it because no matter what you think, eighth brother is drunk and sleeping there. Since he is drunk and can't speak, how could he inquire about the news? In this case, if you still want to quibble, I, Yuan Weiqing, will really look down on you. Do you understand? After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing frowned and asked slowly, LV Hushan, I suddenly thought of a problem. Maybe it can explain what you just said. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan sneered, Yuan Weiqing, I want to hear what excuses you have to defend yourself in this situation. Yuan Weiqing shook his head and asked with a wry smile, LV Hushan, when you were drinking, you made eighth brother drink too much, and then he fell asleep on the table. That's why he didn't know your route, right? LV Hushan nodded, yes, unless you can inquire about my news when you are drunk or when you are asleep. Otherwise, it is impossible. Yuan Weiqing waved his hand, LV Hushan, you are wrong. There is another possibility. That is, before he drank too much, he had already inquired about the news. After he knew the news, no matter how much he drank and how fast he got drunk, I am afraid it would be useless. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan frowned, Yuan Weiqing, you mean, he inquired about my route of action before he drank too much, right? Yuan Weiqing sighed and said slowly, LV Hushan, if you had already said it in advance, he already knew. Even if he drank too much and fell asleep, what could he do? He still knew. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan suddenly sneered and gave Yuan Weiqing a thumbs up. Yuan Weiqing, you are really amazing. In this situation, you can still quibble and say it reasonably as if it is true. I really admire you. After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing hurriedly waved his hand, LV Hushan, don't misunderstand. I am just telling the truth. If he had inquired about the news from you before he drank too much, no matter how much he drank, it would not have affected the result. Don't you think so? LV Hushan shook his head and suddenly sneered, Yuan Weiqing, but you still guessed wrong because old 8 did not inquire about it before he drank too much. After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing frowned, LV Hushan, why is that? LV Hushan gritted his teeth and said, Yuan Weiqing, this is because I didn't drink too much until he was drunk. Do you understand? Speaking of this, LV Hushan's tone paused, but then he continued without waiting for Yuan Weiqing to answer his words. Yuan Weiqing, to be honest, I was actually worried about this problem, so when old 8 was sober, I did not dare to drink too much and kept myself sober. So I am sure that before he fell asleep, I absolutely did not tell him about this matter. And I am also sure that from the time old 8 drank until he fell asleep, he never asked me about the route of action. Yuan Weiqing, I want to ask, how are you going to explain this matter? After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing was stunned and asked doubtfully, LV Hushan, it's impossible. How could old 8 not ask a single word? LV Hushan shook his head, Yuan Weiqing, this is the truth. Old 8 did not ask a single word because I have been on guard against him, so I remember it very clearly. There is absolutely no mistake. Speaking of this, LV Hushan paused, turned to look at Yuan Weiqing, and sneered, Yuan Weiqing, now, what do you have to say? After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing's face could not help but change, and he asked, LV Hushan, are you sure that you did not tell him your route of action before this? LV Hushan nodded, of course, since I knew that old 8 was old 6's younger brother, I was naturally on guard against him. How could I say this kind of thing in front of him? Yuan Weiqing frowned, LV Hushan, don't lie. What we are looking for now is the truth of the matter. It is not the time to pursue responsibility, do you understand? LV Hushan shook his head and sneered, Yuan Weiqing, do I still need you to say it? Do you think I don't remember whether I said it or not? Yuan Weiqing gritted his teeth and asked, LV Hushan, are you sure that you did not drink too much before old 8 fell asleep? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan shook his head, Yuan Weiqing, I have already said that old 8's alcohol tolerance is not good. Even if the two of us drank the same amount, he would be the one who got drunk. I would be fine. So I am sure that before he got drunk, I definitely did not drink too much. Speaking of this, LV Hushan's tone paused, but then, without waiting for Yuan Weiqing to answer his words, he continued. Yuan Weiqing, this time you have nothing to say. Since it is impossible for old 8 to know my route of action, then he naturally would not do this. Now, only you can do this. You should hurry up and admit it. Don't waste any more time. After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing shook his head, but he was thinking quickly in his heart. How to solve this problem? LV Hushan saw that Yuan Weiqing lowered his head and did not speak. He sighed and said slowly, Yuan Weiqing, do you know that your cousin was the same as you at first? He refused to say anything and even wanted to push this matter to others. However, after I used some tricks, he immediately obediently told me everything. Yuan Weiqing, are you the same as your cousin? Do you want me to use some tricks before you are willing to tell the truth? Yuan Weiqing was shocked. He hurriedly took a step back and waved his hand. LV Hushan, how can this be? You have no evidence to prove that I did it, but you want to use tricks on me. Aren't you afraid that you are wrong? LV Hushan sneered. Yuan Weiqing, it can't be wrong. It must be you and your cousin who did it. Now, what else do you have to quibble about? After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing gradually exuded a cold sweat and hurriedly said, LV Hushan, even if old 8 drank too much, he still has a way to know your route of action. What? LV Hushan stared at Yuan Weiqing fiercely. Yuan Weiqing, you really surprised me. Then tell me, old 8 drank too much and was already sleeping. How can he get information from me? Chapter 864. When LV Hushan said this, he paused for a moment. However, he did not wait for Yuan Wei's reply. Instead, he sneered and continued to speak. Yuan Weiqing, if you can't say it, don't blame me for using tricks on you. I'm running out of patience, do you understand? After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing was startled and hurriedly waved his hand. LV Hushan, how can this be? This matter was obviously not done by me, yet you still want to use tricks on me. How can this be justified? LV Hushan shook his head. Yuan Weiqing, I've already said that I've already lost my patience with your constant quibbling. If you continue to spout nonsense, don't blame me for immediately resorting to my means. After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing gritted his teeth and suddenly said, LV Hushan, I'm right. Even if old 8 is drunk, he has a way to know your route. LV Hushan nodded and said with a sneer, Yuan Weiqing, okay, then tell me quickly. How did he know? I'm a little anxious from waiting. Yuan Weiqing was so anxious that his forehead was covered in cold sweat. Suddenly, his heart moved and he suddenly thought of a way. He hurriedly raised his head to look at LV Hushan and said with a sneer, LV Hushan, I remember you once said that when you were drinking, there should be others besides you and old 8, right? LV Hushan nodded. Yes, there were 3 of them, but so what? Yuan Weiqing shook his head and said with a wry smile, LV Hushan, this is very serious because your route was found out by them. Do you understand? What? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan was taken aback. Yuan Weiqing, what did you say? They found out the route of the operation? Yuan Weiqing nodded. Yes, the reason why old 8 brought them to drink is actually to let them find out your route. Speaking of this, Yuan Weiqing paused for a moment, but then he continued without waiting for LV Hushan to answer his words. LV Hushan, you know that 8th brother has something to do with the Black Mountain, so you've always been wary of him. However, have you ever thought that 8th brother actually knows that you have something to do with what happened on the Black Mountain? It's just that he never mentioned it, so you always thought that he didn't know what happened on the Black Mountain. However, 8th brother knows. He knows everything that happened on the Black Mountain. He also knows that his brother was killed by the monsters on the Black Mountain because of you. It was also because of this that old 8 had been thinking of ways to take revenge. However, if you stay in the secret Thunder sect in the South County, he won't be able to take revenge. Therefore, he will only have a chance when you leave the secret Thunder sect in the South County. When you left the secret Thunder sect in the South County to go to the East County, that was the best opportunity. How could he let it go? So, after our meeting, he immediately brought his friends over to invite you for a drink. In order not to arouse your suspicions, he had a drinking contest with you at the beginning. Then, he really drank too much and went to sleep. Old 8 knows very well that as long as he sleeps, you will let down your guard. And his friends played an important role at this time. When Old 8 fell asleep, his friends began to drink with you. When you drank too much, they took the opportunity to inquire about your route of action. Then, when they returned, his friend told Old 8 your route of action. That way, Old 8 knew your route of action, and then ambushed you on the road you had to pass. Speaking of this, Yuan Weiqing turned his head to look at LV Hushan. He sighed and said slowly, LV Hushan, no matter how hard you try to hide, you won't be able to hide. Do you understand? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan gradually frowned. He suddenly realized that if Yuan Weiqing's words were true, Old 8 really had a way to know his route of action. Only those few people were Old 8's friends, and they were the kind of friends that could be trusted. Naturally, they could do this kind of thing for him. However, he didn't know. He thought that Old 8 had drunk too much and fallen asleep, so everything didn't matter anymore. LV Hushan remembered very clearly that after Old 8 drank too much that day, he drank without worry. Yes, he did drink a lot that day. In the end, he had to be carried back by them. Since he drank so much, Old 8's friends did have the opportunity to inquire about his news. If this is true, doesn't it mean that the person who ambushed me on the way to the East County was not Yuan Weiqing, but Old 8? Is this really the case? Did I really misunderstand Yuan Weiqing? Thinking of this, LV Hushan's forehead gradually exuded cold sweat. If this statement is true, doesn't it mean that even if I go back, Old 8 will find a way to retaliate against me? The danger is still around, and it hasn't been eliminated. LV Hushan secretly rejoiced in his heart. Fortunately, he knew it early. Otherwise, he really didn't know that Old 8 was the one who ambushed him. Thinking of this, LV Hushan thought of various things in the past. The more he thought about it, the more suspicious Old 8 was. In the end, he could almost be sure that this matter was indeed done by Old 8 and not Yuan Weiqing. LV Hushan frowned. Although this was the case, why did he still feel that something was wrong? Could it be that Yuan Weiqing was lying to me? However, what Yuan Weiqing said was very reasonable. It didn't seem like he was lying to me. What the hell is going on? LV Hushan felt a headache because he felt that his thoughts fell into a dilemma. Who was the one who did this? From the evidence on the surface, it must be done by Old 8. However, in LV Hushan's heart, he always believed that Yuan Weiqing did it. There was another reason why LV Hushan believed that Yuan Weiqing was the culprit. That was what Yuan Weiqing's cousin said. This matter was done by him and Yuan Weiqing. What the hell is going on? Thinking of this, LV Hushan secretly regretted. Why didn't he ask Yuan Weiqing's cousin clearly? How did they know his route of action? If he asked clearly about this matter, wouldn't all the problems be solved? Yuan Weiqing saw LV Hushan lowering his head and didn't speak. He knew that LV Hushan believed his words, but he certainly didn't believe it completely. He sighed and said slowly, LV Hushan, I've already said it so clearly. Why don't you believe me? You should know very well that I haven't seen you since we had the meeting. Even if I wanted to sneak attack you, I don't know your route of action. Among all the people in the secret thunder sect in the South County, only Old 8 and his friend drank with you that night, so only they might know your route of action. LV Hushan, the matter is already so clear. Why do you still doubt me? Speaking of this, Yuan Weiqing paused for a moment, but then, he continued without waiting for LV Hushan to answer him. LV Hushan, you have to think carefully. This is not a small matter. If you always think that I did it, but it was actually Old 8 who did it, even if you attacked me, the danger is still around you, and you still haven't resolved it. Don't you understand? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan frowned and suddenly sneered, Yuan Weiqing, since you said that it was Old 8 who did it, and you also said that my route of action was found out by his friend for him, then why didn't you say so? Well, let me ask you, between Old 8 and I, who has a higher position in the secret thunder sect? Hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing frowned, LV Hushan, you're the protector of the secret thunder sect in the South County. Of course, your position is higher. LV Hushan nodded. Yuan Weiqing, since you know this, I think Old Eight's friends should also know. Do you think that they will offend me and help Old Eight? Don't forget, if I find out about this, they will definitely not have a good ending. Yuan Weiqing, I think even you won't do this, right? After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing was stunned for a moment and then waved his hand. LV Hushan, how can you say that? They are Old Eight's friends, so of course, they will do things for him. How can they be afraid just because you are the protector of the secret Thunder sect in the South County? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan shook his head. No, I think no one is willing to offend their boss. So, I think your idea is wrong. They definitely don't dare to offend me and help Old Eight. So, I think that this matter was not done by Old Eight, but by you. After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing was shocked and hurriedly waved his hand. LV Hushan, how is this possible? I don't know your route of action. Even if I wanted to sneak attack you, I can't do it, right? LV Hushan shook his head. No, you can do it. Maybe Old Eight's friends really asked me about this matter, and I told them. However, you are hiding under the window, so you can naturally hear us. So, other than Old Eight and his friends, you also know about this matter. Yuan Weiqing, since you know my route of action, you can easily sneak attack me, right? After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing was shocked. LV Hushan, I have already said it so clearly. Why don't you understand? Moreover, I have already told you about the matter under the window. That is just a hypothesis. In fact, how can I hide under the window? This is unrealistic. LV Hushan turned his head to look at Yuan Weiqing and sneered. Yuan Weiqing, why is it impossible? In order to take revenge on me, you will even hide in the toilet, not to mention under the window, right? Hearing this, Yuan Weiqing frowned. LV Hushan, do I hate you that much? LV Hushan nodded without hesitation. Yes, you do hate me. You hate me so much that you want to get rid of me. Isn't that enough? Yuan Weiqing shook his head and said with a wry smile, LV Hushan, I have already said that I really didn't do this. How can I say it so that you will believe me? LV Hushan sneered and shook his head. Yuan Weiqing, to tell you the truth, I won't believe you no matter what you say because you did it. No matter how you quibble, you can't change my mind. After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing looked at LV Hushan blankly. After a while, he sighed and said with a wry smile, LV Hushan, since you have already said so, I have nothing to say. What you want to think is your business. If you think I did it, then I will take it as I did it. I will not argue anymore. Speaking of this, Yuan Weiqing's tone paused for a moment, but then, he continued without waiting for LV Hushan to answer his words. However, LV Hushan, you have to remember that even if you seek revenge on me, the danger has not been eliminated. It is still around you because I didn't do this. It is someone else. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan hesitated because he knew that Yuan Weiqing was right. If Yuan Weiqing really didn't do this, even if he got rid of Yuan Weiqing, the person who really attacked him was still there. The most important thing was that this person would absolutely not only do it once. There would be a second and third time. What worried LV Hushan the most was that the person who attacked him had a higher martial arts level than him. It was really not a safe thing to be targeted by such a person who had a higher martial arts level than him. Thinking of this, LV Hushan couldn't help but frown. He turned to look at Yuan Weiqing and asked with a sneer, Yuan Weiqing, you said that you didn't do it. Well, I will give you a chance. Tell me, what evidence do you have to prove that you didn't do it? After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing was secretly happy. He knew that his provocation was successful. LV Hushan, you want me to prove that I didn't do it? Well, I will tell you. First of all, there is no deep hatred between us, so I won't attack you. Second, no matter what you say, it is impossible for me to know your route, so even if I want to attack you, I don't know your route. As long as you run once, I am afraid I will never be able to find you again, so the person who attacked you is definitely not me. Finally, you should also know that Old Eight's hatred for you is much more than mine, so I am sure that this matter must have something to do with him. It is absolutely not wrong. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan frowned. Yuan Weiqing, but it seems that it is not enough to prove that you are innocent with just these few points you said. Speaking of this, LV Hushan's tone paused, but then, without waiting for Yuan Weiqing to answer his words, he continued. Yuan Weiqing, if you can still give other evidence, I can believe you, but if you can't, then don't blame me for being rude. Other evidence? After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing suddenly froze, and his brows furrowed. Chapter 865. Yuan Weiqing frowned and turned to look at LV Hushan. Then what reason do you want to prove that I didn't do it? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan was stunned for a moment, then he waved his hand. How would I know? In short, you have to give me a reason to believe that you didn't do it. Yuan Weiqing shook his head and said with a wry smile, LV Hushan, but my reason just now is sufficient. Speaking of this, Yuan Weiqing paused for a moment, but then, without waiting for LV Hushan to answer his question, he continued. LV Hushan, think about it. I do know that you went to the East County, but I don't know your route. How could I accurately intercept you? Also, although we have some conflicts, I can't do this to you because of these small conflicts, right? Am I such a person in your mind? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan nodded and said with a sneer, Yuan Weiqing, you are right. You are such a person in my mind. That's why I suspect that you must have done this. Yuan Weiqing sighed and slowly said, Lu Hushan, think about it carefully. When we besieged the bandit leader, Boss Lu, he once said ruthless words to you, saying that he must take revenge on you. LV Hushan, I still remember the expression of Boss Lu when he said this. I am sure that he is definitely not just saying it. He will definitely take action. And your mission to the East County is the best time for him to take action, so I think it is very likely that he did it. Don't you think so? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan frowned and recalled what happened at that time. He knew that what Yuan Weiqing said was true. At that time, for the ore, LV Hushan and Yuan Weiqing killed Boss Lu and his men. LV Hushan did not believe that Boss Lu would forget this kind of hatred. If it was really Boss Lu who wanted to take revenge on him, it would not be strange. Thinking of Boss Lu's resentful eyes when he left, LV Hushan could not help but tremble a few times. Seeing LV Hushan's expression change, Yuan Weiqing hurriedly said, LV Hushan, there is another important thing that you may have forgotten, but I haven't. LV Hushan turned to look at Yuan Weiqing and asked with a frown, Yuan Weiqing, what did you say I forgot? Yuan Weiqing said slowly, LV Hushan, I remember you once said that you were attacked that time. In the end, you were chased by those people and jumped off the cliff, right? LV Hushan nodded and sneered, Yuan Weiqing, why are you asking me? Don't you know? Don't forget, you were the one who chased me down the cliff. Yuan Weiqing shook his head, sighed, and said slowly, Lu Hushan, do you still remember when we besieged the bandit leader Boss Lu? In the end, the bandit leader Boss Lu also jumped off the cliff under our pursuit. Do you still remember? What? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan's expression suddenly changed. Yuan Weiqing, what do you mean by this? Yuan Weiqing sighed. Lu Hushan, what I mean is that we chased the bandit leader Boss Lu down the cliff. You, on the other hand, also fell from the cliff. Do you think that the bandit leader, Boss Lu, did this on purpose? He just wants you to have a taste of what it feels like to be chased to the bottom of the cliff. Speaking of this, Yuan Weiqing's tone paused for a moment, but immediately after, he did not wait for LV Hushan to answer his question and continued to speak. LV Hushan, think about it carefully. While he was chasing you, he didn't use his full strength. Instead, he kept chasing you. Could it be that his ultimate goal was to make you jump off the cliff to avenge himself? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan was stunned. Yuan Weiqing was right. It seemed to be the case. That person's martial arts were higher than mine. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to chase me all over the place. Since his martial arts were so high, it should be possible for him to deal with me, right? Moreover, there were two people on the other side, and I was only one person. In this situation, would it be possible for the other party to kill me directly? LV Hushan immediately recalled the process of that person chasing after him. After a while, LV Hushan gradually broke out in cold sweat because he suddenly realized that there seemed to be 1 or 2 chances. The other party could have killed him, but he did not do so and continued to chase after him. Could it be that the truth of the matter was really like what Yuan Weiqing said? All of this was done by Boss Lu. He kept chasing after me because he wanted me to jump off the cliff. Thinking of this, LV Hushan's heart suddenly moved. He raised his head to look at Yuan Weiqing and sneered, "Yuan Weiqing, you're too cunning. I fell for your trick again." After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing frowned. "LV Hushan, what did you think of again?" LV Hushan sneered, "Yuan Weiqing, the head of the bandits, Boss LV, doesn't know my route. How could he know that there is a cliff on my route?" Hearing this question, Yuan Weiqing was relieved and said slowly, "LV Hushan, I didn't lie to you about this matter. Did you forget about Old 8? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan frowned. "Yuan Weiqing, are you trying to say that Old 8 told the bandit leader Boss LV about my route, so Boss LV knew that there was a cliff on my route?" After hearing Lu Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing nodded. "That's right. Otherwise, how could the bandit leader, Boss Lu, know?" Speaking of this, Yuan Weiqing's tone paused for a while, but immediately after, he continued without waiting for LV Hushan to answer his question. "LV Hushan, think about it carefully and you will know that I am not lying to you. Since we finished the meeting, you have not been in contact with others. You have been drinking with Old 8 and others. If you have not been in contact with others, how could others know your route? That's why I'm sure that 8th brother must have told Boss Lu about your route after knowing about it." After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Lu Hushan frowned. "But how could Old 8 know the bandit leader, Boss Lu?" Yuan Weiqing sighed and said slowly, "LV Hushan, maybe Old 8 already knows what happened on Black Mountain, so he has always wanted to take revenge. Boss Lu also wants to take revenge on you, so the two of them may have already joined forces, but you don't know about it. The two of them have been looking for opportunities, but you didn't have many missions during that time, so you went to the East County, which was their best opportunity. Then, Old 8 was responsible for inquiring about your route, and Boss Lu was responsible for ambushing you halfway. If that's the case, LV Hushan, you should believe me, right?" After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Lu Hushan frowned. "Yuan Weiqing, you mean that Old 8 and the bandit leader, Boss Lu, have known each other for a long time. They have always wanted to scheme against me, but they didn't have the chance, right?" Yuan Weiqing nodded. "Yes, both of them have a deep hatred for you, so it doesn't seem strange that they joined forces to take revenge on you, right?" Hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Lu Hushan suddenly sneered, "Yuan Weiqing, don't forget that I wasn't the only one who destroyed the bandit leader's base, Boss Lu's base. You were there as well. Then let me ask you, why did Boss Lu only seek revenge on me, but not you?" After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing was stunned for a moment, then he waved his hand and said with a wry smile, "LV Hushan, that's because I don't have a grudge against Old 8, so even if they want to take revenge, they should look for you first, right?" After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Lu Hushan clenched his teeth and suddenly sighed, "Yuan Weiqing, but I heard that after the bandit leader Boss Lu jumped off the cliff, he was killed. If that's the case, why would the bandit leader, Boss Lu, still seek revenge from me? Killed?" After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing suddenly sneered, "LV Hushan, you are fine after falling off the cliff. Why would Boss Lu be fine?" LV Hushan shook his head, "That's different. The place I jumped off happened to have a small lake. I fell into the water, so I was lucky to come back." Speaking of this, LV Hushan turned his head to look at Yuan Weiqing and sneered, "Yuan Weiqing, could it be that the place Boss Lu jumped off also has a lake?" Yuan Weiqing shook his head, "No, I'm sure that the place Boss Lu jumped off definitely doesn't have a lake." Hearing Yuan Weiqing's answer, LV Hushan's gaze turned cold. "Yuan Weiqing, since there's no lake, could Boss Lu fly?" Yuan Weiqing sighed, "Lu Hushan, although there's no lake at the place where the bandit leader Boss Lu jumped and he can't fly, have you forgotten that we crossed a river on our way there?" Speaking of this, Yuan Weiqing paused for a moment, but then he continued without waiting for LV Hushan to answer his question. "Lu Hushan, the head of the bandits, Boss Lu, is very lucky. That river flows under the cliff. Boss Lu jumped off the cliff. I'm guessing that he dared to jump because he knew that he would fall into the river and nothing would happen to him. That's why he dared to jump. LV Hushan, I'm sure that after Boss Lu jumped off, he fished into this river and nothing would happen to him. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Lu Hushan immediately thought of the river that they had passed by. It was indeed wide and deep. If the bandit leader, Boss Lu, had jumped into the river, he would have been fine. LV Hushan gritted his teeth. Yuan Weiqing, since Boss Lu is fine, why haven't I heard any news about him in these few years? Let me say, he might not know how to swim. Although he fell into the river, he still died. Don't you think so? After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing shook his head. LV Hushan, how is this possible? Even if Boss Lu doesn't know how to swim, he still has his martial arts. With his martial arts, do you think that he can't get out of the river? Speaking of this, Yuan Weiqing paused for a moment, but then he continued without waiting for LV Hushan to answer his question. LV Hushan, I remember that you don't know how to swim either. Then why are you fine after jumping into that small lake? That's why I'm sure that Boss Lu will be fine after jumping into the river. LV Hushan shook his head. Yuan Weiqing, since he's fine, why is there no news about him? Revenge. Hearing LV Hushan's question, Yuan Weiqing sighed. LV Hushan, the reason why you haven't heard any news about Boss Lu is because he wants revenge? If he wants revenge, he naturally won't let his news spread. If you think that he's no longer around, wouldn't it be easier for him to take revenge? Lu Hushan clenched his teeth. Yuan Weiqing, are you saying that the bandit leader Boss Lu has been hiding all this time because he wants to take revenge on me? Yuan Weiqing nodded. Yes, maybe. In the past few years, Boss Lu has been hiding near the Tanlei sect in the South County. Maybe it's because Boss Lu is hiding near the Tanlei sect in the South County that Eighth Brother knows him. In the end, when the two of them talked about it, they realized that they both have a grudge against you, so they decided to join forces. This way, their strength will be greater and they will have more confidence. Don't you think so? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan was shocked. If what Yuan Weiqing said was true, didn't that mean that he had been in danger? Boss Lu had been hiding near the Tanlei sect in the South County because he wanted to take revenge on him. Then, there was Eighth Brother by his side, who also hated him very much. Thinking of this, LV Hushan's forehead gradually broke out in cold sweat. He was secretly glad that he had not died under these two dangers for so many years. He was really lucky. However, if that was the case, this matter would have nothing to do with Yuan Weiqing. On the road in the East County, it was not Yuan Weiqing who was chasing after him. It was just a scheme set up by Boss Lu and Eighth Brother. Could this be the truth of the matter? Yuan Weiqing saw LV Hushan lowering his head and not saying anything. He sighed and said slowly, LV Hushan, please believe me. I definitely didn't do this. We are all protectors of the Tanlei sect in the South County. We should be united. How could we attack you? If I'm not wrong, it must be Eighth Brother. Chapter 866. Yuan Weiqing continued, LV Hushan, it's not easy for Eighth Brother to do this alone. So, it's very likely that he and the bandit leader, Boss Lu, have been working together for a long time. They have been looking for an opportunity to take revenge on you. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan frowned. Yuan Weiqing, is this your reason? Speaking of this, LV Hushan paused for a moment, but then, without waiting for Yuan Weiqing to answer his question, he snorted coldly and continued. Yuan Weiqing, if it's just a guess, it doesn't seem to be enough. Yuan Weiqing shook his head. LV Hushan, I think it's enough. The bandit leader, Boss Lu, and Eighth Brother both have a grudge against you, and it's a very deep grudge. Do you think it's impossible for them to take revenge on you? LV Hushan sighed and said slowly, Yuan Weiqing, they may take revenge on me, but I don't think they did it in the East County. Speaking of this, LV Hushan turned to look at Yuan Weiqing, gritted his teeth, and said, why do I always feel that you did it? Yuan Weiqing hurriedly waved his hand. LV Hushan, I have already said that I really don't need to do anything to you. Besides, if I were to do it, do you think that you can stop me with your martial arts? LV Hushan had already thought of this problem and sneered, Yuan Weiqing, the reason why you didn't succeed is that you didn't dare to use your martial arts. So even if your martial arts are higher than mine, it's not so easy to kill me. In addition, I was lucky, so you didn't succeed in sneak attacking me several times. In the end, you only chased me down the cliff. After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing shook his head and said with a wry smile, LV Hushan, this is impossible. Even if I use other martial arts, do you think you are my opponent? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan was suddenly stunned, and his brows gradually furrowed. In fact, Yuan Weiqing was right. Even if Yuan Weiqing didn't use his martial arts, Yang Ming was really not his opponent. When he was ambushed, LV Hushan had been resisting with all his strength. He could also feel that the opponent's martial arts were higher than his. But why didn't the opponent succeed? LV Hushan had always been puzzled by this question. According to the martial arts he had sensed at that time, it was not impossible for him to kill him. What's more, there were two of them, while he was alone. Furthermore, the opponent's martial arts were higher than his. There was no reason for his sneak attacks to fail, right? Why was that? Could it be that the person who attacked him really wasn't Yuan Weiqing, but someone else? Seeing that LV Hushan did not speak, Yuan Weiqing sighed and slowly said, LV Hushan, we have been together for many years, and you also know my martial arts. Even if I do not use my martial arts, you are absolutely not my opponent. If I really had such a big grudge against you that I would actually sneak attack you halfway, I believe that with my martial arts, you definitely wouldn't be able to escape. How could I let you come back? LV Hushan, please believe me. I really didn't do this. I have no reason to do this. At this moment, after LV Hushan heard Yuan Weiqing's words, his heart was already somewhat convinced. Through various evidence, what Yuan Weiqing said was indeed reasonable. This matter should have nothing to do with him. However, why did Yuan Weiqing's cousin say that it was done by the two of them? Moreover, he said it so truthfully. Yuan Weiqing's cousin could describe the process of every sneak attack. Could it be that he could do this just by guessing? Thinking of this, LV Hushan secretly shook his head. This was impossible. If he did not experience it, how could he say it so clearly? No, Yuan Weiqing had been lying. Was he the one who did this? However, if this was really done by Yuan Weiqing, how did he know his route? Most importantly, how did he manage to sneak attack him and complete the mission at the same time? All kinds of doubts flooded LV Hushan's mind, making him even more suspicious of the truth of this matter. According to Yuan Weiqing's statement, this matter was definitely done by Old Eight and the bandit leader, Boss Lu. This was because Old Eight could detect his route. Coupled with the two of them working together, they could definitely sneak attack him. If this was the truth of the matter, then it would be very reasonable. However, Yuan Weiqing's cousin's words made LV Hushan suspect that this matter was done by the two of them. LV Hushan felt a slight headache. He kept guessing in his heart. Who was the one who did this? Originally, LV Hushan had already determined that this matter was done by Yuan Weiqing and his cousin. However, now, there was so much evidence to prove that this matter was not done by the two of them. LV Hushan felt that his mind was in a mess. For a moment, he could not distinguish whether this matter was true or false. This put him in a dilemma. Thinking of this, LV Hushan suddenly raised his head and looked at Yuan Weiqing. He sneered and said, Yuan Weiqing, let me ask you. Did you really not do this? Seeing this, Yuan Weiqing was suddenly overjoyed. He knew that LV Hushan was starting to believe him. He quickly nodded and said, LV Hushan, you are right. This matter was really not done by me. Speaking of this, Yuan Weiqing's tone paused for a moment. However, he did not wait for LV Hushan to answer his question. He continued to speak. LV Hushan, think about it. Although the two of us have a little conflict, it is really just a small conflict. Can we become enemies because of such a small matter? This is impossible. LV Hushan, you have to believe me. This matter must be done by eighth brother and the bandit leader, Boss Lu. Because it is impossible for others to know your route. Even if they want to do it, they can't do it. Don't you think so? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan frowned. But eighth brother doesn't know what happened on Black Mountain. How can he seek revenge on me? If eighth brother doesn't know about this matter, how can the bandit leader, Boss Lu, know my route? After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing sighed and said slowly, LV Hushan, have you ever thought that if you were in eighth brother's shoes, would you investigate this matter? LV Hushan frowned. Of course I would. Speaking of this, LV Hushan's tone paused for a moment. However, he did not wait for Yuan Weiqing to answer his question and continued speaking. But, I have never told anyone about this matter. Even if eighth brother investigates, he will definitely not be able to trace it back to me. Yuan Weiqing shook his head. LV Hushan, you are wrong. In fact, this matter is not complicated. If eighth brother really wants to investigate, it is not very difficult. For example, he can check your mission record and clearly know that you went to Black Mountain during that period. Also, you must have met others on the way to Black Mountain. If eighth brother met these people, he would also know that you have been to Black Mountain. Most importantly, don't forget that you don't get along well with the other members of our team. If eighth brother had asked them to inquire about this matter, I believe that they would have definitely explained it clearly. Speaking of this, Yuan Weiqing paused for a moment. However, he did not wait for LV Hushan to answer his question and continued speaking. LV Hushan, even if this matter was not done by you, I am afraid that they will say that it was done by you. Do you understand? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan was suddenly shocked. He asked in a trembling voice, Yuan Weiqing, what did you say? You said that the other members of our team would tell others about this matter. Yuan Weiqing nodded and said with a wry smile, LV Hushan, this is very likely because your relationship with them isn't good. It can even be said that your relationship with them is very bad. Have you forgotten that no one is willing to go with you when you go to a certain place to do a mission? Think about it, if someone really inquires about you, how could they not add fuel to the fire and tell you? Speaking of this, Yuan Weiqing paused for a moment. However, he did not wait for LV Hushan to answer his question. He sighed and continued speaking. LV Hushan, so I think old 8 must know about this matter because he has many ways to find out about this matter. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan's forehead gradually exuded cold sweat. He gritted his teeth and said, Why? Why should they talk about my own matters? What does this have to do with them? Yuan Weiqing shook his head and said with a bitter smile, LV Hushan, everyone knows this truth, so no one is willing to offend others. They are afraid that such a situation will happen one day. Do you understand? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan suddenly turned his head and looked at him. He suddenly sneered, Yuan Weiqing, if I guessed correctly, old 8 must have looked for you too, right? Speaking of this, LV Hushan's tone paused for a moment. However, he did not wait for Yuan Weiqing to answer his question. He snorted coldly and continued speaking. Yuan Weiqing, when eighth brother asked you about this matter, you told him about what happened in Black Mountain with exaggeration, so that eighth brother would think that I was the one who did it, right? Yuan Weiqing did not expect LV Hushan to think so much. He was shocked and hurriedly waved his hand. He said with a bitter smile, LV Hushan, how is this possible? How can I tell old 8 about this? What's more, old 8 did not look for me to talk about this matter. Even if I wanted to talk about it, I had no chance. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan shook his head and sneered, Yuan Weiqing, no, you had a chance. Yuan Weiqing shook his head, LV Hushan, I really don't know about this matter. It must be someone else in the team who told him about this matter. LV Hushan turned his head and looked at Yuan Weiqing. He sighed and said slowly, Yuan Weiqing, if old 8 did not ask you about this matter, then let me ask you, how did you know that old 8 knew about what happened on Black Mountain? Speaking of this, LV Hushan paused for a moment. However, he did not wait for Yuan Weiqing to answer his question and continued speaking. If I'm not wrong, it must have been eighth brother who asked you about this matter, and then you told him about it. You also said that the reason why eighth brother's brother, sixth brother, was killed on the Black Mountain was all because of me, right? Yuan Weiqing was shocked and hurriedly waved his hand, LV Hushan, How is this possible? Why would I say these things? What's more, even if I said these things, it would not benefit me. Why would I say it? LV Hushan, you have to believe me, I would never do that. LV Hushan shook his head and said with a sneer, Yuan Weiqing, don't lie to me. From the beginning, when you said that you knew about this matter, I had some doubts. Now I can be sure that Old Eight knew about what happened on Black Mountain and believed that I did it. It must be because of you. If you did not tell Old Eight about this matter, how could he know about it? After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing hurriedly waved his hand. LV Hushan, listen to me. No, it was not me who said it. LV Hushan took a step forward and looked at Yuan Weiqing fiercely. He asked with a sneer, Yuan Weiqing, then tell me, if it was not you who said it, then who did? This. Yuan Weiqing was stunned for a moment and then waved his hand. LV Hushan, how would I know? LV Hushan shook his head. No, you know, because you said it. After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing clenched his teeth and sighed. He said slowly, LV Hushan, since you want to know the truth, then I will tell you. Speaking of this, Yuan Weiqing's tone paused for a moment. But then, without waiting for LV Hushan to answer his question, he continued to speak. LV Hushan, you are right. Old Eight once asked me about this matter, but before he came to me, he had already asked about this matter. Because the people in the team had already told him that you had been to Black Mountain. The reason why Old Eight asked me about it was because he wanted to see the mission record. Because no matter how many people said that the person who went to Black Mountain was you, he could not be sure without absolute evidence. So, he wanted to see the mission record to prove whether it was you or not. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan was stunned for a moment. Then, he sneered and said, Old Eight asked you to see the mission record, so you showed him the mission record and then told him that I did it, right? Yuan Weiqing sighed. LV Hushan, why don't you understand? In fact, when Old Eight came to me, he already knew the reason for this matter. He came to me for nothing more than to find evidence. Even if I did not show him the mission record, do you think he would not suspect you? LV Hushan, in that situation, I was also helpless. Others had already said so. If I did not show him the mission record, what would he think? So, I could only show him the mission record of you going to Black Mountain. Chapter 867. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan suddenly sneered. Yuan Weiqing, if you show him the mission record, he will have evidence to prove that I did it, right? Yuan Weiqing shook his head. LV Hushan, even if I don't show it to him, he will still suspect you. LV Hushan snorted, but if he doesn't see the mission record, he will only suspect you, but he will have no evidence to prove that it's true. Speaking of which, it's all your fault. If you don't show him the mission record, he will definitely not take revenge on me. After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing frowned. He didn't expect that even this kind of thing could be blamed on him. LV Hushan, I said that even if he doesn't have evidence, he will still think that you did it. This has nothing to do with the mission record. How can you blame me? LV Hushan shook his head. Yuan Weiqing, no matter what, this matter has something to do with you. Yuan Weiqing sighed. LV Hushan, well, even if I shouldn't show him the mission record, this can prove that what happened on your way to the East County has nothing to do with me, right? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan frowned. Yuan Weiqing, why did your cousin say that it had something to do with you? Yuan Weiqing waved his hand. LV Hushan, I have already said that it was your little trick that made him say it. If you didn't use your little trick, I can guarantee that he would never say that. LV Hushan gritted his teeth. Well, I believe you for the time being. Now let's talk about the current situation. What should we do? After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing finally breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly said, LV Hushan, now we can only wake up Hallmaster Xue and ask him to deal with Deputy Hallmaster Zhong. Otherwise, with our martial arts, we are absolutely no match for Deputy Hallmaster Zhong. Hearing this, LV Hushan frowned. Yuan Weiqing, even if we wake up Hallmaster Xue, do you think that as long as Hallmaster Xue wakes up, his combat effectiveness will immediately recover? LV Hushan paused for a moment before he continued without waiting for Yuan Weigo's reply. What I'm worried about is that even if Hallmaster Xue wakes up, he will need some time to recover. What should we do during this time? Yuan Weiqing, are you confident that you can block Vice Hall Master Zhong's attacks during this period of time? After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing also frowned. LV Hushan was right. No matter who it was, they had already been knocked unconscious. Even if they woke up, it was impossible for them to recover their martial arts immediately. They definitely needed to adjust for a period of time before they could fight again. This was the key issue. During this period of time, Vice Hall Master Zhong would definitely not stand by and watch. He would definitely come over and deal a heavy blow. LV Hushan saw that Yuan Weiqing was standing there with his head lowered in silence, and sighed, and slowly said, Yuan Weiqing, I originally wanted to cooperate with you, but now it seems that there is really no need for that. So please forgive me. I have no choice. If you have something to say it now. For the sake of our friendship, I will help you finish it. After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing was shocked and hurriedly waved his hand. LV Hushan, don't worry. Let me think about it. There must be a way to solve this problem. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan shook his head. Yuan Weiqing, I don't think you have a way. In the current situation, whether you want to wake Hall Master Shui or Yi Tianhua, it will be useless. After they wake up, they will need some time to recover. Even if this period of time is very short, I believe that it will be enough for Vice Hall Master Zhong to kill the two of us first. In this case, I can only wrong you. I'm really sorry. After saying this, LV Hushan's mouth curved into a cold smile. He slowly raised his hand and was about to end Yuan Weiqing's life. In just a moment, large beads of sweat covered Yuan Weiqing's forehead. He waved his hand hard and quickly thought about how to solve this problem. LV Hushan, don't worry. Let me think about it. LV Hushan shook his head and said with a cold smile, Yuan Weiqing, in fact, you don't need to think about it anymore. Because I don't believe what you said. You have been lying to me from the beginning. You have always wanted to use me. Don't you think I know that? Yuan Weiqing was stunned and hurriedly shook his head. LV Hushan, how is this possible? At this time, why would I lie to you? LV Hushan sighed. Yuan Weiqing, to be honest, I don't want to argue with you, but what you did made me so angry. I can't not argue with you. Yuan Weiqing frowned. LV Hushan, didn't I make it clear just now? I didn't do those things. Why do you still say that? LV Hushan shook his head and said with a cold smile, Yuan Weiqing, do you still remember what kind of expression you had when I came back from the East County? I will never forget it for the rest of my life. Speaking of this, LV Hushan paused for a moment, but then he continued without waiting for Yuan Weiqing to answer his question. Yuan Weiqing, at that time, your face was full of disbelief. That expression clearly said that you saw me jump off the cliff. How could I come back, right? After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing hurriedly waved his hand. LV Hushan, how can you blame me? You haven't come back for half a year. To be honest, everyone thought that you had met with misfortune. Of course, they were surprised to see you back. LV Hushan shook his head. Yuan Weiqing, there was not only surprise on your face, but also panic. You were afraid that I would take revenge on you, right? Yuan Weiqing sighed. LV Hushan, then tell me. You haven't come back for half a year, and I saw you in disbelief. Is that wrong? If not, then tell me, what kind of expression should I have? LV Hushan turned to look at Yuan Weiqing and said slowly, Yuan Weiqing, if we were friends, you should be surprised to see me back, but you weren't. You just looked in disbelief. I think you should be quite disappointed, right? LV Hushan paused for a moment, but then he continued without waiting for Yuan Weiqing to answer his question. And I also heard that you have proposed a new protector to Hall Master Shui. You can't deny this, right? After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing was stunned for a moment, then he waved his hand. LV Hushan, you know that you haven't been back for half a year. There are so many people in the secret Thunder sect in the South County, but I'm the only protector. Do you think it's enough? Under such circumstances, there shouldn't be anything wrong with me proposing a new person to Hall Master Shui, right? Besides, don't you know that it's also Hall Master Shui's idea that I proposed a new person? He also thinks that it's not suitable for the secret thunder sect to only have one protector, so he asked me to choose a person. Do you understand? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan sneered. Yuan Weiqing, I understand, but the person you proposed is your cousin. You can't deny this, right? Yuan Weiqing shook his head. LV Hushan, I don't deny it. Don't you think that my cousin is very capable and can definitely be the protector of the secret thunder sect in the South County? LV Hushan frowned. Yuan Weiqing, do you know what expression Old Eight had when he saw me return? Yuan Weiqing shook his head. How would I know? LV Hushan sneered. Yuan Weiqing, it doesn't matter. Since you don't know, I'll tell you. LV Hushan paused for a moment, but then he continued without waiting for Yuan Weiqing to answer him. Yuan Weiqing, when Old Eight saw me, his face was full of surprise, and he immediately dragged me to drink. Do you know that at that moment, I really felt warmth? I knew that someone was thinking about me. Do you know how happy I was? After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing frowned. LV Hushan, could it be that Old Eight's acting is so good? LV Hushan shook his head. Yuan Weiqing, Old Eight's expression doesn't seem to be fake. He should be sincere. Don't forget that Old Eight and I always drink together. No matter what, we are still friends. When he saw that his friend had returned safely, of course, his face was full of joy. Is there something wrong? Yuan Weiqing shook his head. LV Hushan, but don't forget that on your way to the East County, he was the one who chased you. Is he still your friend? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan was stunned for a moment, then he suddenly sneered. Yuan Weiqing, I understand. It seems that Old Eight didn't sneak attack me on the way to the East County, but you did it. Otherwise, Old Eight should have the same expression when he saw me, which was disbelief. However, Old Eight didn't have such an expression. Instead, he was full of joy and invited me to drink to celebrate my safe return. So I'm sure that Old Eight definitely didn't do it. After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing suddenly sneered. LV Hushan, don't you think that Old Eight's expression is really fake? Speaking of this, Yuan Weiqing paused for a moment, but then he continued without waiting for LV Hushan to answer his question. LV Hushan, don't forget that you haven't come back for more than half a year. Under the circumstances at that time, everyone believed that you couldn't come back. However, after Old Eight saw you, he had such an expression. Don't you think it's strange? LV Hushan shook his head. There's nothing strange about it. I think this is the normal expression of a friend. Yuan Weiqing sighed and said slowly, LV Hushan, after you came back, did you only see Old Eight with this expression? The expressions of others should be similar to mine, right? Hearing this, LV Hushan was stunned, then he sneered and shook his head. Yuan Weiqing, what are you talking about? How is that possible? Let me tell you, everyone was surprised and happy when they saw me, so they didn't have the same expression as you. Speaking of this, LV Hushan turned to look at Yuan Weiqing and asked with a sneer, Yuan Weiqing, are you a little disappointed after hearing my words? Yuan Weiqing hurriedly waved his hand. LV Hushan, don't misunderstand. It's actually a good thing that you can come back. How can I not be happy for you? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan shook his head and sighed. Yuan Weiqing, after I came back, I'm afraid you will be very disappointed because you didn't do what you promised your cousin, right? Yuan Weiqing sighed. LV Hushan, no matter how much you hate me, let me tell you, what happened in the East County has nothing to do with me. I definitely didn't do it. Speaking of this, Yuan Weiqing paused for a moment, but then he continued without waiting for LV Hushan to answer his question. LV Hushan, let me tell you, after Eighth Brother saw you come back, the reason why he had that expression was because he wanted to get close to you and then attack you again. Don't you know that? LV Hushan turned to look at Yuan Weiqing and frowned. Yuan Weiqing, since it has been so long, why didn't Eighth Brother attack me? At this point, LV Hushan paused for a moment. However, he did not wait for Yuan Wei's reply and sneered as he continued to speak. On the contrary, you couldn't help but attack me again. Yuan Weiqing, am I right? After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing's face suddenly changed, and he hurriedly waved his hand. LV Hushan, what are you talking about? When did I attack you? LV Hushan sighed. Yuan Weiqing, after I came back, I still invited you to drink as before, and you also came to drink with me. However, I found that something was wrong. Later, after investigation, I found out that you attacked me. After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing's eyes suddenly widened, and he said in a trembling voice, LV Hushan, what are you talking about? I didn't do anything. You have to believe me. What I said is true. LV Hushan shook his head. Yuan Weiqing, why do you have to hide it? I didn't say that I was looking for trouble with you. I just want to tell you, don't think that I'm a fool. You put something in my wine, do you really think that I don't know? Yuan Weiqing waved his hand again and again. LV Hushan, I was drinking at your house. How could I put something in it? LV Hushan sighed and said slowly, Yuan Weiqing, you really didn't put something in it. You just added something. The most important thing is that if this thing is taken alone, it won't have any effect. However, if it is taken with the feces of a wild hero, it will have an effect. Speaking of this, LV Hushan turned to look at Yuan Weiqing and asked with a sneer, Yuan Weiqing, am I right? At this moment, Yuan Weiqing was sweating and waved his hand again and again. LV Hushan, no, I didn't do it. LV Hushan sighed, why don't you admit it? Chapter 868. LV Hushan continued, Yuan Weiqing, I advise you to admit it. Although there are some things that I didn't say, it doesn't mean that I don't know. If you admit it, I promise you that I will let bygones be bygones. I won't blame you, and we will still be good friends in the future. Speaking of this, LV Hushan paused for a moment, but then, without waiting for Yuan Weiqing to answer his words, he sneered and continued. Yuan Weiqing, if you don't say it, then don't blame me for being impolite, understand? After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing hurriedly waved his hand. LV Hushan, how is that possible? When the two of us drank together, it was always you who treated us. The dishes were prepared by you, and the wine was also prepared by you. Even if I wanted to make a move, I didn't have the chance. Don't you think so? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan suddenly sneered, Yuan Weiqing, no, it should be said that you had a lot of chances. It was just a pill. You had too many chances to make a move. I advise you not to quibble anymore. You will anger me, and you won't have a good time. Seeing LV Hushan's eyes gradually turn cold, Yuan Weiqing was so scared that cold sweat appeared on his forehead again. He hurriedly waved his hand. LV Hushan, you said that I made a move on you. Do you have any evidence? If you don't, how do you want me to answer you? LV Hushan frowned. Yuan Weiqing, it seems that you still refuse to wake up and think that I really don't know. Well, since you want to hear it, I will tell you. Speaking of this, LV Hushan paused for a moment, but then, without waiting for Yuan Weiqing to answer his words, he continued. Yuan Weiqing, to be honest, I didn't know that you would do this before. Just like you said, I treated you to a drink, and the dishes were prepared by me. How could you make a move? However, later I found out that you had the chance to make a move. In the past, when we drank, you rarely poured wine for me, but after I came back, you always rushed to pour wine for me. I was very suspicious, so I observed a few times and finally found out that you put something in the wine when you poured it for me. Speaking of this, LV Hushan turned his head to look at Yuan Weiqing. He sighed and said slowly, Yuan Weiqing, this time you have nothing to say. If you continue to quibble, I will really look down on you. After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing was taken aback, but he quickly reacted and hurriedly waved his hand. LV Hushan, how is that possible? The reason why I poured wine for you is that you came back from the East County. This is good news. We can drink together again. I feel gratified, so I poured wine for you. LV Hushan, this is just a very common move. Why would you suspect me because of this? LV Hushan shook his head. Yuan Weiqing, you just added something to the wine when you poured it for me. Do you still want to quibble? Yuan Weiqing sighed. LV Hushan, you really put me in a difficult position. I didn't pour wine for you, and you said that I neglected you. But when I poured wine for you, you suspected that I added something to the wine. Then tell me, what should I do so that you won't suspect me? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan shook his head. Yuan Weiqing, I really didn't expect that now that the evidence is conclusive, you still want to quibble. Do you really think that I'm stupid? Yuan Weiqing waved his hand. LV Hushan, even if it's like what you said, I've added something to the wine. But don't forget that I've also drunk the wine. If you're in trouble, wouldn't I be in trouble too? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan sighed. Yuan Weiqing, this is where you're smart. That's because the thing you added will only have an effect if it's mixed with wild bear feces and honey. But you only drank the wild bear feces and didn't eat the honey. So, you have nothing to do with it, but I have a problem. Yes. Yuan Weiqing, I really admire you. You can even find this kind of thing. Speaking of which, it's really not easy for you. You spent so much effort, but you didn't expect me to see through it, right? After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing was stunned. LV Hushan, what are you talking about? How come I don't know? LV Hushan shook his head. You know, Yuan Weiqing, not only do I know that you added something to the wine, I also know what you added and what effect this thing will have. I know all of this. Yuan Weiqing's face couldn't help but change. LV Hushan, I didn't. Besides, how can there be such a thing? Aren't you being too suspicious? Grey wolf feces. LV Hushan sneered. Yuan Weiqing, do you really think I don't know that the wild herons and the grey wolves have never been together? When their feces are mixed together and mixed with honey, it can produce a new effect. At this point, LV Hushan turned his head to look at Yuan Weiqing and sneered. Yuan Weiqing, do you want to know what effect will be produced when wild bear feces and grey wolf feces are mixed together? Yuan Weiqing's face had become very ugly, and his voice was trembling. LV Hushan, I don't understand what you are talking about. I didn't do this. LV Hushan shook his head and sneered. Yuan Weiqing, these three things added together won't do any harm to martial arts, but it will have a great impact on intelligence. If you take it for a long time, I'm afraid you will go crazy. Yuan Weiqing, you are willing to let me eat this kind of thing? I don't understand. How much hatred do we have for you to do this? Yuan Weiqing subconsciously took a step back and waved his hand again and again. LV Hushan, I didn't. If there is, I also ate that kind of thing. LV Hushan frowned. Yuan Weiqing, I've already said that only when you eat these three things together will there be an effect. You've only eaten two, so there won't be any effect. So you'll be fine. The one who's in trouble is me, right? After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing was stunned for a moment before he suddenly sneered. LV Hushan, I suddenly understand. It turns out that you still haven't given up on your plan. You still want to add the excrement of the wilderness hero into our wine? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan suddenly froze. Only then did he remember the meaning of his words. The grey wolf feces that Yuan Weiqing used could only be combined with wild bear feces and honey to produce an effect. If he only used grey wolf feces, it would have no effect at all. Doesn't this mean that he directly admitted that he also put wild bear feces in the wine? Thinking of this, LV Hushan's expression became a little embarrassed. He gritted his teeth and said, Yuan Weiqing, don't worry about what I do. I just want to know if you added anything to the wine. Yuan Weiqing sighed and said slowly, LV Hushan, let me tell you. You are right. I did add grey wolf feces to the wine. But have you ever thought that if you didn't add wild bear feces to the wine, even if I added grey wolf feces, it wouldn't have any effect? Speaking of this, Yuan Weiqing's tone paused for a moment, but then, he didn't wait for LV Hushan to answer his question and continued to speak. LV Hushan, speaking of which, it's all because you wanted to do something to me, so those grey wolf feces worked. Otherwise, even if we ate it, there would be absolutely no problem. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan was suddenly stunned. Then, he sneered, Yuan Weiqing, you mean to say that this matter is my fault? Yuan Weiqing nodded. LV Hushan, if you didn't add wild bear feces and honey, no matter how much wine we drank, there would be absolutely no problem. However, you wanted to harm me, so I could only passively fight back. Can you blame me for this? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan gritted his teeth. Yuan Weiqing, do you know why I added wild bear feces to the wine? Yuan Weiqing sneered. LV Hushan, do you still need to ask? Of course, You wanted to harm me, so you added that kind of thing? LV Hushan nodded and said slowly, Yuan Weiqing, you are right. I wanted to harm you, but if you didn't do something to me first, why would I harm you? Yuan Weiqing frowned. LV Hushan, when did I harm you? Don't talk nonsense. LV Hushan gritted his teeth and said, Yuan Weiqing, from the first day I came to the Tanlei sect in the South County, you wanted to harm me. If it weren't for my good luck, I'm afraid I would have been finished long ago. Yuan Weiqing sighed and said slowly, LV Hushan, I definitely didn't harm you. Are you just being paranoid? At this point, Yuan Weiqing paused for a moment, but then, without waiting for LV Hushan to answer his question, he continued. LV Hushan, actually, think about it carefully. Why do we have to do this? Both of us are protectors of the Tanlei sect in the South County. We should be united, but look, now it has become like this. Tell me, did you do the right thing? LV Hushan shook his head. Yuan Weiqing, if you treat me well, I naturally won't harm you. But if you want to harm me, can't I harm you? Yuan Weiqing sneered. LV Hushan, I've already said it. This is all your imagination. It's not true. LV Hushan shook his head. Yuan Weiqing, no matter how you quibble, I won't believe you. It's just like how you added the grey wolf's feces to the wine. You knew that the wine already had the feces of a wild man, but you added the grey wolf's feces without telling me. Tell me, if you're not trying to harm me, are you doing it for my own good? Yuan Weiqing waved his hand. LV Hushan, I've said it before. Even if the two of us drank the wine with the grey wolf's feces, there would be no problem. But why did you add the feces of a wild man? LV Hushan glared at Yuan Weiqing fiercely and said with a sneer, Yuan Weiqing, are you only allowed to add the grey wolf's feces to the wine and not my wild man's feces? Yuan Weiqing sneered. LV Hushan, I only did that to prevent you from harming me. If you don't harm me, you'll naturally be fine. But if you want to harm me, then I'm sorry. You're the one who harmed yourself. It has nothing to do with me. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan clenched his teeth and suddenly sneered, Yuan Weiqing, you underestimate me too much. Do you think that you can harm me with just the feces of the grey wolves? After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing frowned. LV Hushan, as long as you don't harm me, the grey wolf's feces will naturally have no effect on you. LV Hushan shook his head and suddenly sneered, Yuan Weiqing, you really underestimate me. When I found out that you added the grey wolf's feces to the wine, did you notice that the wine we drank suddenly became a little sweet? After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing was suddenly shocked and asked in a trembling voice, LV Hushan, what did you say? Did you? LV Hushan nodded and sneered, yes, Yuan Weiqing, you guessed right. Honey used to be in the dishes, but later I found out that you added the grey wolf's feces to the wine, so I didn't have to be polite and directly poured the honey into the wine. In this way, you ate all three. You think you'll be fine, but let me tell you, in fact, you guessed that something will happen, understand? After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing's forehead suddenly broke out in a cold sweat and hurriedly asked, LV Hushan, you didn't lie to me. Did you really pour the honey into the wine? LV Hushan sneered, Yuan Weiqing, why would I lie to you? Did you really not taste the sweetness of the wine? Yuan Weiqing clenched his teeth. Of course I could taste it, but you told me that it was because the wine we drank was newly brewed, so there was a special taste. LV Hushan sighed. Yes, this special taste is the honey, which is the honey you don't want to eat the most. Speaking of this, LV Hushan turned his head to look at Yuan Weiqing and sighed. Yuan Weiqing, you see, you wanted to harm me, but in the end, you harmed yourself. Tell me, can you blame me for this? After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing clenched his teeth. LV Hushan, although I also drank the wine, you also drank it. Aren't you afraid that something will happen? LV Hushan shook his head. Yuan Weiqing, didn't anyone tell you that even if these three things are mixed together, there is still something to cure it? After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing was suddenly shocked. Did you take the antidote? LV Hushan sneered disdainfully. Yuan Weiqing, you are right. Although I was drinking the wine, did you notice that when I invited you to drink later, there was another dish on our table? Speaking of this, LV Hushan's tone paused for a moment, But then, without waiting for Yuan Weiqing to answer his question, he continued to speak, minding his own business. Yuan Weiqing, to tell you the truth, this extra dish can cure these 3 things. Every time I drink a bowl of wine, eat a mouthful of food, and then dissolve the antidote. Yuan Weiqing, you probably didn't think that adding the grey wolf's feces to the wine would harm yourself, right? Chapter 869. After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing was taken aback. He asked in a trembling voice, LV Hushan, is what you said true? LV Hushan sneered, Yuan Weiqing, what do you think? Didn't you see me eating when I was drinking? Yuan Weiqing shook his head, but I also ate. Then why are you fine, but I'm not? LV Hushan sighed, because you won't eat the new dish I added. So, I'm fine, but you're not. Yuan Weiqing was taken aback. Are you talking about? LV Hushan nodded proudly. Yuan Weiqing, you're right. You'll never eat that dish. Speaking of this, LV Hushan paused for a moment, but then, without waiting for Yuan Weiqing to answer his words, he continued. However, you never thought that this dish would be a life-saving dish, but unfortunately, you don't want to eat it. Yuan Weiqing gritted his teeth. LV Hushan, why did you do this? Is it good for you? Even if you succeed, so what? LV Hushan sighed. Yuan Weiqing, do you know what revenge is? You've harmed me for so long, can't I take revenge? Yuan Weiqing shook his head. LV Hushan, you knew that I put the grey wolf's feces in the wine, but you didn't say anything. Instead, you went from bad to worse and added something else. You still want to harm me. I really don't understand. Is there really such a big hatred between us that you have to go through so much trouble? LV Hushan sneered, turned his head to look at Yuan Weiqing, and sighed. Yuan Weiqing, you don't have to blame me. Aren't you the same? You knew that I put the wild hero's feces in the wine, but you didn't say anything. Instead, you added the grey wolf's feces in order to harm me. Yuan Weiqing, if you said it directly, there wouldn't be a future, right? So, even if something happened to you, you can't blame me. You can only blame yourself for being too ruthless. Do you understand? Yuan Weiqing sighed. LV Hushan, you were the one who put wild hero's excrement in my wine from the very beginning. You wanted to harm me. How come you're blaming me now? Are you going to tell me that you didn't say anything when I found out that you put wild hero's feces in the wine? Are you only going to be satisfied if I keep drinking? LV Hushan shook his head. Yuan Weiqing, since you already know that I put wild hero's excrement in the wine, you should tell me. Or, if I invite you to drink, you can choose not to come. Yuan Weiqing, it's not that I want to scold you, but you know I put wasteland hero's excrement in the wine. But when I ask you to drink, you never refuse. You always come happily. Why are you doing this? After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing was suddenly stunned, and then he waved his hand. LV Hushan, I'm taking the overall situation into consideration. I don't want to lose the big picture for a small gain and ruin our friendship. Moreover, the two of us are both protectors of the secret Thunder sect in South County. If the two of us fall out, it won't be good for the entire secret Thunder sect in South County. It's precisely because of these reasons that I didn't say anything and still drank with you. LV Hushan, am I wrong to do this? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan sighed and said slowly, Yuan Weiqing, of course you're right to do this. But did you really do this? Speaking of this, LV Hushan paused for a moment, but then he continued without waiting for Yuan Weiqing to answer his question. Yuan Weiqing, you didn't do this. After you found out that I put wild hero's excrement in the wine, you had bad intentions. On my way to the East County, you started to sneak attack me. But unfortunately, your plan failed, and I came back from the East County. Yuan Weiqing, I thought that after this incident, you would repent and turn over a new leaf and stop harming me. But I was wrong. You saw that this plan didn't work, so you changed to another plan. You still want to harm me. So, you started to put grey wolf's excrement in the wine to harm me. But you never thought that your plan would be seen through by me. Instead, I used it to harm you. Don't you think it's funny? After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing frowned. LV Hushan, how can you say that? From the beginning, You put wild hero's excrement in the wine. The reason why I didn't say anything was all for your own good. How can you blame me for this? And what happened when you went to the East County? I already said that it had nothing to do with me. Why don't you believe me? This matter was clearly done by Old Eight and the bandit leader, Boss Lou, but you insisted that it was me. Not only that, you even captured my cousin and used all kinds of tricks on him to make him say what you wanted to hear. You took the opportunity to frame me. LV Hushan, I want to ask you, what are you thinking? Are you doing all this for my own good? LV Hushan turned his head to look at Yuan Weiqing and sneered, Yuan Weiqing, you always say that the matter in the East County was not done by you, but by Old Eight and the bandit leader. Do you really think I will believe it? The bandit leader, Boss Lou, has already been knocked off the cliff by us. Although there is a river below the cliff, can you guarantee that the bandit leader, Boss Lou, will be able to swim and come back alive? Speaking of this, LV Hushan paused for a moment, but then, without waiting for Yuan Weiqing to answer his question, he continued. Yuan Weiqing, let me tell you, maybe Boss Lou is already dead. You are still lying to me. How can I believe you? Yuan Weiqing sighed, LV Hushan, could it be that you will only believe me if I say that I did it? LV Hushan shook his head, Yuan Weiqing, even if you don't say it, I will think that you did it because there is absolutely no one else. After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing suddenly sneered, LV Hushan, since you want to know the truth, then I will tell you. The sneak attack you encountered on the way to the East County was definitely done by Old Eight and the bandit leader Boss Lou. If you don't believe it, I have evidence. Evidence? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan was taken aback and asked in a trembling voice, Yuan Weiqing, what evidence do you have? Yuan Weiqing sighed and said slowly, LV Hushan, do you know that you have been in the East County for so long and have not come back, so of course, I am worried. Once, when I was drinking with Old Eight, just when we were about to get drunk, I inadvertently mentioned this matter. As a result, Old Eight drank too much. You know, his alcohol tolerance is not very high, so he told me. I still remember very clearly that I asked him this at that time. LV Hushan has been gone for so long, why hasn't he come back yet? After Old Eight heard my words, he began to sneer. Of course, I was curious, so I kept asking. Under my questioning, Old Eight finally couldn't help but tell me that you will never come back. Speaking of this, Yuan Weiqing turned around and looked at LV Hushan as he let out a sigh. LV Hushan, do you know that when I asked you this question, it was about 2 months after you left? During that period of time, Eighth Sister was sure that you would not come back. Have you ever thought about why she was so sure? Speaking of this, Yuan Weiqing paused for a moment, but then, without waiting for LV Hushan to answer his question, he continued. LV Hushan, there is only one possibility, that is, the people who attacked you were him and the bandit leader Boss Lou. The two of them have already killed you, so they naturally know that you will not come back, so they said this with certainty. LV Hushan, is this evidence? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan's face became very ugly. Yuan Weiqing was right. How did Old Eight know that he would not come back? If there was no absolute certainty, no one would dare to say this. Could it be that this matter was really done by Old Eight and the bandit leader Boss Lou, and it had nothing to do with Yuan Weiqing? If what Yuan Weiqing said was true, then this matter really had nothing to do with him. However, was this matter true? I just heard Yuan Weiqing say this. Who knows if he was lying? If Yuan Weiqing was lying to him, then wouldn't everything be fake? Thinking of this, LV Hushan turned his head to look at Yuan Weiqing and sneered, Yuan Weiqing, I know, you are lying to me again, but it doesn't matter. Anyway, I don't believe it. You are free to say whatever you want, as long as I don't believe it. Am I right? After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing frowned and said slowly, LV Hushan, why don't you believe what I said? I didn't lie to you. LV Hushan sneered, Yuan Weiqing, this is because what you said is a lie. Naturally, I won't believe it. Yuan Weiqing shook his head, LV Hushan, I didn't lie to you. This is what Old Eight said. If he didn't do this, why would he dare to say this? LV Hushan shook his head, Yuan Weiqing, maybe he drank too much and said it casually, and you took it seriously? Yuan Weiqing frowned. LV Hushan, what do you mean? No matter what kind of suspicious actions others do, you won't doubt it. Why don't you believe what I say? Speaking of this, Yuan Weiqing paused for a moment, but then, without waiting for LV Hushan to answer his question, he continued. LV Hushan, let me tell you, I didn't do this in the East County. If you believe me and don't want to be in danger in the future, you should know that it was actually Old Eight and the bandit leader Boslu who did this. I hope you will be careful in the future, understand? LV Hushan shook his head. Yuan Weiqing, you've told too many lies. I don't believe you anymore. The person I should be wary of now is you. As long as you don't harm me, no one will harm me. Speaking of this, LV Hushan paused for a moment, but then, without waiting for Yuan Weiqing to answer his question, he sneered and continued. By the way, you haven't said it yet. After drinking for a long time, do you have any reaction? I heard that drinking too much of that kind of wine will make people delirious and eventually crazy. I don't know if you feel it. After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing was taken aback. He stared at LV Hushan and suddenly sneered. LV Hushan, I'm afraid I'll disappoint you. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. He hurriedly asked, Yuan Weiqing, what do you mean by this? Why would I be disappointed when you drank that wine? Yuan Weiqing shook his head. LV Hushan, I'll tell you the truth. Do you really think I can't taste the sweetness in the wine? Speaking of this, Yuan Weiqing paused for a moment, but then, without waiting for LV Hushan to answer his question, he continued. LV Hushan, let me tell you, I can taste it. Not only can I taste the sweetness in the wine, but I also know the effect of the new dish you added. LV Hushan, are you a little disappointed? What? Hearing these words, LV Hushan was taken aback. He asked with a trembling voice, Yuan Weiqing, you know everything? Speaking of this, LV Hushan's tone paused for a moment, but then, without waiting for Yuan Weiqing to answer his question, he continued. But, since you know there's something wrong with the wine, why did you still drink it? After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing sighed. LV Hushan, do you know that I'm a very competitive person? The more I can't do something, the more I want to do it. From the beginning, you put the feces of the wild hero in the wine. I didn't accept it, so I put the feces of the grey wolf in the wine to counter you. However, you didn't give up and put honey in the wine to make me fall into your trap. Unfortunately, I've seen through your plan. Since you still don't give up, then of course I have to accompany you. So, since you added honey in the wine, I naturally can't fall behind. Speaking of this, Yuan Weiqing turned his head to look at LV Hushan, sighed, and said slowly, LV Hushan, I'll tell you the truth. You added honey in the wine, and I added something in the wine, something you can't imagine. However, after you drink this for a long time, if you don't eat that dish, it will be better. Because of this thing that I added, together with your dish, it has a new effect. Do you know that? What? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan was shocked and hurriedly asked, Yuan Weiqing, what did you add in the wine? What's the effect? Yuan Weiqing sighed. LV Hushan, it's nothing. After drinking this wine, plus your dish, it's okay to drink a little, but after drinking a lot, I think it won't be long before your mind becomes unclear and you fall into a coma. Of course, LV Hushan, you don't have to be afraid, because even if you fall into a coma, you won't fall into a coma immediately. You will be a little sleepy first. Chapter 870. Yuan Weiqing continued, LV Hushan, you felt a little sleepy at first, and this sleepiness gradually became heavier and heavier. In the end, you fainted, but you don't have to worry. It will take a long time for this effect to happen. If there are no accidents, it should be within a year or two. You just feel very sleepy, but you won't faint. Do you understand? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan suddenly gritted his teeth and a cold light burst out from his eyes. Yuan Weiqing, you want me to faint completely and then let your cousin become the protector of the secret thunder sect in the South County, right? After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing shook his head. LV Hushan, you're wrong. I've already told you. I just feel unconvinced. From the beginning, you put the feces of the wild man in the wine, Then I put the feces of the grey wolf. Then, you put honey in the wine. You still want to harm me. LV Hushan, since you refuse to wake up, I can only give you a taste of your own medicine. It's because you refuse to let go that I added this thing. Do you understand? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan suddenly sneered. Yuan Weiqing, you mean, it's all my fault? Yuan Weiqing hesitated for a moment before slowly nodding. LV Hushan, that's right. If you didn't put the feces of the wild man in the wine first, how could I put the feces of the grey wolf? LV Hushan sneered. He suddenly stomped his foot and rushed in front of Yuan Weiqing. He slapped Yuan Weiqing's face with a backhand. Pa! Ah! Yuan Weiqing let out a blood-curdling scream as he was slammed to the ground by this palm. LV Hushan looked down at Yuan Weiqing, who was lying on the ground, and sneered. Yuan Weiqing, you dare to say that it's my fault? Let me ask you, if you didn't treat me badly, why would I harm you? Let me tell you, I'm a very kind person. You bullied me too much. I had no choice but to fight back. This is all your fault. Otherwise, how could this happen? Yuan Weiqing covered his face and looked at LV Hushan in horror. He said in a trembling voice, LV Hushan, I didn't treat you badly. Why did you do this to me? LV Hushan sneered and suddenly kicked Yuan Weiqing away. Yuan Weiqing, don't quibble. No matter what you say, I will never believe you. You must have done all these things. Even the sneak attack on me on the way to the East County was definitely done by you. You still don't admit it. Yuan Weiqing ignored the pain all over his body and hurriedly waved his hand. LV Hushan, you really misunderstood me. I didn't let you down. Think about it carefully. Ever since you came to the secret Thunder sect in the South County, I was the person who treated you the best. Why did you do this to me? At this point, Yuan Weiqing suddenly exclaimed, could it be that the medicine is taking effect? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan suddenly froze. He frowned and asked, Yuan Weiqing, what are you talking about? What medicine is effective? Yuan Weiqing sighed. LV Hushan, the thing I put in the wine will make people delirious and finally faint. LV Hushan, have you started? Before Yuan Weiqing finished his words, LV Hushan waved his hand and interrupted him. Yuan Weiqing, what nonsense are you talking about? Do you want to say that I'm delirious now? Humph, I tell you, I'm very clear-headed. You, on the other hand, seem to be delirious. Yuan Weiqing sighed. LV Hushan, I didn't have a choice. If you didn't put Wild Hero's feces in the wine first, I wouldn't have put this kind of thing in it. Speaking of this matter, I'm blaming you. As soon as Yuan Weiqing's voice fell, LV Hushan glared and waved his hand again. With a slap, Yuan Weiqing's face was slapped. Yuan Weiqing, don't talk nonsense. Do you think I don't know that you put that thing in it? Hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing was shocked. LV Hushan, what are you talking about? Do you know that I put that thing in it? LV Hushan sneered. Yuan Weiqing, do you think I don't know your little tricks? Let me tell you, I already knew. Not only did I know that you put something in the wine, but I also put something in it. Speaking of this, LV Hushan paused for a moment, but then, without waiting for Yuan Weiqing to answer his words, he continued. Yuan Weiqing, the thing I put in can not only remove the effect of the thing you put in it, but also play a more interesting effect. Do you know? Yuan Weiqing's face became ugly. LV Hushan, what did you put in it? LV Hushan sighed and said slowly, Yuan Weiqing, the effect of this thing is really bad. I don't want to say it, as long as you understand it, it's fine. Cold sweat began to ooze from Yuan Weiqing's forehead, and he suddenly asked in horror, LV Hushan, do you mean that the effect of that thing is? LV Hushan nodded proudly. Yuan Weiqing, yes, you are right. You haven't been home for a long time, right? Yuan Weiqing gritted his teeth and wanted to stand up, but LV Hushan kicked him to the ground again. Yuan Weiqing, don't struggle. It's useless. Today, I will let you taste my power. For so many years, you have always been superior to me in martial arts and bullied me everywhere. I have had enough. Now, I want revenge. Yuan Weiqing wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. LV Hushan, don't do it. Have you forgotten what we just said? Hearing this, LV Hushan frowned. Yuan Weiqing, what's the matter? Yuan Weiqing whispered, LV Hushan, are you willing to be controlled by Deputy Hall Master Zhong? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan immediately understood and sneered. Yuan Weiqing, you want to cooperate with me again? Yuan Weiqing hurriedly nodded, LV Hushan, it's true. Cooperate with me. Don't forget that Old Eight and the bandit leader, Boss Lu, are still waiting for you outside. If you don't cooperate with me, they may appear in front of you one day to seek revenge. Hearing this, LV Hushan couldn't help but frown. Yuan Weiqing was right. If he didn't get rid of these two annoying guys, sooner or later, they would cause trouble. LV Hushan shook his head, Yuan Weiqing, this is none of your business. I want to know if you want to cooperate with me now. What method can you come up with to cooperate with me? Speaking of this, LV Hushan paused for a moment, but then, without waiting for Yuan Weiqing to answer his question, he snorted coldly and continued. Yuan Weiqing, don't forget that even if I don't cooperate with you, I'll be fine, so you'd better be honest and think of a way for me. Seeing that LV Hushan didn't make a move for the time being, Yuan Weiqing hurriedly nodded, LV Hushan, don't worry, I will definitely think of a way. After all, if this plan can succeed, it will be beneficial to both of us, don't you think so? LV Hushan sneered in his heart. Of course, he knew how great the benefits would be if this plan succeeded. At that time, the Tanlei sect of the South County would be under his control. As for Yuan Weiqing, he didn't even need to think about it. After this plan succeeded, he would immediately get rid of him. Thinking of this, LV Hushan snorted coldly and said slowly, Yuan Weiqing, well, I'll believe you this time. Tell me your plan quickly. Yuan Weiqing frowned and looked around before saying slowly, LV Hushan, our biggest enemy now is Vice Hall Master Zhong. As long as we get rid of him, the remaining Hall Master Shui and Yi Tianhua will be nothing to worry about. At that time, the Tanlei sect of the South County will be completely in our hands. Don't you think so? LV Hushan frowned, Yuan Weiqing, is this all you can say? Let me tell you, don't talk nonsense. Hurry up and say something useful. Yuan Weiqing was stunned and then nodded, LV Hushan, listen to me. Speaking of this, Yuan Weiqing paused for a moment, but then he continued without waiting for LV Hushan to answer him. LV Hushan, if we want to deal with Vice Hall Master Zhong, I'm afraid it's not enough with just the two of us, so we have to think of another way. LV Hushan frowned, Yuan Weiqing, hurry up and tell me, what's the plan? Yuan Weiqing said slowly, so we can only wake up Hall Master Shui to deal with Vice Hall Master Zhong. Don't you think so? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan was stunned for a moment, then he sneered, Yuan Weiqing, I've already said this method, but it seems to be useless. Do you think it'll work if you say it now? Yuan Weiqing shook his head, LV Hushan, how can it be useless? Do you think Hall Master Shui is no match for Vice Hall Master Zhong? LV Hushan shook his head, Yuan Weiqing, have you forgotten? Even if we wake up Hall Master Shui, he can't recover his martial arts immediately. If that's the case, what's the use of waking him up? At that time, if we annoy Vice Hall Master Zhong, he will kill us all. Wouldn't that be terrible? After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing was also stunned, and large beads of sweat appeared on his forehead again. He had been thinking about this problem for a while, but he really couldn't think of a good way, so it had been delayed until now. What should he do? If he couldn't think of a way to solve this problem, LV Hushan would kill him. Thinking of this, Yuan Weiqing only felt his heart beat violently, but he still couldn't think of any solution. LV Hushan saw Yuan Weiqing there with his head lowered and knew that he couldn't think of a way, so he sneered and said slowly, Yuan Weiqing, since you can't think of a way, don't blame me for being rude. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for not being smart enough. If you can't think of a way, then think of your own way. After saying this, LV Hushan slowly raised his hand and was about to get rid of Yuan Weiqing. Yuan Weiqing suddenly trembled in fear. Suddenly, he had an idea. He hurriedly waved his hand and said in a low voice, LV Hushan, don't worry. I've already thought of a way. I'm just thinking about how to perfect it and make it more perfect. You've thought of a way? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan asked doubtfully, Yuan Weiqing, What method have you thought of? Tell me quickly. Speaking of this, LV Hushan paused for a moment, but then, without waiting for Yuan Weiqing to answer his words, he sneered and continued. Yuan Weiqing, if you dare to lie to me again, I'll make you pay the price. Your cousin didn't say anything at first, but after he tasted my little tricks, he became very honest. He would answer whatever I asked him. He's even more obedient than my son. Do you want to try? After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing hurriedly waved his hand. He didn't want to try those little tricks. LV Hushan, listen to me. I really have a way. LV Hushan frowned. Then why don't you say it quickly? Do you want me to kill you before you're willing to say it? Yuan Weiqing didn't dare to keep LV Hushan in suspense and hurriedly said, LV Hushan, I think that Deputy Hall Leader Zhong's martial arts are strong. The two of us are definitely not his opponent, so we can only find someone who can fight against him. Don't you think so? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan frowned and suddenly sneered. So, you want to persuade me to awaken Hall Leader Shui again, right? Speaking of this, LV Hushan paused for a moment, but then, without waiting for Yuan Weiqing to answer his words, he snorted and continued. Yuan Weiqing, I've already said that this definitely won't work. If this is your only way, then I'm sorry, I can only do it to you. After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing hurriedly waved his hand. LV Hushan, why are you always so anxious? Can't you listen to me first? Speaking of this, Yuan Weiqing paused for a moment, but then, without waiting for LV Hushan to answer his words, he continued. LV Hushan, I know that even if we awaken Hall Leader Shui, he will need a short period of time to recover. During this time, if Deputy Hall Leader Zhong discovers our little tricks, he will definitely attack us. So, in order to prevent this from happening, in addition to awakening Hall Leader Shui, we have to awaken Yi Tianhua as well. What? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan was shocked. Yuan Weiqing, what did you say? Why do you have to awaken Yi Tianhua? Yuan Weiqing suddenly sneered and said slowly, LV Hushan, I think that as long as we awaken both of them at the same time, even if Deputy Hall Leader Zhong wants to attack, it will definitely take some time. At that time, even if Deputy Hall Leader Zhong kills one of them, at least one of them will be left, right? During this time, I believe that their martial arts will definitely recover, and even if they don't recover, they will at least be able to block Deputy Hall Leader Zhong's attack. In addition, with the help of the two of us, LV Hushan, think about it carefully. Is Deputy Hall Leader Zhong sure that he can defeat us? LV Hushan, this is impossible, right? Chapter 871. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan's eyes lit up. He turned his head to look at Yuan Weiqing and Yi Tianhua, who were lying on the ground. He was thinking about the chances of success of this plan. If he only woke one of them up, LV Hushan was absolutely sure that it would be useless. This was because as long as Vice Hall Chief Zhong saw that one of them was awake, he would definitely come forward to solve the problem. At that time, he would conveniently solve Yuan Weiqing and himself, and this matter would be settled. Therefore, no matter how good Yuan Weiqing's previous plan was, LV Hushan would never believe it, because it was impossible to succeed. However, this plan was different. It really had a possibility of success. If they woke both of them up at the same time, no matter who Vice Hall Chief Zhong attacked, the remaining person would have some time to breathe. Yi Tianhua and Hall Chief Shui's martial arts were very strong. Even if they couldn't recover their martial arts when they woke up, they would at least be able to fight after Vice Hall Chief Zhong defeated the other person. Most importantly, as the battle dragged on, their martial arts would recover more and more. At that time, with the strength of the three of them, it was very possible to defeat Vice Hall Master Zhong. Thinking of this, LV Hushan was a little tempted. However, this wasn't a small matter, so he had to think carefully. Yuan Weiqing saw LV Hushan lowering his head and saying nothing, so he hurriedly said, LV Hushan, don't worry. As long as we wake both of them up, our plan will definitely succeed. Although Vice Hall Chief Zhong's martial arts are better than ours, I've seen that his martial arts are only on par with Hall Chief Shui's. If he's compared to Yi Tianhua, he's too far behind. So as long as both of them wake up, even if only one of them is left, we'll have a very high chance of success. Don't you think so? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan frowned. Yuan Weiqing, what you said makes sense, but have you ever thought about how we can wake both of them up at the same time? LV Hushan paused for a moment before he continued without waiting for Yuan Weigo's reply. Yuan Weiqing, don't forget that Vice Hall Master Zhong asked me to get rid of you. If the two of us go to Yi Tianhua and Hall Master Shui's side, he will definitely be suspicious. At that time, he will definitely attack us. Do you have the confidence to block Vice Hall Master Zhong's attack? Hearing this, Yuan Weiqing also frowned. He had to admit that LV Hushan was right. Although Vice Hall Master Zhong hadn't said anything for a long time, he was sure that he was watching them. As long as the two of them made any strange movements, Vice Hall Master Zhong would immediately kill them. Although Vice Hall Master Zhong's martial arts were not as good as Yi Tianhua's, it would be a piece of cake for him to deal with LV Hushan and himself. It could even be said that he only needed one hand to kill the two of them. Thinking of this, Yuan Weiqing's forehead gradually exuded cold sweat. What should he do to not attract Vice Hall Master Zhong's attention and walk to Yi Tianhua and Hall Master Shui? Looking at Yuan Weiqing, who was frowning, LV Hushan suddenly sneered, Yuan Weiqing, if we can't walk to them, no matter how good your plan is, I'm afraid it will be useless, right? After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing hurriedly waved his hand and said with a forced smile, LV Hushan, how is that possible? Don't worry, I will definitely think of a way. LV Hushan frowned and sneered, Yuan Weiqing, if you want to think of a way, I advise you to do it as soon as possible. Time is not short. If I don't kill you now, I'm afraid Vice Hall Master Zhong will be suspicious. At that time, you won't be the only unlucky one. Do you understand? Hearing this, Yuan Weiqing hurriedly nodded, LV Hushan, don't worry, I will definitely think of a solution. Although Yuan Weiqing's words were confident, he was not at all confident in his heart. Because until now, he had not thought of a single clue. If he had not attacked Vice Hall Master Zhong, there would have been a way to get close to them. But now, Vice Hall Master Zhong had begun to suspect him. How could he allow him to get close to them? Since he had no way to get close, did LV Hushan have a way to get close? In response to this question, Yuan Weiqing thought about it carefully and suddenly realized that LV Hushan had a way to get close. Because as long as LV Hushan killed him, Yuan Weiqing was sure that Vice Hall Master Zhong would definitely let LV Hushan kill Hall Master Shui. Then, wouldn't he be able to get close? However, that was after LV Hushan killed him. How could Yuan Weiqing accept such a result? No, he must think of a way to get close to Hall Master Shui and Yi Tianhua before LV Hushan killed him. But what method should he use? Yuan Weiqing was sure that as long as he made a move, Vice Hall Master Zhong would immediately kill him. It didn't take long for Yuan Weiqing's forehead to be covered with cold sweat. He subconsciously wiped it off and suddenly had an idea. Right now, his greatest concern was Vice Hall Master Zhong. If he chose to surrender, would Vice Hall Master Zhong forgive him? As long as Vice Hall Master Zhong forgave him, he would have a way to get close to Yi Tianhua and Hall Master Shui. Thinking of this, Yuan Weiqing thought about it carefully and felt that this method should be feasible. The only concern should be whether Vice Hall Master Zhong would agree to his surrender. If he agreed, everything would be fine. But if he didn't agree, he was afraid that he would immediately kill him. Thinking of this, Yuan Weiqing was a little hesitant. He wanted to try it, but he also knew that the result of failure would be his death. He did not dare to try it. LV Hushan was a little impatient. He frowned and asked, Yuan Weiqing, have you thought about it? If you don't have a way, I will take action. After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing's heart was filled with hatred. As long as his plan succeeded, he would definitely take revenge on LV Hushan. LV Hushan, let me think about it again. This is not a small matter. If there is an accident, both of us will be unlucky. How can we not be careful? Don't you think so? LV Hushan nodded. Yuan Weiqing, you are right. We do have to be careful. But I also advise you to hurry up. There is not much time left. While saying this, LV Hushan sneered in his heart. If this plan succeeded, The moment Vice Hall Master Zhong was killed would be the moment he killed Yuan Weiqing. LV Hushan was very clear that things had already reached this point. No matter how nice Yuan Weiqing's words were, after this matter was over, he would still take revenge on him. Instead of leaving such an opponent alive, it was better to kill him directly to save trouble. What's more, Yuan Weiqing had harmed him for so long. It was time to take revenge. Thinking of revenge, LV Hushan suddenly thought of Old Eight and the bandit leader Boss Lu. He raised his head to look at Yuan Weiqing and asked with a frown. Yuan Weiqing, do you know the whereabouts of the bandit leader Boss Lu? After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing was stunned and asked with some doubts, LV Hushan, why are you asking this? LV Hushan shook his head. Nothing. I just want to know where the bandit leader Boss Lu is. Yuan Weiqing frowned. LV Hushan, are you afraid that the bandit leader Boss Lu will take revenge on you? LV Hushan turned his head to look at Yuan Weiqing and suddenly sneered. Yuan Weiqing, are you not afraid? Speaking of this, LV Hushan's tone paused for a moment. But then, without waiting for Yuan Weiqing to answer his question, he continued to speak. Yuan Weiqing, now is not the same as before. Now that you have lost an arm, your martial arts have weakened by half. If you meet the bandit leader Boss Lu again, I am afraid you will definitely not be his opponent. Could it be that you are not afraid that the bandit leader Boss Lu will take revenge on you? After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing sighed. What can I do if I'm afraid? Now is our only chance. As long as we control the secret Thunder sect in the South County and send people to find the bandit leader Boss Lu, as long as we kill him first, we will naturally be safe. Don't you think so? LV Hushan frowned. Yuan Weiqing, this means that you don't know the whereabouts of the bandit leader Boss Lu? Yuan Weiqing shook his head. I don't know. Speaking of this, Yuan Weiqing's eyes suddenly lit up and he hurriedly said, LV Hushan, although I don't know, there is one person who definitely knows. LV Hushan hurriedly asked, who is it? Old Eight. Yuan Weiqing sneered. LV Hushan, since Old Eight is in contact with the bandit leader Boss Lu, then he must know the whereabouts of the bandit leader Boss Lu. As long as we find Old Eight, it is equivalent to finding the bandit leader Boss Lu. Don't you think so? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan frowned and suddenly asked, Yuan Weiqing, could it be that what happened to me on the road in the East County was really not your doing? Hearing LV Hushan's question, Yuan Weiqing was overjoyed and hurriedly nodded. LV Hushan, don't worry. How could I do such a thing? LV Hushan shook his head. Yuan Weiqing, actually, I don't really believe you. However, you said that it was the bandit leader Boss Lu who did it. I believe you for the time being. However, there is one more thing that I don't know if you remember. I'm afraid you have nothing to quibble about this matter, right? After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing's expression changed. LV Hushan, is there anything else? LV Hushan turned his head to look at Yuan Weiqing and suddenly nodded. Yuan Weiqing, you're very good at pretending. Sometimes, I even suspect that I've misunderstood you. Yuan Weiqing sighed and said slowly, LV Hushan, you really don't have to doubt because I won't do those things to you. Please believe me. No matter what, we are the protectors of the Tanlei sect in the South County. We should help each other, don't you think so? LV Hushan sighed and said slowly, Yuan Weiqing, in fact, you want to harm me. You don't have to hide this. Even if you hide it, I won't believe it. You said that what your cousin said to me was because of my little tricks, but I can guarantee that he was telling the truth. He was definitely not perfunctory because what he said was the truth. Yuan Weiqing, do you know how many times you sneak attacked me on the way? How long did each sneak attack last? What the scene was like at that time? He said it very clearly. It could be said that it was exactly the same. Yuan Weiqing, if he was perfunctory, he definitely wouldn't have said it so clearly. I've already said that no one knows the route I took to the East County. I don't know how you know, but I'm sure that it must be you who did it. Although you kept denying it and found a lot of reasons to explain it for you, I still don't believe it because your cousin has already said that it was you who did it. As for Eighth Brother and the bandit leader, although they might have done it, They wouldn't know my route because even if I was drunk, I would never tell them. Speaking of this, LV Hushan turned his head to look at Yuan Weiqing. He sneered and asked slowly, Yuan Weiqing, do you know why it's impossible for them to know? After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing hurriedly shook his head. LV Hushan, that's impossible. As long as you drink too much, you will say anything. Moreover, you don't remember. How can I be sure that you didn't tell them? Speaking of this, Yuan Weiqing paused for a moment, but then he continued without waiting for LV Hushan to answer his question. LV Hushan, have you forgotten what we just said? Maybe you didn't tell 8th brother about this, but don't forget that when 8th brother was sleeping, other friends were talking to you. And these people are also 8th brother's friends. If you tell them your route, they will also tell 8th brother the news. Perhaps the main reason why 8th brother had brought them here to drink was because he wanted them to find out more information about him. LV Hushan, don't deceive yourself. 8th brother must have done this. It can't be wrong. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan shook his head and said with a sigh, Yuan Weiqing, do you know why I'm so sure that I won't tell 8th brother about my route? After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing shook his head. Is it because he drank too much and slept? So you think he won't know your route? Hearing Yuan Weiqing's answer, LV Hushan shook his head. Yuan Weiqing, you're wrong. This is not the main reason. Speaking of this, LV Hushan paused for a moment, but then, without waiting for Yuan Weiqing to answer his question, he sneered and continued. Yuan Weiqing, the main reason is that as soon as we finished the meeting, 8th brother took me out for a drink. Think about it. Even if I wanted to plan the route, do you think I have the time? I can tell you now that I'm sure 8th brother didn't do it because I planned the route the next morning. Chapter 872. After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing was stunned. For a moment, he couldn't speak. If LV Hushan had really decided on his route the next morning, then Laro Ba, who had been drinking with him the night before, naturally wouldn't have known about his route. LV Hushan saw Yuan Weiqing lowering his head and suddenly sneered, Yuan Weiqing, now you understand why I don't believe you, right? Because no matter what, Old 8 can't know my route. Naturally, he can't connect with the bandit leader Boss Lu and sneak attack me on the road in the East County like you said. Yuan Weiqing, now that things have come to this, what else do you have to say? After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing was stunned for a moment and then waved his hand, LV Hushan, since the route was set by you the next day, Old 8 certainly can't know. But, how could I know? Yuan Weiqing paused for a moment, but he didn't wait for LV Hushan to answer his question and continued to speak. LV Hushan, according to what you said, only you know your route. I didn't look for you, so how could I know your route? I think you should think carefully about who you were in contact with after the second morning. Did this person have any ulterior motives towards you? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan frowned. No, I didn't contact anyone the next morning. I left the Tanlei sect in the South County directly. I don't think Old 8 would know my route. Yuan Weiqing shook his head, LV Hushan, then I wouldn't know your route either. Why are you still suspecting me? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan frowned even more. He was also puzzled. He definitely made the plan to go to the East County the next morning. Because when he drank with Old 8 the night before, he did drink a little too much. He went to bed immediately after he came back. How could he have time to plan his route? However, LV Hushan was sure that he had never seen Yuan Weiqing since the meeting ended. He didn't see Yuan Weiqing until he left the Tanlei sect in the South County. Since he hadn't seen Yuan Weiqing, how did he know his route? Thinking of this, LV Hushan frowned even more. He couldn't understand. His route was set the next morning, and he didn't discuss it with anyone. How could Yuan Weiqing know? Seeing LV Hushan lowering his head in silence, Yuan Weiqing let out a sigh. LV Hushan, I really didn't do this. Like you said, your action route was fixed on the second morning. Of course, I didn't know your action route. Even if I wanted to sneak attack you, how could I find you in such a huge crowd? Yuan Weiqing paused for a moment, but he didn't wait for LV Hushan to answer his question and continued to speak. LV Hushan, Think about it again. Since it wasn't eighth brother who did it, did you meet someone when you left the secret thunder sect in the South County? Did you tell this person about yourself? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan frowned. He thought about it carefully and his face suddenly changed. Could it be him? LV Hushan remembered that after leaving the Tanlei sect in the South County, he had stayed in the inn. Most importantly, he had drunk a lot of wine when he stayed in the inn. Could it be that because he had drunk, he had revealed his route? LV Hushan still remembered that when he was drinking in the hall of the inn, there was another person at the same table as him. He had a good chat with this person and talked a lot. When the two of them were talking happily, that person bought 2 more jars of wine and placed them on the table. One for each of them. If it wasn't for that jar of wine, LV Hushan wouldn't have drunk so much. However, no matter how good LV Hushan's alcohol tolerance was, he would definitely have drunk too much. Could it be that after he drank that jar of wine, he revealed his route of action? Thinking of this, LV Hushan frowned even more. He felt a little regretful. He really shouldn't have drunk that jar of wine. If the sneak attack on him was really because of that jar of wine, wouldn't he have misunderstood Yuan Weiqing? Yuan Weiqing had been paying attention to LV Hushan's expression. When he saw that LV Hushan's expression had changed, he hurriedly asked, LV Hushan, did you think of something? Tell me quickly. I'll help you analyze it and see if I can find the reason. At this point, Yuan Weiqing paused for a moment. But then, without waiting for LV Hushan to answer his question, he sighed and continued. LV Hushan, I know you don't trust me, but I promise you that I definitely didn't do this. If you don't find the reason, I'm sure that this is only the first time. Soon, there will be a second time, a third time, until they succeed. Wouldn't that be terrible? So I think you should tell me about this matter and see if I can help you. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan frowned. Yuan Weiqing, you really didn't do it? Yuan Weiqing nodded heavily. LV Hushan, what I said is true. You see, I don't know your route. Even if I wanted to sneak attack you, I couldn't do anything about it. Don't you think so? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan gritted his teeth. Well, I'll tell you. When I stayed in the hotel on the first day, I did meet someone. But I don't know if he knew my route. Hearing this, Yuan Weiqing immediately understood and hurriedly asked, LV Hushan, did you drink too much again? LV Hushan glared at Yuan Weiqing fiercely. Yuan Weiqing, what does it have to do with you? I can drink as much as I want. You're not allowed to talk. Yuan Weiqing frowned. LV Hushan, I naturally don't care how much you drink. I just want to know who you were drinking with at that time. How much did you drink? Did you drink too much? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan hesitated and said slowly, I remember that day, the two of us drank 3 jars of wine. We shouldn't have drunk too much, right? Hearing this, Yuan Weiqing immediately clapped his hands and said with a smile, LV Hushan, I understand. That's the problem. LV Hushan frowned. Yuan Weiqing, what do you understand? Although the two of us drank 3 jars of wine, we didn't drink too much. How could I make a mistake? Yuan Weiqing suddenly sneered. LV Hushan, did the two of us just meet? Have we never drunk together before? Speaking of this, Yuan Weiqing's tone paused for a moment. But then, without waiting for LV Hushan to answer his question, he continued to speak. LV Hushan, let me tell you, the two of you don't need to drink 3 jars of wine. You only need to drink 1 jar of wine and you will definitely be drunk, or even unconscious. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan gritted his teeth and wanted to refute. But when he thought of the scene that day, he just snorted and didn't speak. Yuan Weiqing sighed. LV Hushan, you drank so much wine that day. You must have lost a lot of words. By the way, when you went to the East County to do the task, weren't you alone? Why did another person come out to drink with you? LV Hushan, who is this person? Do you know him? LV Hushan shook his head. I don't know him. He's just a friend I met in the inn. We met for the first time, but we had a good conversation, so we talked a little more. After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing sighed. Then, You drank a little more, right? LV Hushan frowned. Yuan Weiqing, what are you talking about? He insisted on inviting me to drink. Can I refuse? For so many years, have you ever seen me refuse to drink with anyone? Yuan Weiqing shook his head. LV Hushan, I finally understand. It turns out that this is the problem. Speaking of this, Yuan Weiqing's tone paused, but then, without waiting for LV Hushan to answer his words, he continued. LV Hushan, have you ever thought about why this person invited you to drink? LV Hushan stared at him. Why else? Of course, we had a good conversation, so we drank more wine. Yuan Weiqing shook his head and said with a sneer, LV Hushan, two people who don't know each other had a good conversation. Then, this person invited you to drink. Have you ever thought about why this is? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan suddenly sneered. Yuan Weiqing, do you mean that this person invited me to drink in order to get me drunk so that he could know my route of action? Yuan Weiqing nodded and said affirmatively, LV Hushan, it must be like this. Otherwise, why would he invite you to drink? Does he have so much money that he can't spend it all? Must he spend it all on that day? Speaking of this, Yuan Weiqing's tone paused, but then, without waiting for LV Hushan to answer his words, he continued. LV Hushan, you also know that the price of a jar of wine is not low. Why would he spend money to invite a stranger to drink? If there is no reason, how could he do this? So I am sure that he invited you to drink to know your route so that he could sneak attack you halfway. There is absolutely no other reason. LV Hushan frowned. Yuan Weiqing, you think so? Do you think that other people think the same as you? Yuan Weiqing sighed. LV Hushan, I have been in the underworld for so many years, and no stranger has ever invited me to drink. Moreover, even if a stranger invited me to drink, I would never drink because I am sure that there must be a problem. Otherwise, why would he invite me to drink for no reason? LV Hushan frowned. Yuan Weiqing, I don't either, but this person is particularly congenial. We can talk about anything. Do you think that I should drink with such a person? After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing smiled bitterly and shook his head. LV Hushan, two people who don't know each other can be so congenial. Do you think this is possible? Moreover, you don't know each other, and he doesn't know you. Two people sitting together think that each other is good friends. No matter how I think about it, I don't think it is possible. Speaking of this, Yuan Weiqing's tone paused for a moment, but then, without waiting for LV Hushan to answer his words, he sneered and continued. Unless, he has some ulterior motives, so he goes along with whatever you say and says whatever you are willing to listen to. He just wants to think that you two are congenial, and then he takes the opportunity to invite you to drink. I even suspect that this person knows how much alcohol you can hold. He knows that you will get drunk no matter how much you drink. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan frowned. He had some doubts in his heart. Could it be that what Yuan Weiqing said is true? This person is congenial with me, and his temper is similar. Could it be that he really wants to get closer to me, then invite me to drink and take the opportunity to get me drunk to inquire about my route? If this is the case, doesn't it mean that the person who sneaked an attack on me is really not Yuan Weiqing, but the person who drank with me? But why is this? LV Hushan raised his head and looked at Yuan Weiqing. He frowned and asked, Yuan Weiqing, I don't know that person. Why would he inquire about my route and sneak an attack on me halfway? Yuan Weiqing thought carefully and said slowly, LV Hushan, if I didn't guess wrong, this person must have some connection with Old Eight or the bandit leader, Boss Lu. Maybe the person who drank with you was sent by them. LV Hushan, do you think this is possible? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan was stunned. Yuan Weiqing, do you think they are the bandit leader, Boss Lu's men? Yuan Weiqing nodded. It's very possible. Otherwise, why would he want to get closer to you and then inquire about your route? If you ask me, he must have some ulterior motives. It's very likely that he is the bandit leader, Boss Lu's men. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan lowered his head and thought carefully. Suddenly, he sneered. Yuan Weiqing, I really didn't expect that you would dare to lie to me. Do you think that I won't dare to play tricks on you? After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing was shocked and hurriedly waved his hand. LV Hushan, what do you mean? I am analyzing this matter for you. How can you say that I am lying to you? LV Hushan sneered. Yuan Weiqing, you said that the person who drank with you is the bandit leader, Boss Lu's men, right? Yuan Weiqing nodded. It's very possible. Otherwise, why would he drink with you? LV Hushan glared at Yuan Weiqing fiercely and sneered. Yuan Weiqing, then let me ask you. If this person is the bandit leader, Boss Lu's men, since he has the time to drink with me, why didn't he and Boss Lu attack me at that time? Yuan Weiqing, I was unprepared at that time. If they attacked me, they might have succeeded. But they didn't attack me. They just drank with me. Chapter 873. LV Hushan sneered and said, Yuan Weiqing, then you tell me. With such a good opportunity, why didn't they make a move? Why did they have to intercept me halfway? This. After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing was stunned. For a moment, he couldn't speak. LV Hushan was right. If that person really wanted to deal with LV Hushan, then it was indeed the best time. Since the two of them had already hit it off, LV Hushan had already treated him as a friend. Naturally, he wouldn't be on guard. If that person wanted to make a move, it was simply a piece of cake. But why didn't he make a move? Yuan Weiqing also wanted to know this problem, but he couldn't think of a reason to solve this problem. Seeing that Yuan Weiqing didn't answer his question, LV Hushan sneered, Yuan Weiqing, this time you admit it. That person really treated me as a friend. He definitely wasn't a subordinate of the bandit leader, Boss Lu. If he wanted to make a move on me, there was no need to sneak an attack on me halfway. It was the best time to do it in the hotel. I also know my problem. As long as I drink, I will drink a lot. Maybe, I will even be drunk until I lose consciousness. Yuan Weiqing, in that situation, if he wanted to make a move on me, it was simply too easy. But why didn't he make a move? Yuan Weiqing, can you tell me the reason? After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing's face had become very ugly. Because he knew that what LV Hushan said was right. That was indeed the best time. Yuan Weiqing had drunk with LV Hushan countless times. He naturally knew that as long as LV Hushan drank, he would definitely drink a lot. It was indeed easy to make a move when LV Hushan was drunk. If that person was really a subordinate of the bandit leader, Boss Lu, why didn't he make a move? Could it be that I guessed wrong? In fact, that person wasn't a subordinate of the bandit leader, Boss Lu, but was really just a stranger. A stranger who wanted to treat LV Hushan as a friend. But, how was this possible? Yuan Weiqing was too clear about what kind of person LV Hushan was. LV Hushan sighed and said slowly, Yuan Weiqing, I advise you not to waste your efforts because even if you want to explain this matter, I'm afraid you won't be able to, right? Hearing this, Yuan Weiqing hurriedly waved his hand. LV Hushan, no, I feel that this person must have done it. Although he didn't do anything at that time, I think there must be a reason why he didn't do anything. Yuan Weiqing paused for a moment, but he didn't wait for LV Hushan to answer his question and continued to speak. Maybe it's because there are too many people in the inn and it's easy to be discovered, so he doesn't dare to make a move. Perhaps they thought that it would be very easy to get rid of you and that there was no need to let too many people know, so they didn't make a move. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan shook his head and sneered, Yuan Weiqing, your reason is wrong. Do you know that when I was ambushed for the first time, it was actually in an inn the next day? If the person who ambushed me was this person, why did he still choose to ambush me in the inn the next day? In this case, if he ambushed me in the first inn and I was drunk at that time, wouldn't it be simpler? Yuan Weiqing shook his head. LV Hushan, no, think about it. The person you saw at that time might only be him. And maybe this person's martial arts is very low, or even has no martial arts. Even if he wanted to make a move on you, he wouldn't succeed, right? Thinking of this reason, Yuan Weiqing's mood suddenly became better. Without waiting for LV Hushan to speak, he continued, LV Hushan, you see, if this person knew that he wasn't your opponent, or if the difference in martial arts between the two of you was too great, Why would he dare to make a move? His intention was to get rid of you, not to die together with you. The reason why he didn't make a move was that he was waiting for his accomplice, the bandit leader, Boss Lu, to arrive. LV Hushan, on the first day, he only needed to inquire about your route of action. This was enough because once they knew your route of action, you couldn't escape from their hands. So even if they made a move a day later, it would never affect their plan. So on the first day, they let you go. LV Hushan, don't you think this makes sense? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan couldn't help but be stunned. His brows gradually frowned. He never thought that Yuan Weiqing would actually give a reason, and this reason was very convincing. Yes, Yuan Weiqing was right. This person was just an ordinary person who knew a little martial arts. If he wanted to make a move on me, even if I was drunk, as long as I casually used my martial arts, this person would probably be killed by me. Could it be that this person didn't make a move on me on the first day really because he didn't know martial arts, so he didn't dare to make a move? This person didn't make a move on the first day. After calming me down, he inquired about the route of action from me and then went to inform the bandit leader, Boss Lu, overnight. On the second day, the bandit leader, Boss Lu, brought people to catch up with me and immediately launched a sneak attack. Could it be that this is the truth of the matter? In the whole matter, I misunderstood Yuan Weiqing. The person who really attacked me is actually the bandit leader, Boss Lu? LV Hushan couldn't believe this answer because he was still thinking in his heart. If the person who attacked me is really the bandit leader, Boss Lu, why would Yuan Weiqing's cousin say that? If they didn't do it, he didn't have to admit it. Could it be that my little trick was really too powerful, and Yuan Weiqing's cousin had no choice, so he simply said it? Thinking of this, LV Hushan felt that his mind was a little messy. For a while, he couldn't even figure it out. Yuan Weiqing saw that LV Hushan lowered his head and didn't say anything. He knew that LV Hushan believed his words, so he hurriedly continued. LV Hushan, think about it. The whole thing has nothing to do with me. Since we adjourned the meeting, I haven't seen you again. This way, I can't know your route of action. Even if I wanted to sneak attack you, it's impossible. And you also said that you didn't tell Old Eighth about your route of action. This means that maybe Old Eighth didn't do this. We just need to figure out who would know your route of action. Then we should be able to figure out who wanted to sneak attack you. And the stranger who was drinking with you in the inn, I feel that it's very possible. It can even be said that the person who sneaked an attack on you is definitely him. Otherwise, why would a stranger look for another stranger for a drink? At this point, Yuan Weiqing paused for a moment, but then, he continued without waiting for LV Hushan to answer his question. LV Hushan, if I'm not wrong, this person should be someone arranged by the bandit leader, Boss Lu. Maybe this person has been hiding near the secret thunder sect in the South County, waiting for you to come out. You have to know that it's impossible for the bandit leader, Boss Lu, to inquire about you himself, so he could only send someone to inquire about you. And this person should be the person he sent to inquire about you. Because this person doesn't know martial arts, even if he saw you coming out of the secret thunder sect in the South County, he couldn't do anything to you, so he walked behind you all the way to the first inn you stayed in. At this time, in order to inquire about your route of action, he took the opportunity to get close to you. Then, he invited you to drink and took the opportunity to ask about your route of action. Speaking of this, Yuan Weiqing turned his head to look at LV Hushan and sneered, LV Hushan, if I'm not wrong, after you drank this wine, you never saw this person again, right? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan frowned. He recalled carefully in his heart and was shocked to find that Yuan Weiqing was right. Yuan Weiqing was right. Ever since he drank the wine, he had not seen that person until the next day. LV Hushan still remembered very clearly that he had asked the innkeeper at that time. In the end, the innkeeper told him that this person had left the night before. Could it be that the reason why this person left was to find the bandit leader, Boss Lu, and tell him his route of action? If that was the case, this matter was very reasonable. The whole matter was getting clearer and clearer. All the evidence seemed to point to the stranger and the bandit leader behind the stranger, Boss Lu. Could it be that this was the truth of the matter? Thinking of this, LV Hushan frowned even more. Was Yuan Weiqing really not lying? Everything that had happened had nothing to do with him. Yuan Weiqing sighed and said slowly, LV Hushan, don't think too much. I really didn't do this. Think about it, why would I lie to you? LV Hushan raised his head and looked at Yuan Weiqing. He frowned and asked, Yuan Weiqing, this matter really has nothing to do with you? Yuan Weiqing nodded, LV Hushan, I have said it many times. This matter really has nothing to do with me. I definitely didn't do it. Hearing Yuan Weiqing's answer, LV Hushan nodded and said slowly, Yuan Weiqing, since you said so, then I will believe you for the time being. However, don't let me find out that you are lying. Otherwise, I will never let you go. After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing was suddenly overjoyed. He knew that LV Hushan would no longer doubt him and hurriedly nodded. LV Hushan, don't worry. What I said is true. None of it is false. If you don't believe me, you can ask around. Naturally, you will know. Hearing this, LV Hushan frowned. Yuan Weiqing, since you said that this matter was done by the bandit leader, Boss LV, then can you guess where he is hiding now? LV Hushan knew very well that if this matter was done by the bandit leader Boss Lu, then he must find him. Otherwise, it would be a big problem sooner or later. Hearing LV Hushan's question, Yuan Weiqing shook his head, LV Hushan, I don't dare to say where he is, but I am sure that although you were lucky enough to come back last time, after the bandit leader Boss Lu knows about it, he will definitely not let you go. He will find a way to take revenge again. Therefore, I think that he will definitely hide near the Tanlei sect in the South County and wait for you to come out. Then, he will take the opportunity to take revenge. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan frowned, but it has been so long since I went to the East County. I have also gone out several times. Why didn't the bandit leader Boss Lu take revenge on me? Yuan Weiqing shook his head. LV Hushan, even if he wants to take revenge, he has to find a perfect opportunity. Maybe you've become smarter after what happened last time. That's why they can't find a chance to attack you again. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan nodded and sighed. Yuan Weiqing, maybe you are right. I have indeed become very careful since that incident. Yuan Weiqing nodded, LV Hushan, see, I am right. These things you encountered must be done by the bandit leader Boss Lu. It can't be anyone else. Don't worry, I will never lie to you. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan nodded, Yuan Weiqing, let's not talk about those things. Let's think about what we should do next. Yuan Weiqing frowned, LV Hushan, didn't we just agree that as long as we wake up Hall Master Shui and Yi Tianhua at the same time, we will definitely be able to defeat Deputy Hall Master Zhong? LV Hushan shook his head and suddenly sneered, Yuan Weiqing, I'm afraid it's not that easy. If you want to wake them up, you must give them medicine. But you only have one pill. How can you share it with both of them? After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing frowned, LV Hushan, I have a medicine here. I believe that you can't have no medicine at all, right? As long as you take out another medicine, you can wake them up at the same time. LV Hushan shook his head, Yuan Weiqing, I do have a medicine here, and the effect is not bad. But that's not what I want to talk about. I want to ask, how can we get close to them? Yuan Weiqing gritted his teeth, LV Hushan, it seems that we can only choose to surrender. What? Hearing this, LV Hushan was shocked. Yuan Weiqing, what did you say? Surrender? Then what about our plan? Yuan Weiqing shook his head, LV Hushan, when I said surrender, it was just a pretense. Otherwise, how could Deputy Hall Master Zhong let his guard down and let us pass? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan frowned, Yuan Weiqing, even if we pretend to surrender, Deputy Hall Master Zhong might not let us pass, right? LV Hushan paused for a moment, but then, without waiting for Yuan Weiqing to answer his question, he continued. Yuan Weiqing, don't forget that Deputy Hall Master Zhong asked us to get rid of Hall Master Shui alone. I feel that he definitely wants to capture Yi Tianhua in exchange for the benefits he mentioned. He definitely won't let us kill him. So, what do you think we should do? Hearing this, Yuan Weiqing frowned, this matter is really not easy to solve. Chapter 874. LV Hushan frowned. Yuan Weiqing, what do you think we should do? If we don't solve this problem, our plan won't succeed. Hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing waved his hand. LV Hushan, don't worry. Let's think about it. What can we do to get Vice Hall Master Zhong to let us get close to Yi Tianhua? LV Hushan shook his head. I don't think we can do anything because Vice Hall Master Zhong has no intention of killing Yi Tianhua. Why would he let us get close to him? At this point, LV Hushan paused for a moment. However, he did not wait for Yuan Wei's reply and sneered as he continued to speak. What's more, if we can think of this, Vice Hall Master Zhong can't think of it. What if Vice Hall Master Zhong already knows that we will wake them up to deal with us? But he won't let us get close to Yi Tianhua. Yuan Weiqing nodded. Yes, he definitely won't let us get close to him. Can we sneak over? Hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan could not help but frown. Yuan Weiqing, are you kidding? If we go over, we will definitely be discovered by Vice Hall Master Zhong no matter what we do. Yuan Weiqing sighed and said slowly, LV Hushan, do you have any way to distract Vice Hall Master Zhong so that I can get close to Yi Tianhua? What do you think? LV Hushan shook his head. I don't have a way. Yuan Weiqing frowned and thought carefully. Suddenly, he said, LV Hushan, how about this? You pretend to have killed me. Then, Vice Hall Master Zhong will definitely ask you to kill Hall Master Shui. At that time, you can go to Hall Master Shui's side and feed him the medicine. Then, you can shout and attract Vice Hall Master Zhong's attention. And I can take the opportunity to sneak over to Yi Tianhua's side. At this point, Yuan Weiqing's eyes suddenly lit up as he had an idea. LV Hushan, I remember now. We can do this. You can pretend to kill me, but you have to chase me until I'm not far from Yi Tianhua. Or, you can directly push me onto Yi Tianhua's body. This way, I can take the opportunity to feed the medicine to Yi Tianhua, don't you think so? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan's eyes lit up. Then, he frowned. Yuan Weiqing, although we can wake Yi Tianhua up, what about Hall Master Shui? Yuan Weiqing frowned. LV Hushan, Hall Master Shui has two methods. First, you pretend to kill me. Then, Deputy Hall Master Zhong will let you kill Hall Master Shui. At that time, you can wake Hall Master Shui up. The other method was to feed Yi Tianhua the medicine when he pushed me to his side. Then, you continue to chase me until I reach Hall Master Shui's side. Then, I can feed him the medicine again. Can't we wake them up at the same time? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan frowned. He couldn't make up his mind. Which method should he use? Speaking of which, both methods had the possibility of success. However, the choice was indeed a problem. If he made the wrong choice, he would be in danger of being killed. After thinking for a while, LV Hushan raised his head and looked at Yuan Weiqing. He said slowly, Yuan Weiqing, I choose to pretend to kill you on the other side. Yuan Weiqing nodded, okay, but you have to be careful. If Deputy Hall Master Zhong sees that you have killed me, he will feel that you are useless. If he wants to get rid of you, it will be terrible. Don't you think so? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan frowned. Impossible. If Deputy Hall Master Zhong wanted to kill me, he would have done it long ago. Why hasn't he done it yet? Yuan Weiqing shook his head. LV Hushan, the reason why Deputy Hall Master Zhong didn't do it is that he wants you to kill me. After you kill me, you will naturally be useless. Hearing this, LV Hushan was stunned for a moment. Then, he gritted his teeth and said, well, I won't pretend to kill you. I will keep chasing you. Then, you can take the opportunity to feed the medicine to them. Yuan Weiqing nodded. He was indeed a little worried. If LV Hushan really did it, it would be terrible. LV Hushan, okay. Pretend to scold me and then start to attack me. LV Hushan nodded and suddenly shouted, Yuan Weiqing, you have harmed me for so many years. Today, I will take revenge. After saying this, LV Hushan immediately opened his eyes wide and stared at Yuan Weiqing fiercely. At the same time, he swung his fist toward Yuan Weiqing. Yuan Weiqing was already prepared for it. He hurriedly lowered his body and tried to avoid the attack. However, his injuries were too serious. Just as he bent his body, a piercing pain surged up to his heart. He could not help but cry out in alarm. The speed at which he crouched down also slowed down a little. But at this moment, LV Hushan's fist came and hit Yuan Weiqing's shoulder. Ah! Yuan Weiqing screamed and was forced back 7 or 8 steps by this punch. Then, he swayed and fell to the ground. Seeing that Yuan Weiqing was so weak that he was knocked down with just one punch, LV Hushan was stunned. When he punched just now, he was already a little slower. But he didn't expect that Yuan Weiqing still couldn't dodge. But now that things had progressed to this point, LV Hushan could only continue to act. LV Hushan yelled and rushed toward Yuan Weiqing. When he came close to Yuan Weiqing, LV Hushan kicked Yuan Weiqing's body. With a scream, Yuan Weiqing's body flew up again. He flew for 4 or 5 meters before falling to the ground. At this time, Yuan Weiqing was not far from Yi Tianhua. Looking at the distance between Yuan Weiqing and Yi Tianhua, LV Hushan calculated in his heart. As long as he kicked again, he could kick Yuan Weiqing to Yi Tianhua's side. Yuan Weiqing fell to the ground again. He felt incomparable pain all over his body. Even a few bones seemed to be broken. He shouted and wanted to get up, but his injury was too serious. As long as he moved a little, he felt a burst of sound in his mind. Seeing LV Hushan rushing over again, Yuan Weiqing was so scared that his face changed. He hurriedly waved his hand. LV Hushan, don't. I can't do it. I really can't do it. Stop. Hearing Yuan Weiqing scream, LV Hushan just snorted coldly. Now that things had come to this, he could only continue. Even if Yuan Weiqing was killed, he had to die beside Yi Tianhua. Amidst Yuan Weiqing's intense screams, LV Hushan once again sent a flying kick towards Yuan Weiqing's body. Yuan Weiqing only felt as if his body was hit by a hammer. His body flew up again and flew a few meters before falling to the ground. LV Hushan did not chase this time. He roared and said, Yuan Weiqing, today I will kill you. Let's see if you dare to harm me in the future. Yuan Weiqing only felt his vision darken. He turned his head in a daze and suddenly saw Yi Tianhua lying beside him. He immediately became alert and hurriedly pretended to roll over to Yi Tianhua's side. Enduring the pain, Yuan Weiqing fed Yi Tianhua a pill. Yuan Weiqing just breathed a sigh of relief when he saw LV Hushan rushing over from the corner of his eye. He was shocked and hurriedly shouted, LV Hushan, don't hit me. I really can't do it. If you continue, I'm afraid I'll be finished. LV Hushan sneered. What did Yuan Weiqing have to do with him? As long as he completed his task, it didn't matter even if he died. Ah! Amidst the scream, Yuan Weiqing flew up again and flew in the direction of Hallmaster Shui. Yuan Weiqing only felt his vision turn black. His body was in so much pain that it was numb. He even felt like sleeping. Yuan Weiqing had heard before that if he fell asleep at this time, he might not be able to wake up again. Therefore, he could only clench his teeth and force himself to stay awake. He kept shouting to wake himself up. Finally, after 4 or 5 kicks from LV Hushan, Yuan Weiqing was kicked to Hallmaster Shui's side. Yuan Weiqing couldn't care less. He hurriedly prepared the medicine and fed it to Hallmaster Shui. It was also at this time that Zhong Chunren finally realized that something was wrong. This was because he saw Hallmaster Shui move. Zhong Chunren immediately roars and leaps towards Hallmaster Shui. Seeing Zhong Chunren coming over, LV Hushan was shocked and stunned. Yuan Weiqing pushed Hallmaster Shui with all his strength, hoping that he would wake up quickly. The medicine that Yuan Weiqing fed him was indeed good. Hallmaster Shui slowly opened his eyes. In the next moment, he heard Yuan Weiqing's anxious shouts. Hallmaster Shui, get up quickly. Zhong Chunren is coming to harm us. Shui Zhizheng was shocked. He quickly sat up and saw that Zhong Chunren had already rushed over. Shui Zhizheng roared again. He grabbed a handful of thunderbolt pills and threw them at Zhong Chunren, who was rushing over. Zhong Chunren sneered. He leaped into the air and actually crossed the thunderbolt pills flying over. Then, He took advantage of the momentum and struck down from the air. Xue Zhizheng hurriedly got up to fight. However, his injuries were too serious. Zhong Chunren only used one move and sent Xue Zhizheng flying far away. Zhong Chunren was about to give chase when he suddenly realized that Yuan Weiqing and LV Hushan were desperately running towards Yi Tianhua. He was stunned and hurriedly turned his head to look. He was shocked. Yi Tianhua had already sat up and was looking at him. Zhong Chunren knew that Yi Tianhua's martial arts were strong. He must not let him recover. Otherwise, he would be the unlucky one. Thinking of this, Zhong Chunren sneered and rushed towards Yi Tianhua again. Yi Tianhua naturally knew that the situation was critical. He hurriedly turned his head to look for his sword. However, he found that his sword had fallen 20 steps away from him. His expression changed. Yi Tianhua's skills were all in this sword. However, it was impossible for him to get his sword back. Helplessly, Yi Tianhua could only grit his teeth and stand up. He roared, "Zhong Chunren, what are you trying to do?" Zhong Chunren did not speak. He rushed in front of him and struck out with his palms. With a whistling sound, his palms hit Yi Tianhua's body like lightning. Yi Tianhua was seriously injured. How could he block such a fierce attack? He immediately screamed and was sent flying. LV Hushan and Yuan Weiqing, who had been hiding behind Yi Tianhua, were shocked when they saw that Yi Tianhua was defeated so easily. Just as they were about to turn around and run, they heard Zhong Chunren's sneer behind them. At the same time, the sound of palm power breaking through the air was heard. Yuan Weiqing's injury was too serious. He fell behind and was hit on the back by Zhong Chunren's palm. He immediately screamed and flew out. Hearing Yuan Weiqing scream, LV Hushan was scared out of his wits. He could not run away anymore. He hurriedly turned around and begged, "Deputy Hall Master Zhong, let me go this time. I promise I won't dare to do it again." Zhong Chunren sneered and walked towards LV Hushan. "LV Hushan, I originally wanted to let you go this time and let you become my right-hand man. But it's a pity that you don't know how to seize this opportunity." Hearing this, LV Hushan hurriedly waved his hand. "Deputy Hall Master Zhong, give me another chance. Don't worry. I promise I won't be disloyal again." Zhong Chunren shook his head. "LV Hushan, you disappoint me." After saying this, Zhong Chunren hit LV Hushan's body with his palm. LV Hushan screamed and flew out. He just happened to fall beside Yuan Weiqing. Yuan Weiqing felt his vision darken. He tried his best to catch his breath, but the black fog in front of him grew thicker. Just as the black fog completely covered his vision, he suddenly saw LV Hushan fly in front of him before crashing heavily to the ground. LV Hushan's eyes widened and he stopped moving. Seeing LV Hushan's appearance, Yuan Weiqing heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. The black fog gradually covered his vision. After dealing with Yuan Weiqing and LV Hushan, Zhong Chunren turned around and came to Yi Tianhua, who was about to get up. He sighed. "Yi Tianhua, why do you have to do this? I don't want to kill you." Yi Tianhua tried hard to take a few breaths. "Zhong Chunren, since you don't want to fight, then let me go." Zhong Chunren shook his head and suddenly sneered. "Yi Tianhua, how is that possible? The reason why I want to catch you today is that I have a great use for you. Don't you know?" Yi Tianhua frowned. "Zhong Chunren, what exactly do you want to do?" Zhong Chunren sneered and said, "Yi Tianhua, you are the boss of the South County Shadow Alliance. Of course, I want to catch you to control the South County Shadow Alliance. When I become the Hall Master of the Secret Thunder Sect in the South County, with the South County Shadow Alliance, my strength will be the strongest in the South County." Yi Tianhua was shocked. He turned to look at Xue Zhizheng in the distance. "Zhong Chunren, did you kill Xue Zhizheng?" Zhong Chunren shook his head. "Although he is not dead yet, after being dealt with by me, I'm afraid he will be finished in 2 hours." At this moment, a voice suddenly came from the forest. "I don't think so." As the voice sounded, Zhong Meng walked out of the forest. Zhong Chunren was shocked. "Who are you?" Zhong Meng shook his head. "It doesn't matter who I am. What's important is that if you don't leave now, I'm afraid you won't be able to leave." Zhong Chunren suddenly sneered. His left hand trembled slightly, and 5 thunderbolt balls flew toward the person like lightning. Bang! 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 As the thunderbolt balls exploded, Zhong Meng slowly walked out of the smoke. A figure flashed in front of him, and Zhong Chunren felt his throat being grabbed. The next moment, he fell into a dark abyss. I can save you, but you have to promise to work for me for 3 years. After receiving the promise of the boss of the South County Shadow Alliance and the Hall Master of the Secret Thunder Sect, Zhong Meng was in a good mood. He turned his head to look in the direction of the Twin Ox Mountain and thought to himself. With the support of these people, within 3 years, the Twin Ox Mountain would definitely become the richest place in the world. The brothers of the Twin Ox Mountain would no longer have to worry about food. The book was over. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.